V2 Chapter 451 The door to the new world. Several people gathered around the door key and extended a finger to touch the ghost flying ball. It's time to go. They are waiting quietly. Mr. Weasley took out his pocket watch, staring at the time with one eye and whispering, 3, 2, 1. As soon as the voice fell, several people began to spin up quickly. Under the traction of the door key, they were spinning. Their feet left the place and flew into the air. This time without the curse, Ivan was keenly aware of the changes in the magic of the air. The scene around them began to blur and fade away. In the next second, Ivan found that she did not reach the destination directly, but entered a strange space. Everything around seems to be composed entirely of magic, and the colorful light is distorted in everything. Ivan has a strange feeling that can't be explained. This space has a strange familiarity. Others, such as Harry, Hermione, Sirius, and so on, disappeared, and only Awin himself was here. He looked around and quickly remembered that this was similar to his own ruins in the Mar People, where the soul was drawn into the quirky illusion space. Although the surrounding scenery is different, the two places seem to be the same in nature. Nothing wrong. Ivan still remembers the sky he had seen at the time, exactly like this. There, all colors and objects are distorted, and distance, time, and space seem to have lost meaning. In the physics theory of muggles, there is the concept of high-dimensional space. Unlike the real world where human beings live by three-dimensional space and time, high-dimensional space is more advanced. In general, it is like you painted a tiger on paper. If you want to trap it, just draw a circle around the tiger on paper. The tiger on paper cannot come out from inside because it only exists in 2 dimensions, and so on. 3-dimensional tiger plus height. That way, a real cage is needed to trap it, and the 2-dimensional cage has no effect. In terms of dimensions, 3D is obviously more advanced than 2D. The 3 dimensions are combined, which is the limit that humans can perceive. The 4th dimension is time, which is a more advanced dimension. Although humans don't perceive it, time affects everyone all the time. Time can be recorded by the clock. Using time converters, wizards can shuttle between different times. But because this dimension is more advanced, the entire shuttle process is extremely dangerous and has many taboos. Ivan once returned to Hogwarts before the millennium, which is already very, very deep magic. He didn't feel much at first, but the more he knew about it, the more he could feel it. How incredible it was to experience the experience 2 years ago. Perhaps, as long as the high-level wizards of the 4 founders of Hogwarts can use that kind of magic. Of course, time is the 4th dimension, not the end of everything. Going up, there are still more advanced dimensions. There, the low-level dimension, whether it is the space or time that humans are familiar with, will lose its meaning. Just like a real tiger and a tiger on paper, the tiger on paper is naturally lower. For everyone, it's just a painting. Then the intelligent creatures living in high-dimensional space will see this feeling when they look at human beings living in low-dimensional space. The more advanced the dimension is, the more difficult it is to describe it in words. But with the start of the door key, the different space that Ivan now enters seems to be in a higher dimension. He looked around curiously and found such an absurd idea in his mind. Here, his senses are completely ineffective, because this is beyond the limits that his body can perceive. For others, whether it is using phantom or door key fulfillment, there will be a short gap in memory. That gap, which happened in this different space, because they could not perceive it. I don't know if Ivan was brought into a different space by the evil spirits, or because he is now more sensitive to changes in magic. All in all, Ivan is now able to clearly see everything around him. Instead of using the eyes, but from the soul, he is using the soul to perceive. He is not lost like everyone else, just feels a flower in front of him and arrives at his destination. Through the perception of the soul, Ivan can clearly see the panoramic view of this different space. Undoubtedly, this belongs to the real world, but it does exist. There was a strange thought in Ivan's mind, and he remembered where the evil spirits said they were born. Ancient warlocks once entered it, and apparently do not belong to the real world. Otherwise the evil spirits have long destroyed the world. Perhaps they exist in such a high-dimensional heterogeneous space. Just like the different space that the wizard has to enter every time the phantom appears and uses the door key. Compared with all magical creatures, the power and existence of evil spirits are obviously more advanced. And they in the shape of the monsters created are mostly unspeakable. This is because they are creatures that exist in high latitudes and cannot be represented in low dimensions. By the way, Slytherin left a slate map of the temple where the despicable Hybern nest was located. Awen originally thought that there was ancient Greece, but he and Hermione carefully compared. That place does not exist in the real world. Inferring along this line of thought, there may be a different space that is different from reality. Think about it, as the most evil black wizard in history, the despicable Hybern transformed his body into of evil. This gives him the ability to use certain evil spirits, such as entering a dream, directly acting on the mind and so on. If so, he may also be able to use the ability to cross different spaces like a real evil spirit. The temple he built is in such a different space. This is incredible, but the complicated ideas in Ivan's mind have become extraordinarily clear. To understand this, all the ambiguous mysteries can be put together to form an amazing truth. A wider door to the magic world, slowly opening in front of Ivan. He feels that his inspiration is becoming more and more clear, and the evil spirits are coming to the world. That is to say, from this different space is summoned to the real world, in addition to the need for enough flesh and blood, but also a lot of magic in the magic stone. Not a sorcerer's stone or a sacred god. It appears in the Book of Abraham. This is the only magic book known to the ancient warlocks to remain in the world. It is the only way to know the wizards who have had the power to destroy the land and the magical magic. Thousands of years ago, they had entered the space where the evil spirits were. Perhaps this is the clue they left behind. To be continued. V2 Chapter 452 Amazing Truth. The first part of the Book of Abraham, a piece of magic stone? Ivan knows that the powerful magic inside is the indispensable force of the evil gods to the real world. But this is obviously not the real use of the ancient warlocks to make the magic stone. They cannot use it to summon evil spirits. No matter what you think, this is the act of self-destruction. Calling the horrible evil spirits is no different from destroying the world. Ancient warlocks would not do such stupid things. In the exploration of magic, they have already imagined everyone. But this idea is not wrong, especially after knowing that the alien space of the evil life is not in the real world. Ivan can conclude that the magic stone is used to help the wizard break through the barriers of space and enter the high-dimensional space. Only in this way can we fully use the enormous magic contained in it. No matter how to transform and use the magic stone, it is a waste of powerful power inside. After Ivan defeated the evil spirits, the third part of the Book of Abraham's book, the portrait of the evil spirit, appeared. Obviously, the third part is related to the evil spirits. It is not difficult to speculate that the above may have recorded the way to truly defeat the evil spirits. Perhaps it is a powerful spell, perhaps looking for something. Everything is possible. Since the first part of the book and the key content of the second part are related to the evil spirits, then, the scepter that appears on the second part of the page and is surrounded by two giant pythons should not be an exception. Think about it, related to evil spirits and different spaces, what role does this scepter have? Liam has completely interpreted the first part of the Book of Abraham, which is mainly recorded in alchemy. Using alchemy, you can transform the Sorcerer's Stone to create a magic stone. The Sorcerer's Stone does have a powerful magic, but it cannot enter different spaces. Otherwise, Ivan now has a magic stone, and he can enter the space where the evil spirits are like an ancient warlock. But he doesn't know what to do. He can only use the magic stone to supplement his magic consumption. This is because the Sorcerer's Stone only provides the necessary magic. If you want to really enter that space, you need a specific spell or magic item. The snake stick left by Slytherin is this prop. From the news on the slate obtained by Ivan, Slater had ventured into the nest of the despicable Hybo in ancient Greece when he was young. As a reward for that adventure, he brought back a horrible evil spirit, a real evil spirit. Slytherin defeated it, studied its body, and divided it into 3 parts. According to the various news that Ivan has mastered, the evil spirit captured by Slytherin is the despicable Hybo himself. Despicable Hybo is the last ancient warlock in the history of magic, and the originator of all modern black wizards. He himself has a very orthodox inheritance, and the snake stick was left before he could. He is using this thing to shuttle between the real world and the high-latitude world, and build the nest in that space. Ivan came to this conclusion, and most of the mysteries that have been plaguing him can all be explained. Although this fact is surprising, the more you think about it, the more likely it is. Perhaps the high-dimensional space has inspired Ivan's inspiration. Anyway, when he passed through here, he suddenly thought of this and wanted to understand everything. The whole process was born in the blink of an eye, and when Ivan returned, he now reached his destination. His feet fell heavily on the ground, and Hermione slammed into him. Ivan hurriedly helped Hermione, and by the way pulled Ginny, who was about to fall. On the opposite side, Harry and Ron entangled and fell together, and Fred and George did not have a good place to go. They were a pair of wind-blown, slanted, and then fell backwards. Only Mr. Weasley and Sirius look no abnormal, they are steady. 546. From the street. Munger Magical Injury Hospital, said a voice. Ivan looked around curiously, and the place they came to was like a vast, desolate, misty swamp. In front of them, stood 2 weird, gloomy wizards. One of them holds a large gold watch and the other holds a thick piece of parchment and a quill. Both of them are dressed as moles, but they are too far away. The man with the gold watch wore a tweed suit and a pair of long and thigh-high heeled rubber overshoes. His colleague wore a pleated skirt and a South American cloak worn by Scottish Highland men. "Good morning, Basil," Weasley said. He picked up the ghost flying ball and handed it to the wizard wearing a pleated skirt. The man threw it into a large box next to it, which contained the used door keys. "Hello, Arthur," Basil said tiredly. "Oh, you are Sirius Black. I have read your report. My wife and I both think you are the real hero." "Thank you." Ever since Avon helped him wash his grievances, he often had this kind of thing. The hero of the peacetime. The status is even more respectable. There are even many people who believe that Sirius should be the Minister of Magic. "Arthur, you are really lucky, not on duty." Basil made a big anger. "We stayed here all night, and everyone has been here." "Okay, you better let it be. Wait a while." Large groups of people come from Diagonal Lane. The wizard next to him took out a long piece of parchment and searched it. "Let me see where your camp is, Weasley." "Weasley," he said as he looked. "You are in the first camp area, walking about a quarter of a mile. The one in front is the venue administrator, Mr. Roberts." He looked up again and glanced at Sirius, and kept groaning. Black, found it. You are in the innermost, right next to the first camp." "Sirius, have you booked the camp alone?" Harry hurriedly asked. "A few months ago, I planned to show you the World Cup. At that time, I will book one directly. Look at the environment nearby. If you can, everyone still lives together, so it can be more lively." Obviously, Sirius is scheduled to be much more advanced than Mr. Weasley. A recent description of the manuscript of the Hogwarts magic has been seen. Sirius's planned camp location is the best, and it's closest to the venue. And it's all about the pure-blooded wizarding family and the noble wizard. It is said that athletes from both sides of the competition also live there. Of course, that price is much more expensive than ordinary ones, and it takes a lot of gold plus. To be continued. 8. V2 Chapter 453 Ludo Bagman. Sirius did not explain. Ivan naturally will not talk. Like the Sirius, the camping environment is secondary, and the key is to get everyone together. He is still thinking about the reasoning he just made, and he can't wait to crack the Book of Abraham as soon as possible. Everyone's interest is high, and everyone laughs and walks through the deserted swamps, and almost nothing can be seen in the thick fog. It took about 20 minutes to move forward, and gradually a door appeared in front of him, followed by a small stone house. Behind the stone house are thousands of odd-shaped tents. They went up the gentle slopes of the large field, and the field stretched out to the dark woods on the horizon. A man stood at the door and was looking at the tents. From his expression, he may be the only real mole in this large area. Just said, Mr. Roberts, the administrator of this venue. As soon as he heard their footsteps, he turned to look at them. Mr. Weasley went over to talk to him about renting a tent, and Harry hurriedly followed. Because Mr. Weasley couldn't tell the money of mole, he was struggling to find a large roll of money, and also called the pound sterling is a small piece of colorful paper, causing a suspicion of mole opposite. It's weird, you can't just figure out how much money you can, he said in a low voice, looking carefully at Mr. Weasley and Harry standing behind him. Just 10 minutes ago, there was 2 people have to pay me a lot of big coins. Mr. Weasley did not speak and looked at him uneasy. There have never been so many people, he wondered, his eyes once again looking at the foggy camp. There has never been a crowd of people here, hundreds of people have booked tents, and people are constantly coming. From his tone, it is like the beginning of a horror movie. Perhaps for him, this incident is really terrifying. The place that I am familiar with, there is no reason, there are strange people constantly coming in, and my memory is constantly being reset. This is very strange, isn't it? He continued. Look, from a few days ago, people from all over the place have. There are countless foreigners, not just foreigners, but also many weirdos. I just saw a guy walking in a pleated skirt and a South American cloak, which is obviously not normal. Mr. Weasley's restlessness became more and more obvious, and he was already touching his wand. I have a feeling that they seem to know each other, like a party. He lowered his voice and said, this is. Just then, a wizard wearing a pair of bloomers suddenly fell from the sky and fell to the door of the stone house. I forgot all the time. He pointed at the mole with his wand and screamed. Suddenly, his eyes were scattered and his brows were released. His face showed a look of indifference and indifference to everything, which was the state when the memory was modified. Give you a floor plan for the camp, he said calmly to Mr. Weasley. There is still change for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Weasley said. Several people entered the camp and the wizards wearing the bloomers accompanied them. He looked very tired. His beard on his chin was not scratched. He was blue, and there was a bluey-violet shadow under his eyes. Oops, Arthur, he kept muttering. The mole has added a lot of trouble to me. In order to keep him happy, I have to read dozens of forgotten charms every day. In addition, a lot of unscrupulous wizards and troubles are waiting for me. Is you alone? Mr. Weasley said with amazement. What about other people? Don't mention. Ludo Bagman will only help. This was originally a matter of their department, but he will only walk around and talk about the ball and ghost flying ball, completely guarding against moles. To ensure safety. He sighed heavily. God, I really can't wait for it to end early. It's a torture. See you later, Arthur. When he finished, he disappeared from the original Phantom. I thought Mr. Bagman was the director of the Magic Sports Division. Ginny said with amazement. He should know that he can't talk about walking around moles, is he? Yes, dear, Mr. Weasley said with a smile. Ludo has always been a bit sloppy about security issues, but you can't find someone more passionate than him to be the leader of the sports department. You knowing that he originally played the Quidditch ball on behalf of the United Kingdom. He is the best batsman in the history of the Wimbledon Hornets. In the magic world, Ludo Bagman is a very famous person and very popular. However, when he heard Mr. Weasley, Sirius sneered. Be careful with this person, Avon, he whispered. Bagman's past is not as glamorous as the rumors. He was accused of providing confidential information to the Death Eaters. However, it is undeniable that he is a full-fledged. I'm very skeptical that he knew what he was doing at the time, but be careful. There's nothing wrong with it. Ivan clicked. Sirius' guess is correct. Ludo Bagman is a real idiot. Listening to Mr. Weasley's introduction to Bagman, everyone was struggling to walk in the misty camp. They walked through the 2 rows of long tents and looked around. Most of the tents looked nothing special. Obviously, Their owners have taken a lot of thought and made them as much as possible with the mole tent. However, some accidentally made a head, and added a chimney, a bell rope or a wind vane, making it a nondescript. Occasionally there are so few tents that you know to be enchanted at first glance. For example, in the middle of the camp, there is a tent that is particularly conspicuous. It is very generous with a lot of striped silk, just like a small palace, with a few live peacocks at the entrance. Moving on, they saw a tent in the shape of a four-story building with several turrets next to it. There is a garden in front of the tent, where there are bird baths, sundial instruments, fountains and so on. It's always like this. Some people can't help but want to show off, Sirius said. When you enter the innermost, near the camp of the pure-blood wizarding family, you will find out what is the real luxury. From the expression, he is obviously very disgusted with this, as if he remembered something unpleasant. Looking at Harry and Ron, I seem to want to see it in the past. They were very curious about the tents that Sirius said. But when I thought of the possibility of meeting Malfoy there, watching him show off his family's high-level tents and ridiculing them, everyone would have no interest at all. To be continued. V2 Chapter 454 11 Magic Schools. Soon, everyone came to the camping site that Mr. Weasley had scheduled. At the end of the camp, on the open space of the woods, a small sign was inserted, which read, "Weasley, this place is good." Mr. Weasley said happily. The venue is on the side of the forest, and it's too close. Ivan looked at the dense woods and felt that the place was really good. The scenery is pleasant. If there is any riot in the camp, then they can escape to the woods for the first time to escape. Although Ivan does not expect any riots, it is not a bad thing to prevent it. Well, let's start the tent, Mr. Weasley said excitedly. No magic is allowed. Since so many people have come to the mole site, they must use their own hands to put the tent up. Those moles can do it. It's not that hard, isn't it? He took out two grey tents from his backpack and a variety of tools. Come on, children, he rubbed his forehead with a handkerchief. Wait a minute, Arthur, is the space for these two tents enough? Sirius said, carefully looking at the tent on the ground. When Charlie, Bill, and Percy came over, we had 12 people. Mr. Weasley frowned. This is borrowed from Perkins in the office. To be honest, it is not too appropriate. The place will be a bit crowded if you add a few beds. There is no need for an extra bed. I have a tent There is a lot of space, Sirius said. A few days ago, I told Cretcher to send it over, and now I can use it directly. That's all right, said Mr. Weasley. This idea is good, or else it will be crowded together. There are two open spaces here. We can build a smaller tent and live for the girls. Avon, Harry, Ron, can you bother to go with me to move the tent over? Sirius asked. The three of them nodded and followed Sirius to the camp. At this time, the sun just rose and the mist gradually dispersed. In the camp, they saw tents in all directions, and they could not see the head. The four of them walked slowly through the tents and looked around with interest. God, I never thought that there are so many wizards in the world, Harry said with emotion. Before that, he never seriously thought about what the wizards in other countries would look like. I also saw so many wizards for the first time. Ron followed and exclaimed, this is beyond imagination. If you graduate, you can get into the organization of the Ministry of Magic, International Magic Cooperation, or the International Wizarding Federation like Percy, and you will be exposed to foreign wizards frequently. Sirius smiled and explained, according to the difference in the country, the traditions of the wizards of the countries and the magic used are not the same. For example, in Africa, curses, witchcraft, astronomy and Easy-to capacity are more popular. They rarely use wands when casting spells, but more get used to your fingers or arms. Don't use a wand, but use your fingers? Ron said in amazement. It's like a house elf. Evan remembered the African black wizard who had seen it in the pub on the edge of the forest in Albania. He has no wand on his body, but carries a wicked doll with him, always hanging on his wrist. Ivan guessed that the weird doll was made of human skin and was used to cast a curse. Sirius, you went to Booth Barton in the summer vacation and Avon, and like Hogwarts, It is also a magic school. Harry suddenly asked, "Can you tell us something about other magic schools?" Ron is also focused, and he wants to know about other magic schools. Ivan had seen relevant descriptions in magic books before, but most of them are unknown. The magic school is the top secret of the magical world in various countries. It is not the domestic wizard who rarely collects relevant information. As we all know, the culture and educational traditions of the magic world in each country are different. There are many ancient wizarding genres. They are still using traditional methods to carry on, rather than through the magic school, Sirius said. But in general, there are a total of 11 famous magic schools currently known in the world. There are so many dozens, Harry exclaimed. I only know Hogwarts. Hogwarts is one of the 3 most famous magic schools in Europe. The remaining 2 are in Buzzbarton in France and Diemstrom in Germany. Sirius continued. You should have listened before. Ivan said about Buzzbarton. As for Diemstrom, it is a magic school that only accepts pure-blood students. It has a long history, but the attitude toward black magic is more connivance. In the past, there were many black wizards graduated from there. Ivan knows that the black magician Grindelwald used to study there. As the first generation of the Dark Lord, Grindelwald's power even exceeded Voldemort during the heyday. Considering the environment of the Mole Society at the time, the huge wars around the world provided the right soil for the development of the dark arts, and Grindelwald and his minions were almost in control of Europe. He is plotting a terrible plot and is almost going to succeed. But unfortunately, he met Dumbledore. At the height of Grindelwald's power, Dumbledore defeated him alone and saved the European magic world. Coincidentally, shortly after that, the protracted war in the Mole world also ended suddenly. Germany was defeated and paid a heavy price. Since then, the world has entered peace and new international order has been re-established. What about the other 8 magic schools outside of Europe? There are 3 in the United States, including 2 in North America, including a magic school that only recruits witches. It is the only magic school in the world that is full of female wizards. And the rest is in Brazil, said Sirius. I know that Bill had a pen pal before, and he went to school in Brazil, said Ron. That was a lot of things many years ago. He still wants to exchange a tour, but Mum and Dad can't afford that much money. He said that he could not go. The pen pal was broken, and sent him a hat that had read a spell, which made his ears wrinkled. Thinking of the picture, Harry laughed. To be honest, when he heard that Sirius said that there was a magic school in the world, he was very surprised. Looking at the tents in the camp, he thought that he was stupid before. He never realized that Hogwarts was not the only magic school. To be continued. V2 Chapter 455 Magic School and Customs. The 3 magic schools in the Americas are mainly the inheritance of 3 schools in Europe. When I was in school, Hogwarts had an exchange program every year. Students above the 6th grade can sign up and be reviewed by the school board. Sirius said. However, I don't know when it started. The US and Brazil will have this exchange project suspended. This is a pity. If possible, Ivan hopes to exchange and see. He has read through most of the magic books in the Hogwarts library and it doesn't make much sense to stay. Compared with step-by-step learning of advanced courses and improving his strength, Awin wants to take a look at the American magic world and grow up in actual combat. He had previously heard that the 3 magic schools in the Americas integrated the mysterious magic of the ancient Mayans, Aztecs and Incas. The wizards there unearthed many things from the ancient ruins and used them to study magic. There are many unique spells that Europe does not have. Because of the superior environment, there are many amazing animals in the Americas, so the wizards there are mostly skilled in breeding magical animals. Sirius said, as long as you can work in the Ministry of Magic, you can often see wizards from the United States. It looks no different from us. To enter the Ministry of Magic, I guess there is no chance, Ron said disappointedly. Me too, Harry said, not thinking about what he was going to do after graduation. Perhaps he can become a professional Quidditch player like Wood. The four people continued to move forward while discussing the American magic world and various magical animals. As the sun rises, the campers on the field gradually wake up. The first to get up is the family with children. When they pass by a large pyramid-shaped tent, they see a little boy of 2 years old lying outside, holding a wand in his hand and happily squatting on the grass. A slug. Under the influence of magic, the slugs slowly swelled into a large sausage. When they came to him, the boy's mother hurried out of the tent. How many times have you said it to you, Kevin? You are not allowed to touch your father's wand again. She stepped on the huge slug, and the snot of the nose blew. They walked far away, and heard the screams of her in the silent air, which was also mixed with the cry of the little boy. Ha ha, have you seen the pyramid tent? Sirius said. The interest is very high. As we all know, the pyramid is a symbol of Egypt. As the birthplace of ancient civilization, there is also a magic school there. There are a lot of Egyptian wizards in the Riots. I saw it when I visited Bill last time, Ron said quickly. Yes. It's said that the building of their school is a pyramid. The wizards in the Middle East and Africa usually send their children there. Sirius waved. Of course, they have their own magical features and traditions. Magical schools are not the only choice for talented wizards. In South Africa, witchcraft is more popular than decent spells. Each tribe has its own witch doctor who has many evil curses. Just after Sirius was finished, everyone saw 3 African wizards sitting there talking about something seriously. They all wore long white robes and baked a hair-like thing on a pile of purple fire. Harry and Ron looked at them carefully, and they didn't see the wand. As Sirius said, African wizards are used to casting spells or using other quirky props. The purple flame looked very strange, but it was far less exciting than the black wizard that Ivan had seen before. These 3 African sorcerers are obviously more traditional and decent, not the black wizards who master the evil curse and the strange witchcraft. Moving on, a group of middle-aged American wizards sat there laughing and talking. A shiny banner hung between their tents, Salem Wizarding Academy. When passing the tent, there was a conversation in the words, all of which were strange words, not as English. Sirius, where are the 4 remaining magic schools? Harry continued. He looked around excitedly and felt that his eyes were not enough. Several little girls were laughing and laughing. They rode on 2 toy brooms and flew low, flying through the grass beside them. Their feet gently passed over the grass with dew. The 4 remaining magic schools are in Asia, 1 in South Asia, and 3 in East Asia. Sirius said, we will first talk about South Asia. It is located in a certain area of India. It has not been a long time to create a school. Look, it can be said to be the branch of Hogwarts, because the founders that graduated from Hogwarts. India has long been a British colony in history, and local culture has been greatly influenced by the United Kingdom. This is reflected in the Hogwarts students, and there are many small wizards from India. For example, with the same grades as Harry and Ron, Padmapeta and Padmapeta, the twin sisters from India, who go home every holiday. The school and Hogwarts also have a cooperative relationship. In the past, I thought about sending exchange students every year, Sirius said. Is the creator of that school graduated from Hogwarts? Harry asked curiously. Is their magic and curriculum set the same as us? Overall, it's similar, but not exactly the same. Sirius said, because I haven't been there, I don't know the specifics, but they obviously combine some regional features and innovate a lot of unique magic there. The wizards seem to be exceptionally talented in herbal medicine and potions. The South Asian region is also very mysterious, and they may not be as purely evil and dark as the various curses of Africa. But there is no doubt that they are even more surprised. There are many witchcraft and magical animals that are unheard of by ordinary people. As for the remaining 3 magic schools in East Asia, one of them is located in Japan. which is the smallest and least attended school in the world. Sirius continued without asking Harry to ask. It is said that it is located in an unmanned at the top of the island of South Iwo. The entire school is decorated with sheep fat jade, which is very oriental. In the mind of Ivan, there is a classic Japanese castle in the shape of a castle, which is made of white suet jade. The castle is located at the top of an active volcano, which is enveloped by smoke from clouds and volcanoes all year round. Only when the weather is good can you see its full picture. In Japan, magic and wizards are considered to be very sacred things, so whether it is learning magic or the management of the wizard is very strict. They have been enrolled since the age of 7, and they have to finish the school for 18 years to achieve qualified results. After that, I can only graduate from school. Sirius said, I once saw in a book that the student uniform of that school will grow bigger as the body grows, and will change color with the results. Pink. If all subjects are excellent, it will turn into gold. If the robes turn white, it means violation of Japanese magic laws. It is illegal. Not only will be immediately removed from the school but will also be judged by the Japanese Magic Department. To be continued. V2 Chapter 456 Magic School that will move. Harry and Ron were secretly stunned, and they were shocked by the strict management of the Japanese Magic Academy. If Hogwarts manages this as well, send each little wizard a magic robe that can test their performance and violate the school rules. With the past experiences of several of them, they may have been expelled from school or even locked in Azkaban. In the past few years, they have violated countless rules. If the school uniforms can change color, they must be white, white and white. There are 2 remaining wizarding wizard schools, one of which is located in Tibet, China. It is said to be on a sacred snow-capped mountain. It is inaccessible. The snow is not changing all the year round, and all the wizards are wearing thick robes, Sirius said. Ivan had seen a description related to this in the 1 year with the Tibetan snowman in Lua's close-up. He didn't know much about the specific plot. If Hermione is there, she must be able to remember all of them. In general, Lockhart used to look out over the mysterious Oriental magic school when he went out to hunt with a snowman. In the white snow, through the thick fog, he saw a magnificent building appearing in the mountains. The exterior of the building looks like a splendid palace with a rich Oriental style and mystery. The crotch of the 4 corners of the palace were all lifted up high, as if they were to take off. There are many auspicious beasts behind the flying dragonfly, which have different meanings. Under the magical magic of the wizard, they all seem to have been given life and special magic effects. The tops of the palace are all blue-green tiles, brightly colored, stacked one on top of the other. Under the map of the rising sun, you can see the magical animals of the golden dragon-like shape surrounding the palace. The mysterious magic runes flash out from time to time, which is a powerful sign of defensive magic. All visitors who are not invited cannot easily enter. Lockhart once said regretfully that he did not get inside because he was not invited. Of course, this is certainly not true. He certainly has never been to Tibet, and it is even less likely to see the mysterious Oriental Magic School. But this experience should have happened. It was the thing that the wizard who had stolen memory from Lockhart had experienced. Although I haven't read this carefully, Harry remembers it. Among the many amazing animals, the snowman may be the one he is most impressed with. In the year before, Lockhart had asked him to play a snowman 15 feet tall in class. In accordance with the story inside, he acts as a snowman to interpret the experience that Lockhart has created. At the request of Lockhart, they even went to the lower grades to perform in the classroom. Because Lockhart had said it many times in a regrettable tone, Harry remembered the magic school in Tibet, China. Like Japan, the management of the School of Magic is equally strict. In fact, it is similar to Dimstrom. They only accept the purest wizards of the lineage. For centuries, they only accepted the family of pure-blood wizards. The student's registration. Sirius said, in my second year, I saw this report in the Daily Prophet. The debate was particularly powerful. The International Wizarding Federation had planned to send an investigation team to this. The investigation was carried out and prepared to take strict punitive measures to prohibit them from doing so. But in the end it was not. They still maintained this ancient tradition. Why? Ron said in surprise. Everyone thinks this is extremely unfair. Sirius explained. Think about it. Because of this unreasonable admission, all the little wizards born in China and have talents in China are not. Opportunities come into contact with magic, and most of them don't even know the existence of the magic world. They can only live as muggles. But isn't that the same for Dimstrom? Harry asked. The problem is here. For these long-established magic schools, they have their own admission standards. Many traditions may have been running for centuries, even for 1,000 years, and it's hard to be influenced by outsiders, even if they exist. Reasonable and fair. Sirius said. The environment in Asia is different from ours. If you don't go to Dimstrom, the little wizards in Europe can come to Hogwarts and Buzzbarton. But in China, if it is not pure blood, it means that there will never be an opportunity. Under the constraints of international secrecy laws, magic schools in other countries cannot directly recruit students from China. This is not allowed. This is really unfair. But as Sirius says, no one can change this ancient tradition. China has a large population base, and there are many mole wizards with magical talents. However, because of this demanding admission condition, most of their talents were wasted and not excavated. After experiencing the first magical riot, the magic of the little wizard will gradually calm down as he grows older. Unless there is a very good chance, these little wizards from Mull will always be Mulls. After telling the Chinese magic school, it was a moment of silence. Sirius, you just said that there are 3 magic schools in East Asia. Where is the last one? Harry asked. No one knows, because the last college was called a moving magic school. Sirius replied. Mobile magic school? Yes, said Sirius. No one knows which country it belongs to. It has been seen in China, Japan, South Korea, and even Australia. The school floats on the sea and moves with the ocean currents. Fixed position. It's not bad in the sea, it sounds good. Ron exclaimed. Imagine a magical school that floats with ocean currents at sea. There is also the most mysterious of all magic schools, not to mention the specific location that is impossible to master. Sirius continued. Even its enrollment methods, number of students, teaching methods and overall strength, etc. It is unknown, and the outside world has no way of knowing it. Then how can we confirm that such a school really exists? Asked Ivan. Because they have already registered with the International Wizarding Federation. It seems to be a long time ago, but it is still recognized by the magic world. Sirius replied. Although they rarely contact the outside world, they still leave some in history record. If you are interested, you can go to the museum to flip through the relevant information. To be continued. V2 Chapter 457 Harry is the Horcrux. When he heard Sirius, Evan was vaguely remembered. When he was looking for the news of the evil spirits in the library last semester, he had seen information related to this. Because of his special interest in Chinese magic schools, he deliberately took it back as a reading material for the bedtime recreation. From the current known clues, this moving magic school is probably the oldest and most mysterious school in the world, dating back more than 2,000 years, thousands of years before Hogwarts. As long as, not surprisingly, the founder of the school should be a powerful wizard in the Qin dynasty of China, or earlier. Therefore, this magic school should belong to China in its ownership. Of course, its specific location has been changing, and the outside world has no way of knowing. Ivan doesn't know what powerful spells are, so that a magic school can float on the ocean. This is simply unimaginable, out of his understanding. Needless to say, the magic school was able to move with the ocean currents for more than 2,000 years. Even with magic to explain, this is a miracle. If possible, Ivan hopes that I can go there and have a look. Take a look at the magical magic. There are certainly many gains. In addition, There are speculations about its specific location. From the relevant materials and Lohat's book, the snow mountain he described may be the Kunlun Mountains. The Kunlun Mountains are the most sacred places across China's Qinghai, Sichuan, Xinjiang and Tibet provinces. Of course, the addresses of all magic schools are kept secret, and the outside world has no way of knowing. Ivan is also speculating that the mysterious Oriental Magic Academy is located in other parts of Tibet. In fact, in addition to these 11 magic schools, there are many ancient magical schools that pass on in a more secret way. In China, North Africa and South America, this secret way of inheritance is particularly popular. Many unique spells have not been known and understood by the world. Not to mention, a variety of ancient ruins, countless magical animals, the glory of ancient warlocks, and horrible evil spirits. All in all, the magic world is far more exciting than the imagination, and more fascinating. Can crack these secrets and find things that hide their dreams. I never thought that there were so many wizards and magic schools in the world. It was incredible. After listening to Sirius' narrative, Harry exclaimed, I always thought that there was only one magic school in Hogwarts. In the exploration of magic, there is no end to it. Patted Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore is communicating with the International Wizarding Federation and the Ministry of Magic International Magic Corporation, hoping to restore the long-lost exchange. When you are a student, you may have the opportunity to study at other magic schools. Hearing, Harry and Ron were all excited. Ivan is not so excited. He knows that this is indeed possible, but only if he beats Voldemort as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Second Wizard War will start and no exchange project will be possible. At that time, many small wizards will leave Hogwarts and even flee the country. Dumbledore is already in contact with this matter. Other countries dare not say it, but exchanges with the United States, India and 2 other schools in Europe should not be a problem. These schools and Hogwarts are very similar. The big project to be held this year is a good start. What is it? Harry asked curiously. This is a secret, and you will be shocked when you know it. Everything is like this. What is happening to us? Percy has shown off a holiday. Ron whispered to Ivan and Harry. Since he started working, he always wanted to tease us. What kind of project is he? But he will not say it anyway. If you want me to say, it is probably a thick exhibition. Harry laughed and looked forward to the big project. Different from them, Ivan knows that it is the traditional exchange program between the 3 top schools in Europe. This year, every school in Hogwarts, Booth Barton, and Deemstrom will select a warrior to complete the competition through competition. The champion who won the championship will receive a huge reward and win the school great honor. With the current strength of Avon, if he put his name into the Goblet of Fire, not surprisingly, he should be a warrior of Hogwarts. However, he has not thought about it, whether he wants to participate in the top 3 competitions. The incident itself, and the final reward, did not benefit him, especially considering that Voldemort is likely to plot conspiracy behind his back. Ivan is even less interested in it. He has not yet had the strength to confront Voldemort. It is the right way to continue to accumulate strength and to undermine the other party's conspiracy. Before the summer vacation, Ivan has made up his mind to try to delay the return of Voldemort. He intends to catch the little Batty Crouch in advance, let Voldemort lose the most loyal servant, and then destroy the magic of his resurrection. There is no problem with this plan, but the current situation has changed and the plan must be adjusted. Now, Voldemort is no longer a single person, as in the past, weak and helplessly hiding in the shadow of the forest. He got help from the vampire and got a statue of the evil spirit. With these powerful help, his return seems inevitable. Even, there is a possibility of becoming stronger. As Professor Trelawney said in the language, Voldemort will gain unimaginable power from ordinary people and become stronger than ever. For those who stand on the opposite side of Voldemort, this is not good news. Ivan knows that it is necessary to fight now and completely destroy him before Voldemort gains more powerful power. If you want to destroy Voldemort, You must destroy the Horcrux." The other few said that although it was a little troublesome, it was not a problem. The real problem is here in Harry. 14 years ago, Harry's mother used his own life to cast a powerful protective spell on Harry. It was a blood curse, one of the most powerful magics of the oldest, inherited from ancient warlocks. Therefore, Voldemort failed when he tried to kill Harry. He personally marked his enemies. When he was bounced back by his own curse, he dropped some pieces of soul into Harry's body. In other words, Harry is now one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. To completely eliminate Voldemort, then Harry must die first. This is an indispensable step. To be continued. 8. V2 Chapter 458. Decide to enter. It's really terrible. It's really troublesome. Voldemort will never die as long as the soul fragments in Harry exist. Awin originally intended to find a way to remove or destroy the Voldemort soul fragments in his body without hurting Harry. But until now, his research in this area has not made any progress. He originally pinned the hope of this matter in the secret treasures left by the 4 founders. Obviously, Ivan was wrong and wrong. The secret treasures are complicated and troublesome, far beyond Voldemort itself. No matter what the Big Four has left in it, it is impossible to deal with Voldemort. As far as the secret treasures have been revealed, they have completely exceeded the imagination of Ivan. Now think about it. He was really naive at first. I really thought that the 4 founders really worried about the status quo of Hogwarts after the millennium because of their own words, and left behind what weapons to deal with Voldemort and Slytherin. A younger generation. Now it seems that this matter is far from simple. It is likely that their 4 old guys have long planned. Predicting this ancient spell, it existed in the era of ancient warlocks. Ivan shook his head, and since he couldn't destroy the soul fragments in Harry's body, everything went back to the original point. Especially in the case of Voldemort's powerful help and the statue of the evil spirit, there is no point in continuing to delay. Continue to follow the previous plan, and even make things worse. You must make new plans as soon as possible. It seems that it is a good choice to let the top 3 competitions develop according to the established plot. Voldemort wants to return. He will definitely choose that spell. He will use the father's bones, the servant's flesh and the enemy's blood to resurrect. There is no doubt that he will insist on Harry's blood to complete the spell. Voldemort's pride made Harry his only choice. Ivan knows this, and Dumbledore knows. When Harry's blood was integrated into Voldemort's body, the blood curse cast by Harry's mother was cracked to some extent. But the spell is very powerful. It is still protecting Harry. This is reflected in the fact that as long as there is a place where Harry's loved one exists, he will not be hurt by Voldemort. It is also crucial that under the protection of the power of the spell, as long as the body of Voldemort, which incorporates Harry's blood, exists, Harry will not really die, and it will be impossible to be killed by him. Voldemort wants to kill Harry, then he can only destroy his own soul fragments in Harry's body. Dumbledore's double insurance was to hand over his old wand to Harry, making him the real master of the old wand. The old wand does not kill his master, which in turn involves the deep magic of the magic wand. Dumbledore will seduce Voldemort to know the secret of the Deathly Hallows and let Voldemort think he has acquired the old wand. But he didn't get anything, and he ended up with only shame and death. Ivan sighed, and it seemed to be the only option before there was no better way. To put it simply, it is to let Voldemort resurrect Harry's blood, and at the last moment, let him kill Harry himself. Then they are completely destroying Voldemort, who thought he was victorious. It sounds crazy enough, but it is indeed Dumbledore's plan. For him, this does not seem to be a problem. In Dumbledore's life, lies and secrets exist at the same time. He understands the meaning of life and can make dead choices at critical moments. Even his own life can be abandoned at any time. This is the main reason why Avon has always felt that Dumbledore is terrible. He asked himself that he could not do this anyway. In the eyes of ordinary people, these talented wizards, each of them is a madman. Dumbledore had previously concealed this matter with Ivan and asked him to be mentally prepared. Voldemort was handed over to Harry, and Ivan was responsible for other variables, especially those horrible evil spirits. It will be a great evil that is darker than Voldemort. Ivan has a feeling that destroying Voldemort will no longer be the end. It is probably just the beginning. Of course, from the current situation, these are very distant things. What needs to be decided now is that the top 3 competitions must be developed in accordance with the established plot, and Ivan will also participate in it. Only in this way can he ensure that no accidents occur and make correct judgments in a timely manner. Ivan is determined to put his name into the Goblet of Fire. As for the original warriors of Hogwarts, Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff, Evan did not have a place to replace him. Although Diggory is very strong, it is only within the normal little wizard. He still lacks temper, and in the face of a real black wizard, he may not have the ability to fight back. In the original book, he was easily killed by the little dwarf Peter. Ivan replaced his position and saved his life. Just as Ivan was determined to prepare for the competition, Harry and Ron were still stalking Sirius. I hope he can tell them what big projects Hogwarts will host. Sirius did not say that the topic gradually noticed the World Cup finals. They continued to move forward, instead of heading to the center of the camp, like other people, but instead turned to the outside of the camp. Wait a minute, is it that my eyes are out of order? How can everything turn green? Ron said suddenly. His eyes didn't go wrong, and Avon saw a green ocean. In the place where they had just entered, all the tents were covered with a thick layer of clover. It looks like there are countless grotesque green hills emerging from the ground. In the tent with the curtains open, you can see the faces of laughter. At this time, they heard someone calling their name behind them. Black Professor, Avon, Harry, Ron. Everyone turned around and saw that it was Seymour Finnegan. He is a 4th-year student like Harry and Ron, and a student at Gryffindor College. He sat in front of his own shamrock-covered tent, next to a woman with a yellowish hair. This must be his mother. And his best friend Dean Thomas. He also laughed and summoned them. Ivan's only impression of Seymour seems to be that he is exceptionally talented in the explosion, whether it's Snape's potion class or Professor Flitwick's curse class. Even in Professor McGinn's metamorphosis class, he has had a brilliant record. That is to use your magic to explode your wand or skeleton. This is not what the average person can do. Even if you do it deliberately, it is very difficult to accomplish this. The Hogwarts Ministry of Magic, edited by Ivan, has had a special report on this matter. According to incomplete statistics, the frequency of the Westmore explosion is kept 3 times a week. This data is amazing. If it's not that Neville's performance is worse every time, the title of killer must belong to Seymour. To be continued. V2 Chapter 459 Narcissa Malfoy. Avon, Harry, Ron. How are you doing your holidays? Simo asked with a smile, pointing to the tent covered by clover. I like these decorations, but the department is not very happy. I don't see any fuss about this. Why can't we show our colors? Mrs. Finnegan walked over and said, you should go and see. The Bulgarians are filling their tents. Their behavior should be banned. Yes, the 3 of you are of course supporting the Irish team, are you? She said, her eyes staring at Irving, Harry and Ron. After getting a positive answer, she let them continue to move forward. In such an atmosphere, can we say anything else? Ron whispered. I want to know what Bulgarians are hanging on their tents. Soon, they knew that on the other side of the camp, the Bulgarian flag was everywhere. In addition to the flag, there are no plants on the tents, but the same posters are attached to each tent. Above is a very gloomy face. The eyebrows are thick and thick, and the face keeps blinking and frowning. I know, it is Wikido Crumb, a Bulgarian searcher. Ron said excitedly. He is very powerful? Harry asked. It's amazing, and it's very young, only about 18 years old. He is a genius. You will see it tonight. Ron seems to have done his homework. In all previous games, he was the first. I caught the thief. Ivan carefully looked at Crumb's poster. And to be honest, he didn't feel good about this guy. I am about 18 years old, so he hasn't graduated from school yet. Harry sharply captured this. It's really amazing to represent Bulgaria in the World Cup before graduation. So, he is a genius. born to find a golfer. I don't think Harry is much worse than him. He can always catch the snitch, and he hasn't been exposed to professional training. He can do this with instinct. Maybe he is better than Crumb. It's going to be amazing, said Ivan. If you want me to see it. Harry just misses the opportunity. Otherwise he can play on behalf of the UK. Hearing Evan's compliment, Harry's face turned red and not very interesting. In Ivan's opinion, it's not too much to say. If it weren't for Voldemort, Harry might become a professional Quidditch athlete like Crumb. He really has great potential in Quidditch, and what he lacks is just an opportunity to show his strength to the outside world. But the Saviour's career is obviously more promising than finding a golfer, and Harry himself wants to be in a. What's more, unlike Bulgaria, the British Quidditch team will not want a student who has not yet graduated. Listening to Ron's previous game of Crumb, they continued to move forward. 4 people quickly crossed the frenzied Bulgarian fan area and walked to the edge of the camp. After crossing a stream, they came to the advanced camping area specially planned by the Ministry of Magic. The tents here are obviously more gorgeous than this one, and most of them belong to the higher-ranking wizards. Many tents have gardens in the doorway, planted with rare plants and many animals. Among them, Ivan even saw a tree monkey frog. The tree monkey frog is a magical animal that inhabits trees and is native to the southern states of the United States. From the outside, its appearance is a bit like a hybrid of monkeys and frogs. It has green skin, which is covered with gorgeous spots, smooth and hairless, with long legs and hands, and long inflexible limbs. There is a disproportionate big mouth on the head, and it always looks strange. This magical animal is docile and feeds on small lizards and birds. Its most striking feature is the large pustule in the middle of its forehead, which glows red every night. In the past, American wizards used to have raised tree monkey frogs in their gardens. At night, if a tree is covered with the gleaming pustule of the tree monkey frog, it is obviously very decorative. That feeling is like a lantern on a Christmas tree. Because of this, the number of wild tree monkey frogs has been decreasing, and soon became a cherished species. The International Wizarding Federation has to punish this to protect the tree monkey frog that has become very rare. Until now, the practice of raising tree monkey frogs has almost disappeared and is rarely seen. I did not expect that I would actually see it here. Compared with the rare tree monkey frog, the people who see it next are not so pleasant. In front of a tent that was extremely luxurious, Avon saw Draco Malfoy wearing a dark blue wizard's robe. His skin is very pale, with a pointed face and pale yellow hair. Behind him is her mother Narcissa Malfoy, who is also light-skinned and yellow-haired. It was not ugly, but it was a disgusting look, as if it smelled something bad. After seeing Narcissa, Sirius' footsteps apparently stopped. Immediately, Narcissa also saw Sirius, and the two of them looked at each other and the atmosphere was tense. According to the seniors, Narcissa is the cousin of Sirius, and their relationship has been very close. At the home of the little elf Klipk, Narcissa has always been the hostess he never misses. It is said that the last part of Sirius's mother's life was spent with Narcissa. It stands to reason that there are so many sources, the relationship between the two should be good. But it is clear that, like the relationship between other Black family members, Sirius has no good feelings for Narcissa. Looking at his face, obviously remembering something unpleasant. The same is true of Narcissa, who seems to want to say hello, but in the end she just nodded stiffly. The speed and the small size make it easy for people to think that they are blind. Immediately, her eyes fell on Evan, Harry and Ron next to Sirius. Draco Malfoy whispered something in her ear, and Narcissa's lips wrinkled slightly. There is a hidden disgust in her eyes, especially when she looks at Ivan. Whether it is the Malfoy family or the Black family, they have always been proud of being a purebred wizard. In their traditional concept, wizards such as Ivan, who are born in moles, are inferior. But perhaps because Sirius was there, she didn't come over and talked, just glanced at them. Soon, Narcissa turned and returned to her tent. Draco squinted at Avon, Harry, and Ron, and walked into the tent. To be continued. V2 Chapter 460 Cretch's Transformation. Nasty guy, Ron muttered. Harry agreed to nod and Evan gently pulled the sleeves of Sirius. Seeing Malfoy really affects the mood, but fortunately Lucius Malfoy is not here, or worse. Not far from the Malfoy camp, there is a set of dark green tents that cover a large area. The tent is very stylish, with a lot of striped silk, like a small palace. The conical spire is towering into the sky, with a dark gold-colored black family ornament. A mountain-shaped symbol, 2 5-pointed stars and a short sword shield. On both sides of the shield are 2 grey dogs. Below, it is a gorgeous, golden text. The noblest oldest black family is always pure. This tent is more visible than all the surrounding tents, full of the luxury style of the black family. But considering the current status of the black family, this tent and the above sentence are undoubtedly full of irony. Be aware that in addition to Sirius, there are no other people in the noble and immortal black family. Sirius was also removed from her family tree by her mother, a traitor to the pure blood family, just like the Weasleys. This is my parents' tent. I didn't expect to use it, Sirius said, looking at the tent in a complicated way. He bent down and drilled in, and Avon, Harry, and Ron followed and went in. Evan and Harry looked at the inside of the tent with horror. There was an illusion that they returned to number 12 Grimmauld Place. The area is slightly smaller, but the general pattern is the same. However, the surface of everything here is completely new, not as ragged as number 12 Grimmauld Square. In the hallway facing the entrance hall, the copper pot and the copper plate were rubbed with a rosy luster, and the wooden tabletop was also polished. A silver cup and saucer has been placed on it, sparkling in the warm fire. On the side is the restaurant and the bathroom, without the scary portrait of Mrs. Black, but a landscape. Everything is extraordinarily warm. The brown-black staircase with thick ground spreads upwards, about 3 stories high. The above is all the bedroom, just like the outside. The narrower the space, the more decorative. It is hard to imagine that this is actually a tent, not a holiday villa for a noble family. Even if everyone comes in, it also lives here, even more than the environment of the dwelling. Young master, you are back. Hello. Hoarse voice suddenly sounded like a bullfrog. The family elf Cleechy ran over, wearing clean clothes on his body, and the wool in his ears was white and fluffy. After the shabby funeral of Regulus, Avon never saw old Cretcher again. Sirius once let him live in the Hogwarts kitchen for a while, and Ivan also told Dobby to take care of him. But he obviously couldn't put down the empty, somewhat scary old house of the Black family. Soon, Cretcher returned to without the siege of Sirius, basically would not come out, nor contact with the rest of the world. Now I saw that Ivan discovered that the changes in Cretcher were so big. In the impression, Cretcher is always crazy. Expecting him to work, service is simply impossible. He guarded the legacy of the Black family's old house all day, carrying out the messy orders of Mrs. Black's portraits. The biggest dream of this house elf is to cut his head and nail it to the wall. Little Sirius Master, Master Harry, Master Ivan, and the young master, please take off your shoes. Cretcher said, I know that the young master is coming. Old Cretch is preparing breakfast, and the owner prefers delicious stew, or a syrup fruit pie. He groaned deeply, staring at the pair of scary big yellow eyes, and looked at Evan with enthusiasm. After helping him to retrieve the body of Regulus, the old Cretcher's attitude towards Ivan improved significantly. Before, let's not talk about it. For the Mulborn and mixed-race wizards, he always cursed God. Here, Ron said in amazement, constantly looking around. I have never seen such a tent, and this house elf. His name is Cretcher, and the generations serve the Black family, said Harry, and some were uncomfortable. He still remembers how bad the attitude before Cretcher is, and now it is like changing a house elf. Young master, do you need some coffee and hot rolls? Cretcher continued. Old Cleacher has prepared all the upstairs bedrooms, and the owners can go up and rest for a while. No, Cretcher, Sirius said, pack up, we have to change places. Change a place? Click said puzzledly. Young master, It's good. Miss Narcissa lives next door. She just came to see Cretcher with Master Malfoy. As before, she is still so kind. So kind and treat. Shut up. Give you a minute to get everything done, Sirius shouted. He was very gloomy when he heard Narcissa come here. About 20 minutes later, Ivan worked hard to move the tent back to Mr. Weasley's scheduled camping site. Cretcher followed, whispering something, and looked particularly wronged. It seems that it is impossible to get along with the true harmony between the master and the servant. Next to the camp, Mr. Weasley had built a slanted tent. You are back. Let me see. This tent is really big. Fortunately we have enough space here. Mr. Weasley said, let's build it, and then it will take time to cook. Despite using magic or letting Klein do it, it may take only a minute to build a tent. But Mr. Weasley insisted that everyone should do it themselves. In the way of muggles, Ivan can be sure that if muggles can use magic, they will never be so hard. The Sirius tent is large and the structure is more complicated. When everyone is busy, the time is almost approaching noon. During this time, they saw many familiar faces, their classmates and family in Hogwarts. Because they are on the way to the road, they want to go to the Quidditch World Cup finals to participate. They must pass through them. In this, they saw Oliver Wood. He is the former captain of the Gryffindor College Quidditch team and has just graduated from Hogwarts. He was excited to tell everyone that he had just signed up to become a substitute for the Prodma United. For Wood, this is also a positive result. With the excellent expression of Harry, Gryffindor College won the Quidditch Academy Cup last semester. This is the first time in more than a decade that it has won, and Slytherin has won the championship before. This feat gave Wood a lot of points, allowing him to successfully enter the Puddlehammer United. To be continued. V2 Chapter 461 Irving's Trouble Behind Wood. They also saw Cedric and his son, who were preparing to visit the Quidditch venue in advance. Cedric Diggory is about 17 years old and is a very handsome boy. At Hogwarts, he is the captain and hunter of the Hufflepuff School Quidditch team. To put it simply, it is the enemy of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, especially considering that they defeated the Gryffindor team in the first Quidditch match last year, which made everyone not so welcome. Fred and George did not even say hello. They have not forgiven him until now. Cedric's father, Amos Diggory, is a red-faced wizard with a brown short beard. He works in the Magic Animal Management Control Division of the Ministry of Magic and is familiar with Mr. Weasley. I can see that he is proud of his son. Amos was very rude to stare at Harry and Sirius for a long time, especially the scar on Harry's forehead. Of course, Cedric talked about you, Amos Diggory said. He told us about his game with you last year. I told him that this thing can be told when you are old. Your grandchildren are listening. Great. You defeated Harry Potter. Defeating Harry Potter, this is indeed a provocative discourse. Sirius looked at him unfriendly, and Fred and George frowned. Only Cedric stood there and looked a bit awkward. Harry fell from the broom, Dad. I told you, it was an accident. Yeah. But you didn't fall, right? Amos said kindly, patted his son's back. You are always so modest, gentlemanly, and able to understand the sympathy of the weak is rare virtue, but the winner is always the best. I am sure that Harry will say the same. One fell from the broom, the other stayed steadily. Without the need for a genius brain, you can say who is the better flight home. This sentence is really ill, and almost everyone's look becomes ugly. Well, I need some water, Mr. Weasley said quickly, and took out a large bottle full of dust. Children, can you trouble me to fight back? You can take this opportunity to shop in the camp. Go shopping. Don't care about time. With the insistence of Mr. Weasley, they quickly came out and everyone looked unhappy. Unbelievable. The guy actually said that he defeated Harry, if not the Dementors. Ron complained. Dad is always like this, he is too old and good. Fred shook the kettle. If it were me, just rush to the Cedric and give him a lesson, George said. The rest of the people did not express their opinions, but they did not object to what George said, even Hermione. Of course, She looks a bit abnormal today and is no longer eager to express her views as before. Since she was born last night, she has been trying to avoid Avon all morning and has not spoken to him. Even with occasional gaze, it was quickly turned red. Hermione is embarrassed. The girls are like this, the skin is thinner. This is the main reason for her abnormality. She is not angry because Ivan climbed into her bed. This is a good omen. Even if Ivan is stupid, I know that I should be chasing after this time, and it may have an unexpected effect. However, there is no chance. From the morning to the present, there are no opportunities for two people to be alone. If you have anything, you can't say it in front of so many people. All in all, the two people have always maintained this eccentric relationship. They walked through the camp and went to the watering area, where a small team had been lined up. Fred and George saw Lee Jordan, who was their two friends at school and often got into trouble together. The three of them got together for a while, and they left the team ahead of their faces with a smirk and didn't know what to do. "What are they going to do?" Ron said suspiciously, looking at the back of their three. "I don't know." Harry shook his head and picked up the kettle that Fred had left. They lined up in the team, and in front, the two men were arguing fiercely about something. One of them is very old, wearing a long printed pajamas. The other wizard, who apparently worked in the ministry, held a pair of pinstriped trousers and was so annoyed that he was crying. "You can do it." "Well, put it on, Archie. You can't walk around with such clothes." The mule at the gate has begun to doubt. "My pants were bought in a mule shop," the old wizard said stubbornly. "Mules are also worn." "Mule women wear it, Archie. Men don't wear. Men wear this," the wizard working in the ministry said, waving the pinstriped trousers. "I don't wear it," Archie said angrily. "I am willing to let the healthy breeze blow my ass, thank you." When I heard their conversation, everyone couldn't help but laugh, especially Hermione. She couldn't help it. She stooped away from the team and waited until Alki was full of water to leave. After a few minutes, everyone went back through the camp, and because of the water, they went much slower. This kettle is very large and very heavy after being filled with water. In the absence of magic, they are very hard to move. Hermione and Ginny couldn't get the kettle, and Avon, Harry, and Ron took turns to take a walk. Along the way, they saw many Hogwarts students. One of the most impressive is Kujang, who just came over. Autumn is Ravenclaw's finder, a very beautiful girl. She waved to everyone and Harry waved her hand to her, panicking and pouring a lot of water on the front. "Hello, I just saw Cedric. He said that you are fetching water here." Autumn said happily. Her face was red and full of concern and excitement. "Ivan, how are you? Since you went leave the school early in the end of the semester." She specifically asked about the situation of Ivan, obviously very concerned. Ivan and Kui have a good relationship. Since the two people met for the first time, they became very familiar. Autumn seems to have a good impression on Ivan, but speaking, most girls in the school have a good impression on Ivan. "Thank you. I am fine, nothing." Ivan replied with a smile. "You have passed the summer vacation." Before he continued, he saw Hermione appear behind him. After seeing the Autumn, Hermione, who had been hiding for a day, chose to approach her, and her face was full of vigilance. Ivan smelled a trace of tension, and the situation seemed to be a bit wrong. Fortunately, the unexpected rain was not born. After seeing Hermione's appearance, the Autumn was quickly separated from them, and the small face was still red. Looking at the back of the Autumn, Ivan was relieved a little, but did not think of the real trouble but waiting for him in the back to be continued. 8. V2 Chapter 462 Barbarian from France. "Ivan, Autumn seems to care about you," Hermione said suspiciously. She remembered her conversation with Ginny last night, and Ginny said that there are many girls in the school who are in love with Ivan. Kujang of Crow, she has long felt that two people seem to be somewhat wrong. "Maybe, you should follow Ginny's advice and hurry up on time." Hermione thought about it. Her face was reddish, and the things that happened last night appeared in her mind. Her body approached Ivan, like a curious kitten. Although Hermione looks cute now, Ivan doesn't dare to care. He knew that his answer had to be satisfied with Hermione. otherwise she could change from a kitten to a lion at any time. However, how should Hermione answer this question? She is right. Autumn really cares about herself, just came over and even talked to him alone. Ivan can't say yes, can't say no. It's the more rhythm that explains the darker. If possible, he hopes to find time again and talk to Hermione alone, just like last night. It was just at this time that a large group of teenagers who had never seen a teenager in the past came over and diverted everyone's attention. Look, who are they? Harry asked. They are certainly not Hogwarts. Maybe they are students of other magic schools. Just don't know where they come from. Bus Barton, Hermione whispered. How do you know? Harry looked at her in surprise. Their robes all have the coat of arms of Booth Barton. I saw it in the European Assessment of Magic Education. Hermione said, it's like that, 2 golden crisscross wands. Each wand. There are 3 stars on the top. They are indeed students of Booth Barton. Ivan said. He seems to have a little impression on one of the guys. After proactively provoking more than 2 months ago, he was taught by himself very miserable. He hopes that the last experience in the Booth Barton Hall will allow the other party to get enough lessons. However, Ivan's expectations fell through. After seeing him, the students of this group of Bushbart immediately surrounded them. They still remember the incident, and Ivan was alone against the entire Bushbarton student and made a safe haven to evacuate. This is a great shame for Bushbarton. That night, many people wanted to teach Ivan a good meal, but in the end no one found him. Now I met Evan here, they naturally will not let go. What these guys are doing? It seems to be very exciting, said Ron uneasy. What are they talking about? The situation is a bit wrong. We'd better be careful. Harry followed. The students of Booth Barton surrounded Ivan and his entourage in a middle position and yelled loudly in French. Ivan knows that it must be a word that wants to apologize or curse. He saw that many people on the opposite side had pulled out their wands and the battle was at a stroke. With the strength of Ivan, I am naturally not afraid of these guys. If possible, he is confident that he will knock down the opponent in a matter of seconds. For the wizards whose strength gap is very different, they use a huge magic to suppress. This method is simple and straightforward, and the effect is better than using a spell. But Avon didn't come up with a wand. He knew that the camp was full of officials from the Ministry of Magic. They patrolled around to maintain order, nervous and terrible, for fear of any accident being mal. Sure enough, before the two sides did anything, there was a wizard from the Ministry of Magic who was stunned by them. Children, I hope that you are not preparing to fight. The little wizard is not allowed to use magic outside the school, he said breathlessly. In such a great weather, you should do something more meaningful, not gather here. The little wizards of Booth Barton looked at each other and were unwilling to leave. The look before they left was like telling Ivan that it was far from over. However, Ivan did not care at all. In the face of absolute strength, the number of people cannot escape the fate of being crushed. When Evan was cursed and could not use a lot of magic, he dared to play against the entire Bushbarton student. Now that he has regained his strength and the help of the Sorcerer's Stone, there is no need to say anything about it. The short-lived contact made Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Ginny's impressions on Booth Barton significantly worse. Ron is a direct name. These guys are barbarians from France. This kind of thing can't be partial, and it is fair to say that the girl of Booth Barton is still good, especially if you're wrong, as well as her sister Gabrielle, and the passionate French girls. On the way back, Ivan talked about what happened to Bushbarton before, and everyone was amazed. They all admire the courage and strength of Ivan, but I don't think it's so strange to think about it. Things that can't be done in their impressions. When they returned to the tent, Mr. Weasley and Sirius had already raised fire outside the tent. The family elf Cretcher kept throwing firewood inside, complaining that Mr. Weasley would not let him use the stove in the tent. After more than an hour, they cooked the fried eggs and boiled sausages. Until then, Fred and George came back, and Bill, Charlie, and Percy also arrived from the house. Everyone was eating eggs and sausages in front of the campfire, and the atmosphere was pleasant and relaxing. Just half eaten, Mr. Weasley suddenly jumped up and smiled and waved to the man who strode over. "Look! The most important person at the moment, Ludo," he shouted. Everyone's attention is focused on the wizards that have just appeared. "This wizard is the most eye-catching person I have ever seen, and even the old Archie in printed pajamas can't match him. He is very energetic, wearing a long Quidditch ball gown. The top is the same wide horizontal line of yellow and black, and a huge wasp is printed on the chest. It can be seen that he was very strong in his original physique, but now he is going downhill." The robe was tightly stretched on the big belly, and the stomach was so good. His nose was flat, but his round blue eyes, short golden head, and the red face made him look like a boy who was too big. "Ah!" Bagman shouted happily. He walked hopping, as if the spring was under his feet, apparently in a state of extreme excitement. To be continued. 8v2 Chapter 463 Gambling that cannot be won. Arthur, old man. He came to the campfire. "How good the weather is, isn't it?" "It's great, this kind of weather. Where to find it?" "I predict that there will be no clouds at night. The whole preparatory work is well organized. Things can be done." Behind him, a group of face-effaced Ministry of Magic officials rushed past. There are signs in the distance that someone is playing the magic fire, and the purple sparks are more than 20 feet high. For his prediction, everyone expressed doubts that it would rain if it was not good tonight. Behind Mr. Weasley, Percy hurried forward and reached out. "This is my son Percy, who just went to work in the Ministry of Magic," Mr. Weasley said with a smile. "There is Sirius Black, and then Fred, George, Bill, Charlie, and Ron. And my daughter, Ginny, you have seen before. Here are Raven Mason, Hermione Granger and Harry Potter." He introduced everyone to Bagman, and when he saw Sirius, Bagman was obviously surprised. The expression on his face is complex and looks more like a fear. Sirius said that Bagman had been tried for providing confidential information to the Death Eater, Lookwood. They had a brief contact at the time of the trial. It seems to be remembering the past experience, making him quite jealous of Sirius. By the time he heard Harry's name, Bagman also showed a slight surprise. Okay. Do you want to make a bet on the game?" Bagman said eagerly. After the introduction, he slammed the pockets of the yellow and black robes, and it seemed to contain a lot of gold coins. It seems that this is the main purpose of his coming here. "I have already persuaded Roddy Ponty, and I bet that he said that Bulgaria will score the first goal. I have set a high odds for him because I have considered that Ireland's number 3 striker has been seen in the past years. The best." Little Agatha Timms puts on half of her Squid Farm stock and bet that the game will last for a week. "I have a galleon bet on Ireland to win. Will you?" Mr. Weasley hesitated. "A galleon?" Bagman was somewhat disappointed, but he quickly regained his interest. "Good. Is there anyone else who wants to gamble?" He looked forward to looking at Sirius, but Sirius did not care about him. Bagman groaned his nose and didn't dare to say anything. His eyes shifted to other people. "They are too young to gamble," Mr. Weasley said quickly. "We pressed 46 galleons, 32 West coins, and 8 Narths." Fred said that he and George quickly took out the money, betting on Ireland to win, but Wickdocru will catch the golden snitch. Ivan's aid funds and sales of products in the store were all confiscated by Mrs. Weasley, nearly 200 gin long. Mrs. Weasley said that she would give them back to the twins and that I would not give Ed and George money. But this is not difficult for them. When the business is hot, they have asked Lee Jordan to help them sell a lot of jokes. The owls of the Hogwarts Little Sorcerer are mostly ordered in this way. The two of them just went out and went to collect the accounts. When they came back, they secretly told Ivan about this. Fred and George intend to use the money as a restarting fund to make a comeback. Unexpectedly, they will all come out here and participate in a gamble that is impossible to win. Ivan did not think that Fred and George would guess wrong, but he expressed doubts about Ludo Bagman's character. "Children," Mr. Weasley said in a low voice, "I don't want you to gamble. Your mother. Don't disappoint Arthur." Ludo Bagman said in a rough voice, excitedly squeaking the money in his pocket. "They are already big, know what they want." "You think Ireland will win, but Crumb can catch the golden snitch. Impossible, children, impossible. I give you a high odds. Ludo Bagman quickly took out his notebook and a quill and scribbled the names of the twin brothers. Mr. Weasley looked helplessly at the side, unable to stop everything that was happening. George, calm down. You can't win. Ivan gently pulled George's robes. Do not worry, we have our own size. George said indifferently. We both seriously analyzed all the previous games. Wicked or Crumb. Fred said. I mean, even if you win, this guy may not give you the money. Ivan raised his voice, bluntly said. Obviously, Bagman also heard what he said. His face became a little embarrassing, but it was fleeting. Children, you can go out and inquire about my credibility. Old Bagman has always been willing to gamble and lose. Bagman said loudly, I can use the identity of the Ministry of Sports as a guarantee. But I have to say that the chances of both of you winning are too low. Since the words have already been said, Ivan does not say anything. Let Fred and George buy a lesson. And when they don't have enough money, they will know how bad gambling is. I hope they can remember this in the future, that is, never gamble. After handing the signed voucher to Fred, Bagman turned to Mr. Weasley again. Arthur, can you do me a favor? I have been looking for Batty Crouch, Bulgaria. The official with me is in a difficult position to comment on us, but I can't understand a word he said. Batty will solve this problem. He will speak about 150 languages. Mr. Crouch can speak 200 languages. Percy said excitedly, including mermaids, turkeys, and monsters. Obviously, everyone thinks that Percy is bragging. George is learning the monsters, making a snoring voice, causing everyone to laugh. Only Percy expressed dissatisfaction, but did not take care of George. When Bagman sat down in front of the campfire and prepared to drink a cup of tea, the topic shifted to Pesh or Joggins. This witch has been missing for a few months, but no one cares about it. In particular, given the current state of the Albanian forest, she is afraid of a lot of bad luck. As Dumbledore brought Evan and Sirius back, what happened in the remains of the Mar people has also been passed. Under the advocacy of Dumbledore, the International Federation of Wizards will set up a special team to investigate the matter in Albania. But how much this team can play is questionable. The place was originally an Orange zone, the forces of the parties were mixed, and the wizards killed by the vampires were all black wizards. The bodies were all flesh and blood absorbed by evil spirits and unnamed creations, and now all are dissipated. The final number of deaths is difficult to determine, and no one has seen it. No one will admit that Voldemort and the evil spirits have appeared there. To be continued. V2 Chapter 464 Sudden Storm. Just as everyone discussed this matter, a wizard suddenly appeared in the campfire next to the campfire, Batty Crouch. Compared with Bagman, who wore the old robes of the Hornets and sat on the grass lazily, he formed a very sharp contrast. As Ivan saw before, Crouch carefully followed the male dressing discipline. His waist was straight, his movements were stiff, he was wearing a spotless suit and a tie. The short beard is like a trimmed shoe, and the shoes are polished. The arrival of Crouch made the atmosphere that was easy and pleasant to be serious and tense. He came to Ludo Bagman because the Bulgarians asked for another 12 seats on the top box. Oh, they want this. Bagman suddenly realized, I thought the guy would borrow a scorpion from me. The accent of the English he said was too heavy to understand what he was saying. He waved his hand in disapproval and did not take the request of Bulgarian officials to the seat. Mr. Crouch suddenly saw Crouch. Percy was so excited that he couldn't breathe. He leaned over and made a squatting posture, which made him look like a hunchback. You want a cup of tea? ? Oh, said Mr. Crouch, looking at Percy with a little surprise. Okay, thank you, Weatherby. Upon hearing this, Fred and George almost laughed and sprayed the tea in the cup. Percy turned pink. pretending to bury himself in the teapot. Crouch's gaze briefly stayed on Sirius and then quickly turned to Mr. Weasley. He discussed with Mr. Weasley about a foreign wizard who wanted to import flying carpets into the UK. Flying carpets are very popular in countries near the Mediterranean, where few people use flying brooms. This type of flying tool is defined as a family vehicle, and can take up to 20 people at a time depending on the size. Of course, this does not work in the UK, because the carpet is defined as a mule handicraft on the Disabled Magic Goods Register. Even if it is allowed to sell, it is estimated that few people will buy it, and the British wizards are more inclined to use the broomstick. Later, Crouch talked to you about some of the work, and urged Bagman to leave with him. This is very consistent with his style. All the thoughts in his head are work, rigorous to the extreme. He did not even drink tea. The only thing that makes people laugh is that although Percy regards Crouch as an idol, he often hangs his name and practice. But Crouch did not even remember the name of Percy, and he was always called Weatherby. This gave Fred and George a chance to laugh at him, and also said that Percy was not important in Crouch's mind. Bagman wants to stay and talk to you about Hogwarts upcoming through strong competition. But Crouch didn't let him say that. It made everyone very curious. What kind of events does Hogwarts want to host? Exclamation mark. Seeing Crouch, Avon wondered if he was hiding his son, Batty Crouch, in a tent. This evening, it is a good opportunity to seize him. After lunch, Mr. Weasley and Sirius let everyone go back to rest. Because the Quidditch finals tonight may last a long time, it is necessary to maintain sufficient energy. Everyone rushed into the tent and prepared to take a nap. Like the tranquility before the storm, the excitement is like a cloud that can be touched by the same group. Ludo Bagman's crow's mouth worked, and the gloomy sky began to rain. With the roar of thunder, the rain is getting bigger and bigger. Listening to the sound of raindrops falling on the ground outside the tent, Ivan whirled on the bed and couldn't sleep. He didn't want to watch the Quidditch match in the pouring rain, which was really terrible. But don't worry too much. The thunderstorms in the summer always come inadvertently and leave quickly. By the start of the evening finals, this sudden heavy rain should have stopped long ago. Sirius's tents are large, and everyone lives in and can ensure that everyone has a small room. Mr. Weasley, Sirius, Bill and Charlie live on the first floor. Fred and George occupy a larger room on the second floor. The remaining 3 rooms are Percy, Avon, and Harry. Ron. As for the third floor, it is Hermione and Ginny, and there is a storage room. Because there was no window ventilation, the tent was particularly hot, and Ivan got up and took off his coat. He didn't feel sleepy when he heard the sound of the rain. Inside the head is thinking about his own plans, as well as Voldemort, little Batty Crouch and the vampire. For a long time, he shook his head hard and tried to calm himself down. Since he couldn't sleep, Ivan was ready to study the ancient magic and strive to crack the first part of the Book of Abraham. Only by improving strength as soon as possible is the most secure way to deal with the future. When he got up, he heard a bang, bang, and bang on the door. Master Ivan. His dull voice sounded. What? Ivan had some doubts as to why the house elf Cleechy would knock on the door. Although the relationship between the two has improved, in general, Cretcher does not take the initiative to speak with Ivan. The concept that has been formed for a long time has made him very resistant to the Wizards of Mull. There is a lady who is looking for you, and old Cretcher brought her over. Cretcher said in a long voice. Ivan stunned. There is a girl looking for herself. Who will be? Exclamation mark. He first thought of Hermione. But Hermione was coming to find herself and didn't need to be alarmed. That would be Kujang. And the beautiful red face of the girl appeared in Ivan's mind. The conversation between the two people in the morning was not finished, and Ivan also felt that Autumn had a good impression on himself. But the other party doesn't seem to be looking directly at the door. It's so bold, it's not like what the Autumn party is doing. Since it is not Autumn, it may be Hibiscus or Gabri. In the morning, Avon was discovered by the students of Booth Bartone, who knew that the tent he lived in was here. A few days ago, Ivan received a letter from Gabri, knowing that they should also come to see the World Cup. He remembered the girl with an angel face. If she knew she was here, she might come over. The last time I met in Booth Barton, the contact between the two people was too hasty. Gabri only thought that he had looked at Ivan far away from the auditorium, and he didn't even say anything. In the letter, she has been talking about this matter, and said that when she meets next time, she must make up for this regret. Of course, Gabriel did not expect to dream, and Ivan actually had her half day in her arms. If Gabriel comes over, then her sister Furong will definitely come over. At the thought of this, Ivan felt a little headache. Unlike the cute and clever Gabriel, Hibiscus is too big to be seen. It's hard to get along. There is nothing that this guy can't do. If she comes over, she can't say what else to do. Evan hurriedly put on the shirt and walked over to open the door. The girl standing outside the house was actually to be continued. V2 Chapter 465. See also Elaine in the narrow, quiet corridor. A weak girl stood behind Klein. Her body is very slender and thin, and she is about the same height as Ginny, wearing a light blue dress. The skirt was very thin, and it was wet by the sudden rain outside, and it was tightly attached to the body. The girl's face was hidden under a pink straw hat, and the brim was pressed down very low, so I couldn't see the specific look. Ivan can only see that she has long, pale yellow hair and curls slightly. The raindrops fell down the hair, and the ground was already wet. She didn't seem to think of a heavy rain. Because of the cold, the body kept shaking and looked very pitiful. Ivan was puzzled for a while. This girl gave him a familiar feeling. But it is certain that she is neither Autumn nor Gabriel. When I saw the straw hat on her head, Ivan suddenly remembered. On Christmas Day, he and Hermione went to Diagonal Lane to attend the celebration, and the shops on the street were celebrating. As the magic fireworks sounded, a large number of Christmas presents fell from the inside. Hermione was at the time looking at the pink cute straw hat. They ran in the diagonal alley for a long time, just followed the straw hat and went into the alley where a huge Christmas tree was placed. After a short kiss, Hermione fled, and the straw hat was smashed by Elaine and finally taken away by her. Ivan's eyes wide open, and the guy who was drenched into a soup is Elaine Slytherin. In the next second, Elaine lifted the edge of the straw hat up slightly, and Evan saw her look. Like in memory, Elaine's exquisite facial features are reasonably matched together, like a cute porcelain doll. Her skin is very white, she can't see the slightest blood, but it's not as disgusting as other vampires. The most striking thing is Elaine's eyes, wine red, very pure, very thorough. It seems that with an innate magic, as long as you take a look at it, you will be deeply involved. Elaine said. The sound is very special, with a little hoarseness in the crisp. Wait, what's the matter? Come in. Ivan took her in and looked at the quiet corridor at both ends, then bowed down to Krecher and said, remember, don't take this. Tell anyone. Given the sensitive identity of vampires, the news of Elaine's arrival must be kept secret. No, Master Ivan, old Krecher will keep secrets. Krecher groaned deeply and disappeared. Evan closed the door and looked at Elaine in front of him, only to realize that this guy might be more troublesome. Since the last separation in the Diagonal Lane, Eowyn originally thought that two people may never have a chance to meet again. Who can think that she will actually come to the door now? Ivan still remembers that this guy is always thinking about biting himself and sucking blood. Of course, in return, Elaine will start his first time with Ivan, expends his own blood and magic, returns a certain percentage of blood, and makes him a vampire. The blood of two people is so mixed and blended together. Initially, for vampires, it will cause great damage, and only when the relationship is close to a certain degree will it be carried out. In particular, Elaine was the first to carry out the first time, even the first time to bite the person. With this in mind, Ivan should be honored to be bitten, but he is not happy anyway. But when I found Evan, the girl seemed very happy, and her face was filled with a happy smile. Ilan, how are you here? Evan said, taking a deep breath. I said that I will come back to you, but my uncle is more strict. and I have never found a chance to escape," Elaine said with a smile. "I heard my uncle said that he saw it a few days ago." He is very high on you. His uncle is Carius Slytherin, who helped Voldemort's leader of a group of vampires in the Maren's ruins. In order to help Voldemort get the half of the Sorcerer's Stone, they teamed up to set up the bait, sucked hundreds of greedy black wizards and adventurers with gold, and killed them with magic, using their flesh and blood to crack the magic left by the evil spirits and fallen horses. At the last minute, Carius was able to confront Dumbledore and leave with the statue of Voldemort and the evil spirit. From this point of view, he is indeed a horrible guy. Like Voldemort, it is very pure evil, powerful, and existence itself is taboo. However, this group of vampires seems to have any difficulties. They are not really helping Voldemort. A few days ago, at the last minute, Carius even helped Avon get the Sorcerer's Stone instead of giving Voldemort. This is really worth pondering, but I have to admit that Ivan really owes the other person a big favor. He did not think that the other party would actually have a high opinion of himself. My uncle finally agrees with me. He thinks that you may be the one who appeared in the prophecy and will help us out of the woods, Elaine said. But he thinks that your strength is still weak, not the opponents of those monsters. And that guy is also possible. Everything is hard to say, he has to think carefully. That guy? Ivan snorted, and hurriedly asked, "Is it Voldemort?" "Yes, that's the name. They brought him back from the forests of Albania. It is said that he has the same ancestors as us. Everyone is ready to help him recover his strength." Elaine lowered his voice and looked extraordinarily. He said, "To tell the truth, I don't like him. He is too scary. It gives people an inexplicable fear. Everyone talks about him with extra care. You don't even dare to call his name directly." Seemingly thought of something, Elaine's face looked very bad. It seems that even for vampires, Voldemort is a terrible, evil existence and has to be treated with care. "Ilan, where are your uncles and Voldemort?" Ivan asked. "Harry's dream shows that they are together and planning a plot." "It's in this camp," Elaine said. "They seem to be planning something, but my uncle doesn't let me participate. He just let me see the Quidditch world. I listened to other people at noon. I said that I saw you here, so I came over." Ivan looked at Elaine with amazement and didn't have the heart to listen to what she said next. He did not expect that Voldemort and the vampires would actually be in the camp, hidden in the crowd watching the World Cup. They are definitely planning another plot, which is not a good thing. The horror in the ruins of the fallen horses is still vivid, and Ivan did not expect that he would face the Voldemort again so soon. It is said that there are more than 100,000 wizards who came to watch the World Cup this time. Most of them are old and weak women, and they have no fighting power. Ivan expects that they should not make any crazy moves. Otherwise to be continued. V2 Chapter 466 Unwilling Voldemort. Because of the tension, Ivan's heart beat so badly that he had to work hard to calm himself down and analyze the matter carefully. For a long time, vampires have been hiding in the dark, trying not to appear in the mainstream of the magic world. Like the werewolves, they are the edge of a magical society. But vampires are harder to find than the whereabouts of a werewolf. The magic world has not seen the news of vampires for a long time, and most wizards even think they have died. Sufficient look, not to attract the attention of the world. This is their way of survival, otherwise it will be eliminated, especially considering that they still have big troubles waiting to be solved. They will not actively expose themselves. Hidden in the darkness that is not known to the world, there are many more benefits than being in the clear. As a result, they are now coming to the World Cup venue, which is definitely what Voldemort asked. Voldemort wants to restore strength. The most urgent hope now is to catch Harry and use him to complete that magic. Ivan is not sure if he will do this directly, but it is not impossible. From the things that happened in the remains of the Ma people, Voldemort, with the help of vampires, could make any crazy things. Repeating the soul to make the Horcrux again and again has already made him gradually lose his mind and cannot guess by common sense. Thinking of Voldemort and the vampires at any time, it was possible to break into the door, and Avon felt terrified. Dumbledore is not here, he can only rely on himself and Sirius. As for the Ministry of Magic officials who appeared in the camp everywhere, what happened suddenly? They could not rely on it. Of course, Voldemort's goal this time may not be Harry. He has not recovered his strength. Like vampires, he also needs to hide himself in the dark. With the character of Voldemort, even if he returns, the first thing that needs to be understood is the complete content of the prophecy 13 years ago, to understand why he failed. Only then can he find a way to crack and not repeat the same mistakes. More specifically, he also needs to gain more power and be able to override the power of Dumbledore. Only in this way can he ensure that nothing is lost. To achieve true eternal life, to completely spread the concept of horror and evil to the entire magic world, and then rule the world. In the familiar story of Ivan, Voldemort chose Dumbledore's old wand, hoping to know the secret of the Deathly Hallows. He even found Grindelwald, who was detained, and interrogated him. The power of the Deathly Hallows is indeed very strong, but now Voldemort has one more choice, and that is the evil spirit. Voldemort may get more as long as he makes proper use of the statue of the evil he took. Just as the despicable Hybo transformed himself into of evil, eternal life is only a beginning. In this environment, Voldemort may not directly expose himself to Harry, so the risk is too high. Dumbledore's arrangement, and the protective magic that Harry's mother had left on him, did not allow him to do so. He needs to hide himself, like a snake that is hunting, and throw it out at the most appropriate opportunity. Voldemort is just crazy, but not stupid. He is even more embarrassed than most people. In this case, his goal this time is likely to be Little Batty Crouch. This risk is much smaller than grabbing Harry directly. From the information currently available, Voldemort must know that his most hearty servant has escaped from Azkaban. He is ready to save the Little Batty Crouch, and then let Crouch bring Harry to his face. Not directly. He wants to start with the vampires in this Quidditch World Cup, and Ivan nodded, so the analysis looks right. But there is a problem. It is too risky to act directly here, and there are many uncertainties. In the story that Ivan knew, Voldemort and the little dwarf Peter broke into the home of Batty Crouch. It is obviously so hidden, so don't worry about being discovered. Moreover, Ivan did not know how Voldemort knew that Crouch brought little Batty Crouch from home. This matter should be top secret unless, I don't know what they are going to do, but I listened to other people saying that they had broken into the home of a senior official of a Ministry of Magic in London a few days ago. Elaine continued. They seem to be looking for something. But nothing. Finally rushed here, there may be any connection here. That's right, Voldemort can't wait to act. But because of the work inside the department, Batty Crouch came here a few days ago to prepare for the World Cup. He brought the little Batty Crouch, so Voldemort and the vampires rushed. The remnants of the Maren's relics and the rescue of the little Batty Crouch were frustrated and surely made Voldemort violent. He should be patient and ready to work here. Ivan nodded. This should be the conspiracy that Voldemort and the vampires are planning. Just don't know, what are they going to do? Only by knowing more details can we make a timely judgment. Ivan is going to continue to ask Elaine. Maybe she will get more clues that she has neglected. Ilan, you know them. Without finishing, Ivan suddenly stopped and looked at the girl opposite. Against the backdrop of soft candlelight, Elaine is really beautiful, like a porcelain doll. The burgundy eyes are full of charm, and with a light blue dress on the body, it is a bit more aura. She has an indescribable temperament and is very attractive. To be honest, Avon has never seen such an exciting girl, if she does not consider her vampire status. The only fly in the ointment was that Ellen was completely wet because of thunderstorms on the way. Because of the cold, her petite body shivered slightly, giving people a strange feeling from the bottom of my heart. Like a lost deer, lonely waiting for assistance. After being soaked in the rain, Elaine's skirt was tightly attached to her body, which perfectly outlined her figure. Even though Ivan didn't deliberately, the line of sight was naturally attracted to her and stopped there. Probably because it was too close. The next second, Ivan suddenly found that the light blue skirt material worn by Elaine was a bit thin. To put it simply, it is a translucent state under the influence of rain. With the distance between two people, Ivan can faintly see the underwear worn by Elaine inside, which is white, sling-like, and the style is lovely to be continued. V2 Chapter 467 Skirt Underwear and Socks. From the style of, Elaine is still very conservative, like the style of partiality. This and her performance, it is not like moving the violent image of biting the neck. Perhaps this is the contrast. Ivan blinked and his natural thoughts appeared in his mind. But think about it carefully, as an evil vampire, Elaine is really not competent enough. She didn't even bite a single person. She would almost faint on the street because she was too hungry. When he finally made up his mind to bite Ivan to fill his stomach, he was prepared to give him a valuable initial possession in return. And she has always believed that Ivan refused to accept the main reason for the first time, like her, because of fear of pain. How to say, this is really. Ivan can only admit that Elaine is indeed a good boy. He shook his head hard and tried not to think about these strange things, focusing on solving the current situation. Be aware that because of the fear of sweating, girls' summer clothes are usually worn thinner and breathable. This would have been no problem, but if you were accidentally soaked in water, it would be very embarrassing. Of course, if no one is close to you to observe, there is actually no problem. However, the place inside Ivan's kid is small and small. After placing a table and wardrobe, there is not much room left. Directly facing the door, there is a door in the right corner leading to the bathroom, opposite the closet. Ivan is standing between the four, and Elaine is less than 2 feet in front of him. Going backwards, it falls directly on there. In a small space, two people look at each other and the atmosphere becomes unconsciously different. Elaine was immersed in the great joy of seeing Ivan again, and did not notice anything wrong. She is excited to talk about her own experience of this time, and other interesting things. In fact, with Ivan's understanding of her, even if she found out, it seems that she would not think about it in other ways. However, Ivan felt that he could not go on like this. Although he only saw the other party's white, there was nothing unusual. But this atmosphere continues, giving people a suffocating impulse. He looked away, but he didn't know where to put it. Ivan wants to remind the other person, but I am not sure what to say. This is too much. The rain outside is still screaming, and Ivan first felt that the rain was so troublesome, especially on a rainy day. I have to receive a vampire in my room, which is even more troublesome. Looking at Elaine's light blue dress, Ivan couldn't help but think about it. He remembers that Hermione also had a sky blue dress, which was bought in France last summer. After the summer vacation that year, they met again in Diagon Lane. Hermione, who had just returned from a French vacation, wore that long dress with a light yellow toque hat on her head. Her skin was tanned into a healthy wheat color, elegant and a bit playful and full of looks. Sunlight vitality. For Ivan, the picture in my mind is fixed at that moment and will never be forgotten. Hermione wore a skirt. He had only seen it once, and he never saw it again. Compared with the skirt, she seems to be more handsome. Jeans or wizard robes. Ivan couldn't help but think that if it rained last year, Avon, we have to hurry. Elaine seemed determined, suddenly said, before the Quidditch final, I have to go back. I can't be found by my uncle. I don't have much time. So we don't have much time. Wait a minute. What are you going to do? Ivan asked subconsciously. The other side's words, how do you sound too bad? What is it to hurry up? Exclamation mark. Of course, it's your first time. I went back and asked other people. They didn't feel any pain. Elaine quickly replied, I checked a lot of information and can guarantee that there is no problem. Just lie down and let. I took a bite. Looking at her two pointed tiger teeth, I pulled Ivan back to reality from the cranky thoughts. He discovered that he hadn't seen it for more than half a year. Elaine's guy really didn't change at all. Even the topic is exactly the same as last time, and I am ready to bite myself if nothing happens. Talking about these shocking words. This is really one of her characteristics. Hurry up. Ivan, Elaine urged. I don't like the black wizard who called Voldemort. I think that you are the one mentioned in the prophecy that can help us. My uncle also recognizes you, as long as you can be stronger. After the beginning of becoming a vampire, the magic will increase to a certain extent. Coupled with the use of blood-specific magic, it will really make the strength increase quickly in a short time. But in the long run, the way this power is obtained is not secure, because it relies too much on the blood and the magic contained in it. The shortcomings are also obvious. After seeing Elaine last time, Ivan specializes in the study of vampires, so I know a lot. In his view, a vampire is a special wizard with obvious advantages and obvious shortcomings. Considering the magical world's perception of vampires and their obvious weaknesses, Ivan will never choose to embrace. I said it last time, I will not be a vampire. Ivan said in a firm tone, believe me, my strength will grow slowly, and one day I will be able to fight Voldemort, even stronger than him. Elaine looked at Evan carefully and seemed to be feeling something. Your magic has indeed improved a lot. I can feel it, like. Her words were not finished, and she suddenly sneezed. Because she was wet, she was trembling since she came in, and now it becomes more obvious. On the pale face, I couldn't see a trace of blood. With the rapid evaporation of rain, the heat is further taken away, and the feeling of cold will become more apparent. This is not the case. With Elaine's soft body, it is easy to catch a cold, and the clothes must be dried. Fortunately, this only requires a little curse. Elaine will definitely. Don't say it. You will catch a cold in this way. I will go to Cretcher to give you a drink like hot cocoa and coffee, said Ivan. You dry your clothes and wait for me in the child. Remember, don't run out. Seeing Elaine nodded, Ivan turned and left the room. He sighed heavily and quickly went downstairs to find Cretcher. At this time, the tent was quiet, and everyone was sleeping to watch the World Cup, staying up late at night. Only Ivan was awake, and he walked gently to the kitchen, carrying the hot drink that Cretcher gave him back to the room. Fortunately, the whole process has not been discovered and there is no need to explain anything. Closing the door, Evan gasped, and the heart that had been carrying finally relaxed. However, in the blink of an eye, what he saw, Elaine actually took a bath in the bathroom inside his son. There is no problem with this. It is really a shower after being showered by the rain. But what about the clothes that are placed outside the door? Exclamation mark. To be continued. V2 Chapter 468. Knocking on the door. Drizzle, bringing coolness to the hot summer days. Tonight's Quidditch World Cup finals don't look too difficult, but at this time Ivan's cabin is another scene. Time has passed very slowly and seems to have stalled. The mist rose from the cup in his hand, and the sweet taste of the chocolate was filled in the room. Perhaps because of the water vapor, Ivan felt that the temperature inside the tent was rising rapidly. Soon, it became very sultry, like the greenhouse at noon. With the urge to take off your clothes, Ivan stood in the spot with a hot drink, staring at the small pile of clothes that Elaine left outside the bathroom door. The sound of the water inside and the sound of the rain outside the tent mixed together, making people unclear. As mixed as the sound is Ivan's thoughts, like a paste, all stirred together. I don't know what to do, but I also cut it. He blinked and determined that he was not dreaming. The story was really unexpected. Who would have thought that Elaine would actually bathe in his house? Exclamation mark. Who would have thought that she actually left all the wet clothes outside? Exclamation mark. To be honest, if she doesn't consider her vampire status and her bad habits of wanting to bite at any time, Elaine is really attractive. None of the girls I saw in Avon was more beautiful than her. There is no reason, and his mind is naturally showing the picture of Elaine in the bathroom at this time. Petite body, smooth, snowy skin, porcelain doll-like face, wine red with glamorous eyes, and no, I can't think about it anymore. Ivan had a headache. This gimmick was really troublesome, and there was no common sense. He didn't know what to say and he didn't know what to do. Fortunately, everyone is sleeping now, only in the room. If someone else comes over, it is too embarrassing. I can be myself and Elaine in this hut. If this thing is discovered, it is simply an unclear rhythm. Ivan looked back and looked forward to it. Fortunately, the door has been locked by himself, and no one can come in. He just breathed a sigh of relief, and then he thought, what is he doing? Exclamation mark. Why go back to the door lock, as if something really happened? He just went out to get a drink. Who can think of this situation? So everything is not subjective hope of Ivan, he is forced to accept. If so, would anyone want to believe it? Exclamation mark. Perhaps, receiving a vampire on a rainy day is not a good idea. All in all, Ivan now only hopes that Elaine will leave after a shower and not be seen by anyone, especially Hermione. Don't let her see the current situation in her room. He stood in the same place for a long time before he decided to take the pile of clothes at the door. Ilan, are you taking a shower inside? Ivan asked as much as possible in a plain tone, putting the cup on the table. Yes, I saw that there was a bathroom and came in, Elaine said. It's so uncomfortable to stick your clothes after being wet. Oh, then I put the drink on the table, and after you wash it, come out to drink. Ivan swept the pile of clothes at the door. The content of the conversation is unremarkable, and there is no such thing as what Ivan really wants to say. He actually wants to ask each other, why should you put your clothes there? Exclamation mark. The clothes are all outside the door. How can she come out after a shower? Exclamation mark. Thinking of this, Ivan felt that she should leave quickly and give her room and time. At this moment, Elaine's voice came from the bathroom. Oh, my clothes. This guy seems to have just thought of leaving his clothes outside the door. There was an embarrassing silence, and there was no sound in the bathroom for a long time. Elaine must be shy, that is, lack of common sense. She also knows that this situation is not quite right. Ilan, I am going out. Ivan did not finish, and stopped. He heard someone walking in the hallway, as if Harry was coming out of the room and getting ready to do something. Maybe he is hungry and wants to go downstairs to find something to eat in the kitchen. Or maybe you can't sleep and look for other people. That's the worst situation. If everyone comes out of the room, how to send Elaine out of the spot? Ivan is considering the use of phantom visualization, although it is not allowed, but the principle of this magic he understands. A few minutes after the torment, Harry dragged his heavy footsteps back to his room. Ivan took a heavy sigh of relief, but fortunately it was not discovered. Ivan, can you bring me the clothes out there? Elaine seemed to finally have the courage to suddenly say, from the inside of the door. Oh, I know, Ivan responded. It may be too sensitive, and he feels that it is very inappropriate to rush out like this. Since Harry is awake, he can hear the sound at any time, in case he sees something. Although nothing has been done, Ivan's feeling of being a guilty conscience is getting stronger and stronger. Perhaps it is the most correct way to stuff these clothes from the door to Elaine. Moreover, this is what she asked for. Ivan held his breath and walked to the ground in front of a small pile of clothes drenched with rain. Not many clothes, a light blue dress, 2 pairs of white socks, and underwear hidden underneath. I haven't noticed before, these things have a pink pattern on the original seam, and animal patterns. All are male costumes, which are especially cute styles, which are in line with the selection criteria of little girls. Ivan stared at the clothes for a while, the first feeling, Elaine was so slim. How did she wear these exquisite clothes? Exclamation mark. Ivan shook his head, and now is not the time to consider these things. He took a deep breath and reached out and took the wet clothes up. The clothes are very light, and even the light blue dress doesn't seem to have much weight. The fabric is also very soft and I don't know what the material is. There is a blank inside Ivan's head, and there is no time zone to think about other things. He felt that his face was a little red, and he quickly rushed the clothes from the door to Elaine. But why didn't Elaine open the door, so he couldn't just go in? Inside, Elaine is also struggling. But before they both continued to struggle, there was a knock on the door outside Ivan's door. Who is it? Ivan hurriedly asked, is already nervous to the extreme. Is it Hermione? Exclamation mark. It's me, Master Avon. Cretch's voice came in. There is a lady who is looking for you. I have brought her up. Someone is coming. What is the situation? Exclamation mark. To be continued. V2 Chapter 469. Pure Evan. After Klein finished with a monotonous, dull voice, the room was suffocating. Ivan held Elaine's clothes and stared at the door. Someone came to find himself. What is the situation? Exclamation mark. He did not expect that there will be so many people coming to visit today. After all the girls are coming. It is really lively. If you change one occasion or change one time, Ivan is definitely welcome. But the current situation, no matter who is outside, the situation in the room is not suitable for her to come in. Especially when I hold all the clothes of Elaine in my hand, it is even more inappropriate. Heaven and earth conscience, Ivan just wants to return these clothes to Elaine, but to be seen. It is estimated that no matter how he explains it, no one will believe that things are as simple as that. Imagine this picture. Two people crowded together in a small tented tent. Petite and lovely Elaine didn't wear anything, and her clothes were all in Ivan's hands. If this is just an accident, would anyone want to believe it? Exclamation mark. No matter how you look at it, this is a crime scene. Ivan glanced at the clothes in his hand and quickly removed his gaze as if he saw the most shocking thing. He would rather face the evil spirits that have come to succeed or the Voldemort who restores strength, and do not want to deal with these things. A skirt, 2 pairs of cotton socks and underwear. There is not much weight, but it is as heavy as 1,000. Especially, I think that this is all the clothes on Elaine. These clothes, including Elaine's skirts, underwear, and socks, are all wet. Ivan swallowed, and Elaine quickly opened the door to pick up the things. Don't let him hold it. He is now nervous, and Elaine hiding in the bathroom is even more nervous than him. She was very uncomfortable just because her clothes were wet after being wet, and she wanted to take a shower when she saw a bathroom. The confused Elaine forgot that Ivan was also in this matter, taking all the clothes off and putting them in the bathroom door. It was too late to think of it later, hesitated for a long time, only to have the courage of Ivan to give these clothes from the door to her. After saying this, Elaine was already admiring his courage, and did not expect himself to be so bold. Now that someone is coming in, she dares to speak where she is, not to mention the door. Elaine, like a cute kitten, curled up tightly with his legs. She hides herself in the pool water and whispers a bubble. The pale face is always rosy. It is hard to believe that she is actually a vampire. Outside, Ivan wanted to explain a few words to Elaine. Let her open the door and pick up the clothes. But this is not something that can be explained clearly. Cretcher and the visitors are standing outside the door. The sound insulation in the tent was not so good, and Avon couldn't say anything. Hey, because there was no response for a long time. Cretcher knocked on the door again. Master Ivan, this lady wants to find you, Click said puzzledly. I know, Ivan replied. This will not work. And if you don't pretend that you are not sure, it will not work. Cretcher knows that he is inside. It seems that I can only say that I have something to let the other party leave. First to settle the trouble in the house. Who is? I am taking a shower, not very convenient to receive. Ivan, I am Gabriel Dracul. The voice of a girl came over. I have nothing to do. If you are taking a shower, I am here waiting for you for a while. It's Gabri, how come this ho? Exclamation mark. Ivan remembered the cute girl who looked like a charming baby, with an angelic face and a sweet smile on her lips. Gabriel and Elaine have completely different styles, although both are equally pure. Because of the vampire bloodline, Elaine had an indescribable temperament. The pair of wine-eyed eyes are so easy to immerse yourself in it. Pale skin and faint powerful magic give people a sense of risk from time to time. Compared with her, Gabri is more like a girl next door. Amiable. No matter what happens, she will have a bright smile. The smile can melt even the ice and snow. May was bloodline. Let her inadvertently raise her hands and feet. full of inexplicable temptation to the surrounding aliens. This temptation is not his initiative, but it does exist and is very lethal. Ivan couldn't help but think of Gabriel holding his own picture on the Booth Barton campus 2 months ago. The little cold hand of the girl, the lovely smile, and the sweet taste of the body. Ivan is not sure if it is the taste of Gabriel or milk. Anyway, it has been mixed and branded in his mind, which is hard to forget. Of course, whether it is milk or something else, these are not important. And now it is not a time to consider who two of them are more beautiful. And Gabriel always has the same temptation to the opposite sex. And what happened today is not the same as Ivan. He still hasn't figured out how things will become what they are today. Ivan is a pure and good boy, whether it is Gabriel or Elaine. He has no other evil thoughts. If you change to Hermione, he can consider it. Thinking of Hermione, Ivan became awake. Looking at the clothes in his hand, he knew that this was a misunderstanding, that there was no way to explain it. If it is a dream, he hopes to wake up quickly and stop torment. Let Gabri stand out from the door and wait for himself to be sure. Nothing is wrong. Everyone will be sure to stay with her. Everyone was stuck in the door of Avon. And how to explain Elaine in the room? Ivan just told Gabri himself to take a shower, but there is a girl in the room. How does he bathe? Exclamation mark. To be true, it is clear that this misunderstanding is moving in a more difficult way to explain. If you are alarming Hermione, that's really... Ivan immediately made a decision and had to let Gabri come in. Then quickly, and solve the problem before others wake up. Considering that Harry had just woke up, Ivan knew he had to hurry. Let Gabriel stay in the corridor for a second, and the risk will be a big point. As for Elaine, let her hide in the bathroom. There are also these clothes in their hands. And Ivan looks around and directly plugs under the bedding on his bed. He gasped and forced the shape of the bedding several times to make it look more natural. Then he tried to adjust his breathing and walked over to open the door. Outside the door, Gabriel, wearing a Booth Barton uniform, stood uncomfortably behind Quidditch. When she saw Ivan coming out, she had a glimmer of joy in her eyes. To be continued. V2 Chapter 470. Where to hide Ivan? I just heard other people say that you live here, so I thought, Gabri said with delight. There is something to say. Ivan took Gabriel in. He poked his head and looked at the sides of the quiet corridor, then looked down at the homegrown elf Klipk. Klipk. Ivan smiled bitterly. Reassured, Master Ivan, old Krecher is a good house elf, never revealing the secret of the master. Krecher said in a rigid voice. The muddy eyes and Ivan looked at each other. Good, don't tell anyone about this. Ivan nodded, a little embarrassed. If Krecher asks, he really doesn't know how to explain to this house elf. Krecher turned to Ivaniu and slammed away from the place. Ivan took a deep breath and locked the door and looked back at the somewhat uneasy Gabriel. Her face was reddish and she didn't seem to think that Ivan actually took him directly into his room. Also, why is it too strange to lock the door? Exclamation mark. Gabri looked around the decoration in the cabin and hesitated whether he should sit down, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward. In fact, Avon is even more nervous than her, for fear of being discovered. Elaine, who is alone and naked, is alone in the room, which is enough to be published on the front page of the Daily Prophet. Gabri, how come you? Ivan asked absently, thinking all in the bathroom. I don't know how Elaine is in the situation. I hope I don't make a sound. I heard other people say that you live here. I want to come and say hello. Gabri said, flushed. The last time you came to Buzz Barton, you didn't talk to you, I heard my sister say. Gabri seems to have some regrets, but before in Buzz Barton, Evan actually took the most time with her. However, he was in the form of Animagus, which Gabriel did not know. He thought that it was an ordinary black cat. The last time I had an accident, I was going to want to meet you, Ivan said, remembering the previous things. It's all the guy's fault. I didn't think they would be so unfriendly. Later, after you left, Mrs. Maxim specifically said this, and she punished all the senior students who participated in it. Gabriel explained. Oh, Ivan nodded. He heard Sirius say this. Regardless of who is right and who is wrong, Ivan has responsibility for this unpleasant incident as a guest visit. Mrs. Maxim must make a gesture and give Dumbledore, Avon and Hogwarts a satisfactory explanation. However, Ivan never put this matter in his heart, and he did not suffer any loss anyway. After Gabriel finished, there was a moment of silence in the cabin. What Evan now thinks in his head is how to send Gabriel away as soon as possible, instead of continuing to talk. "Right, Ivan, have you received my letter?" Gabriel asked nervously. "I saw it. I have been there before, so I have no time to reply." Ivan nodded. During his time with Sirius in Booth Barton and the Albanian Forest, Gabriel's letter was collected by the house-raising elf Dobby. After returning a few days ago, he saw these letters and has accumulated more than 20 books. "That's good. You haven't replied. I thought I didn't receive it or something happened." Gabrielle sighed. She and Ivan glanced at each other, and the two men hurriedly removed, and the space was filled with a strange atmosphere. Gabrielle seems to think it's a bit strange to stand up and talk. The next second, he hesitated to go to the bed, ready to sit down to make himself look more natural. "Wait a minute, Gabriel, don't sit there," Evan hurriedly said, his heart pounding. He rushed past the fastest speed and stopped Gabriel. If Gabriel sits on the edge of the bed, it is easy to find what he is hiding in the bedding. Elaine had all the clothes from the outside to the inside, and Ivan really didn't know what to explain. Perhaps the forgotten mantra is the best choice. "Avon?" Gabriel looked at him in surprise, not knowing what was going on. I am used to sitting on the bed." "You go to the chair," Ivan said with a hard scalp. He can take care of the other, sitting directly on the bedding, can feel the bulge of the following Elaine clothes. Thinking of girls' skirts, socks and underwear, these things are under their own buttocks, and Ivan dares to say that his face is definitely red. "It's too bad today. Is this all called?" Gabriel seems to have a lot to say to him, but Ivan has nothing to think about. Thinking of Hermione coming down at any time, he is now like an ant on a hot pot, anxiously terrible. In the room, the silence of the cockroach lasted longer and the atmosphere became more and more weird. Gabrielle hesitated, slowly sitting in the chair, and looked at Evan strangely. She had an illusion that Evan didn't seem to be quite right and seemed to be hiding something. Or is it because he suddenly saw that he was too nervous? "Avon, have you said that you are taking a shower?" She looked around and turned her eyes to the bathroom. "Just put the water right. I am ready to wash," Ivan said with a hard scalp, shifting the topic. "Gabrielle, how come you come by yourself? Your sister Hibiscus." "She was in the tent. I thought I wanted to come and say hello to you, but there was nothing." Ivan actually wants to say that since I have seen me, then go quickly, but Gabrielle does not seem to have this meaning. "Your tent is very good. My family is not that big," she whispered. "There is still a bathroom inside the room." She stood up and seemed to want to visit there. Ivan's heart has already mentioned the eyes of the scorpion. If Gabriel enters the bathroom, he secretly decided to go out to camp in the future, to find a simple tent, and definitely not such high-end goods. "Gabriel, what do you want to drink?" Evan hurriedly said, stopping Gabriel's way. "Nothing, no trouble. If there is milk, I am going to get it for you." "No, let's go together," Ivan couldn't help but say, holding Gabriel's little hand directly. Suddenly held by Ivan, Gabriel looked at him shyly. His face was red, like a ripe apple. As Ivan boldly moved, the deer in her heart slammed into it, and she couldn't help but think about it. Ivan also refused to take care of the other. "First take Gabriel out and let Elaine come out to put on the clothes. As for what was discovered by others, then I will try to explain it later." But he just took Gabriel's little hand, and the door knocked outside the door, and someone came. Ivan feels that he is going crazy. What is the situation today? This time, ask him where to hide Gabriel! To be continued. V2 Chapter 471 Physical and Mental Fatigue. Within 10 minutes, the little boy has stuffed 2 girls, one of whom has not yet dressed. Ivan has no intention of saying anything, exhausted feeling. He never felt so tired now. both physically and mentally exhausted. He would rather challenge a dragon in a state of anger and not want to face two troublesome girls. The slamming of the door knocked him back to reality, and Ivan couldn't imagine Hermione standing outside the door. What he needs to consider now is, where should Gabriel be hidden? The bathroom is definitely not good. As for there is no need to say that there is only a small wardrobe in the child. With Gabriel's body, it should not be a problem. The question is, how do you explain why she wants to go in hiding? Since Gabriel came in, Alvin's actions have been very, very abnormal, causing her suspicion. If you are telling her that because of the accident in front of the visitor, you are now hiding in the bathroom, in order not to be seen by others, you must also find a place to hide. No matter how you look at it, this is the rhythm of your friends. Even if he was locked into Azkaban tomorrow, Ivan didn't feel strange. Ivan, is someone outside? Gabri whispered. Her face was red and strange. After his hand was gripped by Ivan, how could he not react at once? Also, someone knocked at the door outside. What did he suddenly do with his own hand? Because the two people are very close now, she can feel the breath of Ivan. In the heart of Gabriel, the deer smashed and there were many ideas. She felt her palms sweating and wanted to pull her hands out, but Ivan was very tight. Gabri couldn't help but think of her sister's usual reminder of her, and her private topic with her friends. Her face is getting redder. There is no doubt that she has a good impression of Ivan, but is this too fast? She is not sure if she should make a loud move to her suddenly. Should she shout out? The girl's slender, slippery little hand is very comfortable to hold, but Ivan has no intention to understand this feeling. Is another knock on the door. Yes, who? Ivan said with a hard scalp. Did not put Gabriel in the closet. It's me, Master Ivan. Clear's dull voice came in. Hearing outside is Crouch, not Hermione, and Ivan sighed with relief. He hurriedly walked over and opened the door. Seeing old Clay cut a plate and respectfully stood outside. Above are 3 drinks and some beautiful cakes. Master Ivan, old Cleacher has prepared drinks and cakes for you. Do you need other things? Cretcher said, the dinner is chicken, ham and boiled potatoes, but Cretcher doesn't know the 2 ladies. They don't eat here. Ivan said in a low voice, give me the plate. If there is nothing to stop coming. He glanced at Clay, relocked the door, and returned to the room with a drink. This is the drink that the house elves have prepared for us, just like hot milk, he said to Gabriel, who was flushed. Oh, Gabri sighed and immediately said, why are the 3 cups? That's because Ivan said slowly. When I drink milk, I am used to drinking 2 cups. In the small, 2 people slowly drank drinks, and they were all thinking, and no one spoke. Elaine soaked in the water, nervously listening to the sound outside, only feeling that the pool water is getting colder. She tried to stand up and walk towards the door, trying to hear the sound outside. Small, strange atmosphere continues. Ivan, me, Gabrielle hesitated, shaking hands and warming the milk cup. My sister's words are ringing in my ears. If you meet a satisfied boy, you must take the initiative. Gabriel turned red and the voice was getting lower and lower. She is prepared to take the initiative as she said, but she is actually nervous. Just as Gabri was ready to say everything in spite of everything, a bang, a burst of noise came from the bathroom. Elaine accidentally fell, and he was terribly painful, but he did not dare to shout. She covered her mouth with her little hand, and her eyes were filled with tears, as if she had been bullied. Outside, Gabri stopped and looked at the bathroom. Ivan stood up straight and was crazy. He doesn't know what Elaine is doing inside. Can't he lie in the water honestly? In this way, you will be scared to death sooner or later. Maybe something is gone. Ivan smiled bitterly. It doesn't matter when Gabriel does not believe it or how bad it is. He has no intention to continue this matter. It is not good. Can only directly pull out Gabriel. He looked back and stared at Gabri with a stunned look. Because it was too nervous, in the loud noise just now, Gabri sprinkled the milk in the cup on his body. White viscous liquid, down her slim body. "No, I am sorry, I will sort it out," Gabri said, hurried to the bathroom. "Don't go, I have a way," Ivan yelled out loudly. He is already going crazy, wanting to cry without tears. If Gabri really enters the bathroom, everything is finished. Ivan pulled out his wand with the utmost speed, and he should have done this long ago. What is the law of secrecy, and what the rules of the underage wizards are not allowed to use magic outside the school are now completely unimportant. He only wants to solve these troubles, send the two girls to death, then lie on the and take a good sleep. Ivan clicked on his wand and the red light swirled around him around Gabriel. The milk stains on her clothes disappeared quickly and were quickly cleaned up. "Ivan?" Gabri looked at him with surprise. "Gabri, you have to go back, or your sister is in a hurry," Ivan said quickly, interrupting each other. "This semester, Hogwarts will host the top 3 competitions. What can be said? Time to say, let's go out first." He added an accent to the last sentence, reminding Elaine in the bathroom. Then, regardless of Gabriel's disagreement, he took her directly and went outside. In the hand of Ivan, the wand magic lighted white, the magic continued, and a faint mist surrounded them. No matter how big the voice of the two people is, actually no sound is transmitted, and no one will be alarmed. Outside the tent, thunderstorms have stopped, and Ivan and Gabriele respectively. The girl's face was blushing and seemed to say something to him. Irving to the extreme, Ivan only knew nodding and did not listen to the specific content. Anyway, no matter what the content, send her away first. Seeing Ivan nodded, Gabriel sighed and his face re-emerged with a big smile, and he became very happy. She came over and gently embraced Ivan. After saying goodbye, she turned and left. Ivan kept waving and waving, until the disappearance of Gabriel's figure. He rushed back to his room. To be continued. V2 Chapter 472 Happiness and Departure. When he returned to the hut, Elaine had just dressed and blushing. She is wet and has not dried up yet. The two men gasped and looked at each other, and the atmosphere in the cabin was stunned and sturdy, showing a pink color. The smell of water vapor and milk mixed together, and the room was filled with a sweet smell. Under this circumstance, it seems that everything can happen, as long as one party is impulsive. Yes, Ivan is very impulsive now, and he can't take care of anything. He made up his mind to do something about the well-dressed Elaine. Ivan pointed at Elaine with her wand, and the magic spewed, and her wet clothes immediately became dry. Just like treating Gabriel, after some tossing, he sent the vampire away. Elaine hasn't forgotten to let Ivan become a vampire. But with so many things, her face is already red and mature, and she has no courage to stay here. She told Ivan that she would find time to come back to him. Ivan hopes that if you don't see this gimmick and add a deadline, it will be forever. Elaine was sent away by dizziness, and Ivan returned to the empty cabin and felt exhausted like never before. Sure enough, the Quidditch World Cup, camping or something, is not suitable for him. The only thing to be thankful for is that Elaine and Gabriel's visit was not seen. This matter is only known to himself and Kreacher, and the house elves will keep secrets. Ivan fell heavily back on the bed, no energy to think about what would happen at night, and now only want to sleep. The next second, he immediately climbed out of bed, using the fastest degree. Ivan's feet felt something underneath, and there was a bad feeling. He will open the quilt, and it will be a small, white, wet girl underwear. Elaine, who had just forgotten to put this thing in a hurry. Ivan didn't have time to think about her current embarrassment, leaving this thing behind. How to deal with it? Exclamation mark. Ivan looked at the underwear as if it were the most dangerous thing in the world. His previous judgment was not wrong, and Slytherin was the most troublesome. Whether it is Salazar, Voldemort or Elaine, other vampires, one by one is very troublesome. For a long time, Ivan sighed heavily. He carefully picked up the thing and stuffed it into his carry-on bag. You can't just put the underwear in the middle of it, only after you first collect it, and then return it to Elaine. But when I thought that I would have a girl's close-fitting clothes, Ivan fell down powerlessly. He had a dream, dreaming of Elaine, Gabriel, and Hermione. At dusk, the sleeping Evan was awakened by Hermione. "Get up, the game is about to begin, we are ready," said Hermione with a smile. Ivan opened his eyes and looked at Hermione's familiar smile, feeling the kindness he had never seen before. He squinted and sat up from the bed, feeling that it was exceptionally long today. Or is it still in the dream? "Ivan, do you look tired?" Hermione said with concern, then thought of something. "Don't think about those things, today is the World Cup. It is a day of relaxation. Your pressure is too great. Don't be evil spirits. Voldemort and the vampire are worried. No matter what the future looks like, we all have to face it together." Hermione's concern is indeed very warm, but in her future, the so-called common future, certainly does not include girls' underwear. If possible, Ivan now really wants to hold Hermione tightly, so that time is so stagnant. He hesitated, and his body swiftly moved forward, actively embracing Hermione. Hermione suddenly stopped, and did not think that Ivan would do this. In fact, Ivan, also stunned, did not think that he would be so bold. Just then, his body reacted faster than the brain. "Avon, what are you doing?" Hermione hurriedly pushed Ivan away and grinned. Ivan blinked and suddenly fell asleep, not knowing how to explain. Looking at Hermione's appearance, he knew that things were going bad. The atmosphere is getting more and more tense, and no one speaks, so they look at each other. After a few seconds, Hermione suddenly leaned down and gently hugged Ivan, without any warning. Then she separated her face with the fastest blush, when Ivan just felt the girl's temperature. "It's not an example," she said in a whispering voice. A few minutes later, when Ivan and Hermione came downstairs, everyone was waiting in the small restaurant on the first floor. They are discussing the Quidditch World Cup. No one is unusual. Everyone was excited to finish their dinner and went out to the World Cup venue. At this moment, in the camp, even the silent summer air seems to be watching with trepidation. As the night falls, the last trace of camouflage disappears. The Ministry of Magic seems to succumb to the inevitable trend, no longer against people, leaving signs of obvious use of magic everywhere. Now, it is full of festive atmosphere, and every few steps, there are phantom hawkers descending from the sky. They carried the sign and pushed the car, which was filled with strange things. Among them, there are light rose-shaped badges, green for Ireland and red for Bulgaria. As long as you wear it on your body, every few seconds, you can scream the names of the players. There is a green hi-hat with a clover that dances with the wind. The lions in Bulgaria, the lions above will really bark. The national flags of the two countries will be able to play their national anthems when they are waving. Also, a small model of the fire arrow that really flies, as well as a collection of famous team members. You can walk around your palms. A smug party. "I spent a summer of pocket money for this," said Ron. Several people walked leisurely through the hawkers, and Ron frantically bought souvenirs. He bought a hat that danced clover and a green rose-shaped badge. However, he also bought a small statue of Bulgarian player Volker Krum. The small Krum walked back and forth on Ron's hand, frowning and staring at the green badge above him. Ivan is not interested in gadgets. He and Hermione are at the end of the team. Although the two did not say anything, but Ivan felt a deep sense of happiness. He seems to have never been as leisurely as it is now. "Wow, look at these," said Harry. In front of the team, he rushed to a small cart. There were a lot of things like binoculars piled up in the car, but it was covered with all sorts of weird knobs and dials. "Oh, this is a panoramic telescope," the wizard hawker enthusiastically promoted. "You can replay the picture, put it in slow motion, and if it needs, it can also flash out the analysis of the game. Deal, just 10 a gallon." To be continued. 8v2 Chapter 473 Quidditch World Cup. God, the panoramic telescope, can clearly see the situation inside the stadium. If I don't buy this, it will be fine. Ron licked his hat dancing the clover and looked at the panoramic telescope. "Give me 4, Harry said to the wizard without hesitation. "Don't, Harry, don't bother, Ron said, his face flushed. He has always been sensitive to this kind of thing and doesn't want to spend Harry's money. Although he knew that Harry had inherited a small legacy of his parents, he had much more money than him, but this kind of thing really hurts his self-respect. Whenever Avon or Harry did this, it made him feel bad, very embarrassed, especially when he just heard the price that the hawker said. This telescope must have 10 gold gallons. Ron can be sure that he can't afford the money. Hold it, you don't want to receive a gift at Christmas, Harry said to him with a smile, and he didn't give you a gift when he put the panoramic telescope into Ron's hand for 10 years. Rare enough. Ron grinned and sighed with relief. If it is a Christmas present, he can safely take down the telescope. When Harry walked behind the team with a panoramic telescope and prepared to give Avon and Hermione, the two of them were studying a game description. Hermione thinks it is necessary to buy this and can quickly help everyone understand what is going to happen. Thank you, Harry. Hermione took the telescope. I see this, and there is a mascot performance before the game begins. That's just right. We can see more clearly with the panoramic telescope. You don't need a telescope. I know that a magic can make everyone see it very clearly, said Ivan, and it's very convenient. It's more convenient than using it, and the horizon is more open. It sounds very interesting. Teach me quickly, Avon. Harry said quickly. Wait a minute. You can't do this. Underage little wizards are not allowed to use magic outside the school. This is forbidden. Hermione looked up and looked at Irving in disbelief. You definitely won't use it, is it not? Yes, Ivan replied quickly. He turned his head and saw that Harry was secretly making a face to himself. In the case of obeying rules, don't touch Hermione's bottom line easily. A few years of contact has made everyone completely accustomed. After more than half an hour, they waited until each of them bought a lot of souvenirs before restarting to the Quidditch venue. Mr. Weasley holds an Irish flag and walks in front of the team. Sirius gave everyone a green badge, and everyone supported the Irish team. Among the entire team, he seems to be the most interested. Sirius and Fred and George are excited about discussing what topic, laughing from time to time. The effects of imprisonment in Azkaban over the past 13 years are gradually disappearing from him. In the recent days, it has been difficult to see the kind of sluggish melancholy from his face. Time seems to have reversed in him, and family and happiness play an incredible magical role in him. As the physical condition recovered, Sirius gradually recovered to a handsome and popular appearance when he was young. Ivan, who knows the history of the past, knows that Sirius is very popular when he was young. There are many girls in the school who are secretly like him, just like the current Ivan. Although the future is full of ups and downs, this moment I watched Harry and Sirius and everyone's cheerful figure and the beautiful smile on Hermione's face. Ivan felt unprecedented peace of mind. No matter what the difficulties, he has the confidence to overcome. He has changed the future and will continue to change and make up for all the regrets. In the distance, there was a deep, deep snoring in the woods. Thousands of red, green and green lanterns bloom brightly on the trees, brightening the road leading to the stadium. Stepping into the woods along the illuminated passage of the lantern, you can hear hundreds of people walking around. Ivan heard shouts, laughter, and heard intermittent songs. This fanatical excitement is very contagious, and soon, each of them can't help but smile. Everyone walked for 20 minutes in the woods, laughing and joking in a loud voice, and finally coming out from the other side of the woods. At this time, they found themselves in the shadow of a huge stadium. Despite being overlooked, you can only see a part of the magnificent golden wall around the stadium. From the size of the visual area, it is not a problem to install 10 cathedrals. This is too spectacular, and the Ministry of Magic, which has always paid attention to secrecy, is really making unexpected big scenes. There can be 100,000 spectators here. Mr. Weasley proudly explained to everyone. The Ministry of Magic hired 500 staff members to work for this whole year, and stayed up late, and finally completed the construction. This is definitely a miracle of the wizard. Although there is no mechanic, As long as the wizards are willing, they can do a lot of things that muggles are doomed to fail. The only regret is that this scene is too little in the magic world. Look, every place in the place has been expelled from the Mole Mantra. During this year, whenever moles approached here, they would suddenly remember the 100,000 things of urgency, and hurriedly walk away. May God bless them, Mr. Sly said. He and Sirius led everyone to the nearest entrance, where they were surrounded by many screaming wizards. First class ticket. The wizard of the Ministry of Magic looked at their ticket and said, "The top box. Go upstairs. Arthur, go to the top. Where is the best position?" "It leads to the stairs of the stadium and is decorated with fuchsia carpets." Everyone and the crowd picked up the ranks and slowly, those people flowed into the stands on both sides. Ivan looked down all the way and felt that my eyes were not enough. There are so many wizards here, too many people are screaming, laughing, and writhing insanely. He didn't see Elaine and Gabriel. "I don't know where these two gimmicks are." Ivan followed Harry down the stairs and climbed to the top of this magnificent building. 10 minutes later, he found himself in a small box. This is the highest stand in the stadium, facing the golden goalpost outside. Inside the box, there are 20 purple and gold-plated seats divided into 2 rows. They sat in the front row and looked down. The scene is nowhere to imagine. Hundreds of thousands of wizards are sitting on the ground, with the seats surrounding the oval stadium, arranged in a stepped upward direction. Everything here is shrouded in a mysterious golden light, as if it came from the stadium itself. Looking from the condescending position, the stadium looks smooth like velvet. There are 3 pitching rims on each side, which are 50 feet high. Ivan has never seen such a goal. It is particularly shocking. To be continued. V2 Chapter 474 Domestic Elf. Sparkling on the right side of the stands, almost in parallel with everyone's line of sight, is a huge blackboard with golden text and patterns flashing on it, as if there is an invisible giant hand writing on the blackboard and then putting them on wipe off. Those flashing words and patterns are advertisements for the audience. Cornflower, a broomstick for the whole family. Safe, reliable, with built-in anti-theft. Silencer. Mrs. Skull's Universal Magic Detergent, light and easy to remove stains. Elegant brand wizards, London, Paris, Hogmond. Look, it's Hogwarts school badge. Harry suddenly shouted. Behind the Fenrir brand witch costume advertisement, 4 animals appeared on the huge blackboard: red golden lion, blue-bottomed copper eagle, yellow-black scorpion and green-spotted silver snake. They move from the center to the center and eventually come together to form a complete shield. The shield was branded on the piece of paper, and the letters below the Hogwarts magic flashed. It's like a strap, wrapped around the shield. God, what did I see? It was actually an advertisement for the Hogwarts magic. Everyone turned their heads and looked at Ivan, and the little face that looked excited was full of incredible. They did not expect to see the advertisement of the Hogwarts magic newspaper at the level of the World Cup. This is completely world-class and has exceeded everyone's imagination. The publicity was very good, and in just a few seconds, all the wizards knew the newspaper they created. This means that the Hogwarts magic will no longer be confined to Hogwarts, no longer confined to the British magic world, and the newspaper has moved to the world when everyone has not noticed it. Others who know the newspaper creation process and the speed of its rise will definitely exclaim that this is a business miracle. Avon, how did you think about advertising at the World Cup? Fred said. This idea is awesome, said George. The picture just was the most exciting and shocking thing I have ever seen. Harry said excitedly. Promoting in the World Cup, how much ginger long does it need? Asked Ron. You should ask Hermione about these things. This propaganda was agreed between her and Professor Lupin. Ivan said with a smile. I just wrote a letter asking Professor Dumbledore for advice. He allowed us to use Hogwarts school badge. Several people's eyes moved to Hermione again. She looked shy but very proud. As early as a few months ago, the Ministry of Magic began looking for advertising sponsors for the World Cup finals. Both Irving, Hermione, and Professor Lupin consider this an excellent promotional opportunity. especially during the period of rapid expansion of the newspaper. This will help them to brand and raise public awareness. Despite the high cost, the current publicity has achieved unprecedented success. After the appearance of the Hogwarts school badge, the entire stadium suddenly set off a wave of carnival storms into the ocean of joy. All Hogwarts students and graduates shouted excitedly, as if they came to the home, until the ad disappeared and gradually stopped. The wizards of other countries are asking about and discussing the ancient magic school of Hogwarts and the newspaper of Avon. After a few minutes, everyone is still trying to take their eyes off the billboard. At this moment, there are still no people in the box. They are the first to arrive. No. There is another person sitting in the penultimate seat in the row behind them. The little guy's legs were too short to stretch out in the chair in front of it. It is surrounded by a tea towel that wipes the tea set, like wearing a loose robes, whose face is buried in both hands. This is a domestic elf. The house elf shines. How come there is a house elf here? Ron said curiously. Ivan's gaze also shifted to the back of the box, and he noticed it when he first came in. Not surprisingly, little Batty Crouch sat next to the house elf. He is controlled by magic, and as long as Ivan walks over to open his invisibility cloak, he can catch him. But according to the current situation, this does not have any benefit for himself, nor does it meet the plans of Ivan and Dumbledore. Grasping Batty Crouch in advance, in addition to letting his father Batty Crouch be ruined, will hardly have any other effect. With the help of vampires, Voldemort's return to the resurrection is unstoppable. Even without the help of Batty Crouch, they will plan new plots, but they will be more troublesome. Instead of this, it is better to let the incident develop in the direction familiar to Ivan, so as to control it. Voldemort must be resurrected using Harry's blood, which is currently the only way to completely defeat him. Under this consideration, Ivan did not act easily, just watching the house elf and the empty seat beside her. Just as everyone turned their attention to the glitter, the little guy looked up. It releases the fingers, revealing a pair of huge brown eyes and a nose that is shaped and sized like a big tomato. I'm sorry, Sparks just heard someone say Mr. Evan Mason's name. She curiously said that the voice was sharp and it was a shrill sound. Her eyes lingered in the upper reaches of several people, and finally fell on Ivan accurately. Yes, you must be Mr. Erwin Mason. I know you. I saw your photo in the newspaper. The house elf screamed. She blocked her face with her hand, as if she could not be opened by the light. Eyes, although the light in the top box is not strong. Seeing Ivan nodded, she screamed excitedly. First, sir, my name is Sparkling, she said excitedly. Her face was very awe-inspiring. It's like talking to you. He talked about his name all day long. He gave him a job, gave him a new life. Do you know Dobby? Harry said in surprise. Hearing the question, his gleaming eyes moved to Harry. When she finally fell on the scar on her forehead, her dark brown eyes suddenly became old, like two small dishes. God, you must be Harry Potter. Everyone looked at the house elf with interest, and she didn't expect her to know everyone. Sparkling more than I said. You and Mr. Mason liberated Dobby. You also defeated that person. Glittering, put the handle a little down. Mr. is as great as Mr. Mason, but disrespectful if you do this. It will not be good for Toby. Why? Harry asked in surprise. Don't think about freedom all day long. Thinking about pleasure, sir. This is an unrealistic idea, Sparks said. The hand was put down again. This is a shame for the house elf. I still want to get paid. Fortunately, Mr. Mason has taken him in. Otherwise, I don't know what he will look like. Shining once told him that if he is so degraded, he will soon be like a squat. Like the goblin, he was arrested and pleaded by the Magic Animal Management and Control Division. To be continued. V2 Chapter 475 Irving's Tracking Magic. The sparkling concept represents the vast majority of domestic elves, and the likes of Dobby are a minority. The long-standing oppression has led them to form this kind of false malformation. Domestic elves are slaves to wizards. The most frightening thing is that they are willing. Ivan knows this, but others don't know. When he heard the sparkling words, Harry asked blankly, "Is there anything wrong with this? Shouldn't I get paid?" The sparkling seemed to be frightened by this idea, and the fingers were closed so that her face was blocked again. "The house elf is unpaid, sir," she screamed from behind her fingers. "This is the worst and worst thought. It is bad. It is a shame for us." Hermione's brows picked up and picked her words. Ivan knows that this is her performance, that she is not familiar with something and is ready to express her opinion. Sure enough, she turned her eyes to Ivan in the next second, with a look on her face. "I paid more than a lot of money, and there are holidays," Ivan whispered, "for Gingy along and a day holiday every month." "That's it." Hermione frowned more tightly. "I never knew you used Dobby in such a cheap way." Ivan would like to give more than a few Gingy along and holidays, but the house elf simply does not accept. Think about it. Every time let him do less words or care about a few words, it will make him cry with his thighs. Over time, Ivan will no longer ask for trouble. For home elves, more work represents more happiness. But Hermione obviously didn't think so. From her expression, she seemed to think that Ivan was squeezing cheap labor. She knows Dobby's work, and it is Alvin's full-time servant, who is on call 24 hours a day. With such a large amount of work, he can only get one Gingy along every week. What is the difference between this and slaves? Exclamation mark. Over there, Harry and the sparkling conversation continued. "There is nothing wrong with getting paid. Dobby should also have some fun," said Harry. "The house elf shouldn't have fun." "Harry Potter." Sparkling his hands and squinting, he said, looking angry, directly calling Harry's full name. "The house elf completely obeys the master's instructions. There was a fear of heights, but my master sent me to the top box, and I came." "Harry Potter." She glanced at the edge of the box and took a breath. "He clearly knows that you have a fear of heights. Why should you send you here?" Harry frowned with dissatisfaction. "Master, the master asked me to give him a seat." "Harry Potter." He was too busy sparkling his head and looking at the empty seat next to her. "I hope she will return to her master's tent." "Harry Potter." But the screaming command, unlike Dobby, is a very embarrassing house elf. She looked at the edge of the box in fear and hurried her eyes. A moment of silence. Everyone looked at each other, only Hermione was thinking about something, frowning. "These house elves are very weird, aren't they?" Ron whispered. "Dobby is more weird than she is." Harry agreed. They just thought it was too simple, but it was not bad in essence. Ivan said, looking at Hermione uneasily. "The house elves have their own way of life and customs. We should not stand in the unknown, read these and even try to intervene." He didn't know if Hermione had listened to it. "I hope she didn't make anything to save the house elf." But Ivan turned to think, if Hermione didn't do that, she didn't seem to be Hermione. This is one of Hermione's characteristics and her lovely place. Some things are meant to be doomed, no matter how they change. Ivan thought for a moment, no longer to manage Hermione, or to do things within their own control. He quietly pulled out his wand and pointed at the empty position beside the gleaming, and the subtle magic fell silently there. This is a tracking magic that allows Ivan to master the current position within a certain range. Voldemort and the vampires can save the little batty crouch, but they can't make them too big. Things that are as crazy as the remains of the Mar people can't happen here at the World Cup venue. Ivan suddenly thought that every time he saw the evil spirits coming, in the end, because of the lack of flesh and blood of the sacrifice, he could not keep up with the expansion speed of its huge body, and finally caused its body to begin to collapse and crack. The expansion of the evil spirit seems to be endless. If there is a supply of flesh and blood for 100,000 people, what will it look like? Exclamation mark. Probably the entire UK will be covered by it, extending to the outside of the atmosphere. These monsters are really scary enough. Soon, everyone's attention shifted from the sparkle to the Quidditch venue. Ron took out his panoramic telescope and started debugging. He looked at the crowd on the other side of the stadium. Awesome. He played with the replay on the side of the telescope. "I can let the old guy over there lick the nose again, lick it again. and lick it again. Hermione just said that there was a mascot performance before the game. I want to know what it would be, Harry asked curiously. Oh, that's always worth seeing, Mr. Weasley said. The decision will impress you. This is the tradition of the World Cup. The national teams bring some fantastic animals from the country and do some performance here, Sirius said to Harry. It's all very rare things. They have brought 30 in a year. More than a phoenix. Dumbledore has a phoenix fox, a magical animal with golden feathers and magical power. The phoenix is very rare, with its origins in Egypt, India and China, and the phoenix in different places has subtle differences. But overall, they are very ornamental. It is hard to imagine what more than 30 phoenixes will fly around the field. For the next half hour, they were filled with people in their box. Mr. Weasley kept shaking hands with people, and those who saw him were very big wizards. Sirius was mostly sneer. He sat in the corner, whispering, and Ivan said the past of these wizards. In front of them, Percy stood up and hurried again and again, looking like sitting on the back of a porcupine with a sting. When the Minister of Magic, Connolly Fudge, arrived, Percy was too low, and the glasses fell to the ground and shattered. He was spongy, hurriedly repaired the lens with his wand, and then sat in his seat. When Connolly Fudge greeted Harry like an old friend, Percy cast a sly look at Harry. Then, Fudge saw Sirius and Ivan sitting in the corner and came over with a smile. To be continued. V2 Chapter 476 Simple Friend Selection Criteria. Sirius Black, how have you been recently? Fudge smiled and greeted Sirius. He put on a look that two people are familiar with, but in fact only seen several times, and it is not a happy memory. Not bad. The outside is always stronger than Azkaban, Sirius said coldly. I am relieved to see you now. I regret that I didn't help me in the past. I didn't go through a fair trial and I made a conclusion. You know that it is all that people advocate. Fudge said, he said, sorry, to raise a small family. The elf glanced in the direction. It was the position of Batty Crouch. My father and I were very good friends. You have something to come to me. In fact, there is always a vacancy in the Auror office, as long as you like. This is not to say, as a post-war tragedy hero, Sirius is now highly regarded among the general public in the magic world. Pulling Sirius and letting him become an Auror in the Ministry of Magic is in the interest of Fudge. Needless to say, the Black family, as the oldest family of pureblood wizards, has a strong network and wealth. I will consider it, said Sirius. After receiving a satisfactory response, Fudge's eyes turned to Ivan. Dear Ivan, I am very happy to meet you here. I just saw the advertisement for your newspaper. It is great. He held Ivan's hand kindly like his father and asked him coldly. After a few minutes, Fudge returned to his position. He and your father are friends? Awin asked, sitting down. Monetary relations, like the pure-blood wizards of my parents. They are friends with almost all the senior officials of the Ministry of Magic. They are used to donating large jinjialong to these politicians to help them pass the bill that is beneficial to them. Sirius said disdainfully, one of my ancestors tried to force the Ministry of Magic to pass a bill to let the witch hunter and kill them a legalization. This is probably the case. This is indeed ridiculous. But it is in line with the interests and traditions of the pure-blood wizarding family. Old-fashioned pure-blood families like the Black family, who always try to hide behind the scenes, use wealth and family as weapons, skillfully use the people in front of the stage to defend their interests, and threaten other wizards to obey their orders. This model has been running very well for the past few centuries, until the appearance of Voldemort. These pure-blood wizards found themselves playing. In the early days of Voldemort's rise, there were many pure-blooded wizard families supporting him. Like Sirius' parents, they are proud of their son becoming a Death Eater. They agree with Voldemort's philosophy that the status of a pure-blood wizard is supreme. But when Voldemort gradually revealed his nature and murdered everywhere, these pure-blood wizard families began to fear. The relationship between the two sides changed from an ally to a servant, and the pure-blood wizard family became a tool for Voldemort's expansion. No one dares to oppose him, and no one dares to quit. The Death Eaters are not the ones you want to join, and you can quit at any time. The only end to the violation of the Dark Lord's will is death. In addition to its demise, this road has no end. This is why many veteran Blood Wizard families have breathed a sigh of relief after Voldemort failed. Although after the war, their power and control over the magic world was not as good as before. However, this is much better than following Voldemort's frenzied demise. Just then, another representative of the pure blood wizard family, the Malfoy family, entered the box. Lucius Malfoy, like the past, looked at everyone in the box with a high attitude and squinting. His cold grey-blue eyes stayed on Avon and Sirius for a while, and quickly moved away. There was a sneer on the pale pointed face, which made him look very arrogant. Behind him is Draco Malfoy and his mother Narcissa Malfoy. Ah, fudge. Lucius quickly walked over to the Minister of Magic and reached out. Hello, I think you haven't seen my wife Narcissa yet, and our son Decora. Hello, said Fudge, laughing and swearing at Mrs. Malfoy. Please allow me to introduce you to Mr. Oberlank, Mr. Obaronsk, the Minister of the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic. It doesn't matter. He doesn't understand what I'm talking about anyway. Let me see who else. Do you know Sirius Black? Of course. Lucius went to Sirius with a malicious look, saying in a pretentious tone, I was surprised. Actually let him out. Oh, Black is innocent, we have proved this. Fudge did not understand what he was saying. Everything is done by the evil little dwarf Peter, who can think that he is the culprit. Yes, Lucius said softly. But I think that some dangerous guys don't even have it. Malfoy, if you want to fight, I am always there, Sirius shouted. His voice is very loud, and everyone in the box is looking at it. Lucius doesn't mean this. Sirius, I think you misunderstood. Don't mind, Fudge said in a panic. Lucius recently donated a lot of money to the Street Munger Magical Injury Hospital. He is the VIP I invited. It was Gingy Arlong. And Ivan suddenly understood what Sirius had said. It seems that it is really simple to become a friend of Fudge, as long as there is a large sum of gold. As long as the magic stone is transformed into a function of turning a stone into gold, then controlling the Ministry of Magic does not seem to be a difficult thing. Under Fudge's gaze, Lucius Malfoy did not say anything extraordinarily. He looked at Sirius with sarcasm and everyone in the row of seats. This feeling is like being stared by a poisonous snake. Then he walked to his seat. Draco Malfoy followed his father and glanced at Evan, Harry, Ron and Hermione. Someone stepped closer to the box, and when everyone was full, Ludo Bagman rushed in. Are everyone ready? His round face shone like a huge spherical cheese. Minister, can you start? You said it started at the beginning, Ludo, Fudge said with awkwardness. Ludo nodded and pulled out his wand and pointed at his throat. The voice is loud. The next second, what he said was like thunder, and it resounded the whole stadium. His voice echoed above their heads and loudly passed to every corner of the stands. To be continued. V2 Chapter 477 The Temptation of Maewa. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening everyone. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup Final. Ludo Bagman just finished. The audience burst into cheers and applause. Thousands of flags were waving at the same time, accompanied by a mess of national anthem, and the scene was very lively. On the opposite side of the blackboard, the last ad about the BB multi-flavored beans was erased and now shows the scores of the two teams. Bulgaria, 0, Ireland, 0. Okay, gossip less. Please allow me to introduce the mascot of the Bulgarian national team. On the right side of the stands is a neat array of bright red squares, and there is a loud cheer at the moment. I don't know what they brought, Mr. Weasley said, looking out of his seat. God, it's a baby. He slammed his glasses and hurriedly rubbed them on his robes. What is Maewa? No one answered. At this time 100 Maewa had already slid to the arena, and everyone looked intently. Maewa is a woman, the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in my life. Their skin is like a soft light, and even if there is no wind, The hair is flying behind the head. Each Maiwa has a seductive atmosphere that makes people feel excited. Ivan has not been able to describe the exact words to describe it, only to feel that each of them is just right every time. These glamorous dolls are like an enhanced version of hibiscus. They have a pair of clear and bright eyes, soft and full red lips, and a delicate little Yaoxuxuxu is born in her beautiful, pure, quiet and elegant. On each of them has a long, slender figure, a soft, jade-like arm, a graceful rounded jade leg, a finely smoothed calf, and a smooth, delicate ice muscle. It is Ting Yuli. Looking at these charming dolls, as long as they are men, there will be an impulse to rush forward to hug them. With the sound of cheerful music, Ivan gradually felt that he had no way to think. Just staring at the front. Maiwa began to dance, and Ivan's brain was blank and felt an extreme joy, as if everything in the world is not important, as long as he can always look at Maiwa, because if they stop dancing, something terrible will happen. This is a kind of magic that acts directly on the spirit, or more precisely, the natural qualities of Maiwa. It may be because it has been invaded too many times by the spirit of the evil spirits, or because it is familiar with Gabriel's familiarity, or because it has seen the face of Elaine's love, and Hermione likes the ultimate. All, in the moment of a blank inside his head, Ivan immediately woke up. His hard-working brain closure works naturally, shielding all invasions of the outside world. Beside him, Sirius looked at everyone with a smirk and was preparing to watch the show. He was obviously very surprised that Ivan was suddenly clear. While Hermione and Ginny sat there, some dissatisfaction. Maiwa's magic did not work for girls. After these Maiwa appeared, the boys beside them suddenly seemed to be a person. Hermione turned her head and watched Ivan closely, seeing that he was already awake before moving his eyes to Harry and Ron. Evan is secretly clear, but fortunately he reacts quickly, but Harry and Ron are not so lucky. These two guys have now become like floating in the clouds. As the dance of Maiwa became faster and faster, some crazy, unformed thoughts began to appear in their minds. Although Ivan has been teaching Harry's brain closure recently, it obviously does not play any role. Harry felt dizzy and wanted to do something that was especially amazing. Do it now. How about jumping into the gym from the box? This looks good, but not enough. Harry, what are you doing? Hermione finally couldn't help but say. The music stopped, and Harry blinked blankly. He stood though with a leg on the wall of the box. Next to him, Ron made a gesture that seemed to be diving from the springboard, staying there and motionless. Below, the stadium is full of angry screams. People are not willing to leave. Harry stared at Maiwa, and at the same time, Ron was tearing off the clover on his hat. Mr. Weasley smiled and leaned over and took the hat from Ron's hand. Well, Ron, I will wait until the Irish team's performance is over. Mr. Weasley said, you will need it. Ron slammed. He stared at the glamorous dolls, and they were already lined up on the side of the court. Oh, how are you two? Hermione made a loud noise. She reached out and pulled Harry back into her seat, very dissatisfied with his reaction. I don't know, I only feel a blank inside my head. Harry gasped. That's because you and Ron will be too weak, and Ivan has nothing to do. Hermione said, these girls are not people at all, they are a kind of magical animals. Don't be fooled by their appearance. But they are really beautiful, said Ron. I have seen the most beautiful girl, I want to be with them forever. If you want to marry a charming baby, it is not impossible. There are many people who have done this. Ivan said, Maiwa is a highly intelligent creature. They can marry a human wizard and have children. Female, only female descendants will inherit the Maiwa lineage. Ivan thinks of Furong and Gabriel, and their two grandmothers are a charming baby. It sounds good. Ron nodded. Seeing his appearance is obviously the possibility of considering the marriage with Maiwa. Even if the other party is not human, as long as it is beautiful, nothing can't be done. As we all know, The birthplace of Maewa is a country near Bulgaria. They are a kind of female elf who can be deformed. Generally speaking, the wizards think they live in forests, lakes, mountains and clouds. It can be turned into a swan, a horse, an eagle, a snake or a wolf, but it is still the most tempting thing for them. They have long hair, some are curly hair, some are blonde, some are white gold silver hair. When they become humans, they are beautiful young women who dance in the Vale on the midsummer night. Men who are obsessed with them will forget everything in the world, not eating or drinking, not sleeping. If there are any unfortunate people who participate in them while dancing, they can only dance non-stop until they finally die exhausted. However, they are generally very friendly to human beings, treating diseases and predictions for human beings. If you see a satisfied human male, you can marry him and live happily together. But Maewa's temper is so great that they won't endure being deceived, especially those who do not keep their promises. They will punish them severely. Despite this, there are still many wizards who want to marry a Maewa, or have a Maewa to be continued. V2 Chapter 478 Game Start. Maewa's performance is really good. The Bulgarian national team really brought a mascot. Ludo Bagman's voice sounded like a flood, but now, please lift the wand into the air, welcome the national team's mascot. Just listening to the bang, a huge, green and gold thing flew into the stadium, like a big comet. It flew around the pavilion and then split it into two smaller comets that rushed to a set of goal posts. A vaulted rainbow suddenly appeared throughout the stadium, connecting the two flashing balls. The exclamation of screaming in the crowd is like watching a fireworks show. At this time, the rainbow disappeared, and the shining were connected and blended together to form a huge, dazzling clover. It rose high into the air and began to hover above the stands. What fell from above, like a golden raindrop? Great! Ron yelled, as if he was crazy, bent over and smashed. The clover hovered over their heads, squeezing huge gold coins and falling on their heads and seats. Ivan didn't go to see these gold coins. He knew they were all fake. Even if it is true, he does not care. For Evan, who masters the advanced gold technique, gold is the most useless thing. He looked up and carefully observed the clover in the sky and found that it was actually made up of countless little men wearing red vests and mustaches, each carrying a small gold or green light. Lurland little dwarf, Sirius whispered. This is a very representative native of Erlang, which has appeared in many mythological stories. The history of the little demon can be traced back to a long time ago. This magical animal lives in the ancient wasteland of the scattered countryside. Generally speaking, there are lucky clover around them. Some people say that this is because the magic of the little demon works again. They will use the simple clothes of the clover leaves. Among all the magical animals known to date, the little dwarfs most like to attract the attention of moles. Therefore, they are usually the protagonists in the mole story. The little demon is very clever and speaks the human language. They are kinder fairies than little devils, elves or foxes, but sometimes they are very naughty. They use magic to produce a real gold-like substance, but after a few hours, these things disappear without a trace. Looking at the surprised expression of the wizard or mole, they become very happy. In the stadium, people cheered while they were screaming, or drilled under the seats to pick up gold coins. Unbelievable. There are so many greedy idiots who really believe that these coins are real. Give you, Ron shouted happily, stuffing a little demon's gold into Harry's hand. Return your panoramic telescope money. Now you have to buy me a Christmas present. Ha ha. After a few minutes, the huge clover disappeared. The little demons slowly fell to the opposite side of the emeralds on the court, sat down with their legs, ready to watch the game. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. I will introduce to you, first of all, Dimitrov, Ludo said loudly. A figure wearing a red dress riding on the broomstick flies into the arena from an entrance below. He flew too fast and couldn't see clearly. He won the enthusiasm of Bulgarian supporters. With the admission of every Quidditch player, there will be a cheer on the audience in Bulgaria. But when Ludo announced Wikidokrum, the entire venue was cheering. Whether it is a player of the Bulgarian national team, most people are worshippers of Krum. This reminds Ivan of Lockhart, in his opinion. Both of them are kind of flashy guys. Only use the fame and rhetoric that is unwarranted to deceive girls. "Look, it's him, it's him," Ron shouted, following his Krum with his panoramic telescope. Hearing his shouts, others quickly pointed his telescope at him. As early as the arrival of Maiwa, Ivan secretly used the spell. Without using a telescope, he can now see it clearly. Wikidor Krum is black and thin. His skin is greyish-yellow, a big eagle hook nose, 2 dark black eyebrows, looks like a huge eagle. It is hard to believe that he only has 18 years old. He gives the impression that he is very strong, as if he often moves outside and experiences the sun and the sun. Compared with the thin, slick Ivan, the two are simply not a style. "Now, please welcome the Erlang Country Quidditch," Ludo Bagman shouted loudly. The appearances are Connolly, Ryan, Troy, Mallet, Moran, Quigley, and Lin Chi. 7 fuzzy green figures flew to the arena, and they all rode the fire arrow. On their backs, their names were rusted with silver lines. Right, and our referee today, Hassan Mustafa, the president of the International Quidditch Federation, which has been flying from Egypt, is far away. A short, skinny wizard wears a pure gold robes that match the color of the stadium and strides towards the arena. He was completely bald on his head, but the big beard was comparable to the beard of Harry's Uncle Vernon. A silver whistle came out from under his beard. He had a large wooden box under his arm and his flying broom under his other arm. He crossed the broom and kicked the wooden box. The 4 suddenly slammed into the air. The bright red ghost ball, 2 black swimming balls, and the tiny, long-winged golden snitch. Mr. made a whistle and followed the ball to the air. The game officially began. This is indeed a world-class competition. The level of both Quidditch players is very high and very valuable. They used a lot of difficult moves to make Ivan, a layman, too enjoyable. He knew for the first time that the original Quidditch could play like this. Not to mention Harry, Ron and other Quidditch sports players. They are completely immersed in the game. The level of the Erlang team is obviously higher than that of the Bulgarian team. They made an Eagles offensive formation and bypassed the Bulgarian national player against the dazzling fake action and quickly scored a goal. The little dwarfs watching the game on the sidelines rose into the air again, forming a huge sparkling clover again. Opposite the court, the Eva looked at them with a gloomy face. To be continued. V2 Chapter 479 Confusing game. The game continued. The Irish national team quickly scored 2 more goals, and it was only 10 minutes before the start of the game. In the stands, supporters in green clothes cheered and cheered. Hermione and Ginny jumped up and down excitedly, waving their arms. The game has become more intense and cruel. The Bulgarian team changed their tactics, and the batters Volkov and Wukanov made the effort to the ball to the Irish chasers and tried to stop them from using some of the best offensives. They rushed to grab even more. The surprise attack tactics worked, and soon the first goal for the Bulgarian team. Catch your ears with your fingers. Mr. Weasley saw Maiwa begin to dance and celebrate, and shouted loudly. Below the venue, Maiwa began to dance, which is a very fast dance. These dances seem to have magical power, and the shouts on the field slammed violently, followed by a stronger shout. Before Maiwa danced, Harry closed his eyes. In this box, only Ron was enchanted by one person, and Mr. Weasley hurriedly stopped him. Otherwise, Ron is likely to jump off the stands. Look! Krum seems to have found the golden snitch. Harry suddenly shouted. Everyone hurriedly watched the 2 players, Krum and Lin Chi. They quickly fell in the middle of the chasers, and they were extremely fast, as if they had jumped off the plane without a parachute. The 2 men went straight down and seemed determined to either catch the thief or hit the ground directly. God! They are going to fall to the ground, Hermione exclaimed. She only said that she was half right. In the last second, Wikidor Krum stopped diving, rose again, and hovered away. Lin Chi fell heavily on the ground, and the whole stadium could hear it. Oh, no. The seat of the Irish audience was lamented. "A fool," Mr. Weasley complained. "Crumb is doing fake." "The game is suspended," Mr. Bagman said. The doctor who trained the field rushed to the stadium to check the injury of Aidan Lindsay. "Don't worry, he's fine, just too hard," Charlie comforted Ginny. Ginny moved to the side of the box, her face with a look of horror, not afraid to go to the stadium. Hermione didn't look too much. She curled up in her seat like a kitten. Evan gently patted her shoulder and whispered a few words. "Of course, this is exactly what Crumb wants to achieve." Sirius analyzed. "Lansky fakes, holding dangerous golfers. This is a very difficult move. Very few players can do it." "So good." Harry and Ron replayed the picture with a panoramic telescope, bursting with surprises from time to time. After treatment, Lynchy finally stood up and returned to the game. Maybe stimulated by Crumb, the Irish team is now more and more brave. The Chasers quickly organized the offensive and soon led the Bulgarian team by 120. The little dwarfs, like a group of shiny bumblebees, swelled into the air and quickly formed the words "ha, ha, ha" to provoke. On the opposite side of the stadium, the charming baby was not willing to show weakness, jumped up directly, glared at their hair angrily and began to dance again. Harry, Ron, and the boys all blocked their ears with their fingers. They didn't want to miss the game in addiction. Only Ivan did not do that. Maewa's dance did not work for him, and they were not against the audience in the stands this time. On the court, referee Hassan Mustafa suddenly landed in front of the dancing Maewa. His behavior is very weird. He flexed his legs, showed his muscles, and excitedly glared at his beard. "Oh, this can't be done. Who will go up and slap the referee?" Ludo Bagman said. But listening to his tone, he also found it very interesting. An on-site doctor blocked his ears with his fingers, rushed into the field, and kicked a few feet against Mustafa's calf. Mustafa seems to have come back to God. He looks particularly embarrassed and shouts at Maewa. Maewa stopped dancing and her expression was very unconvincing. As the words and the gap between the two sides increased, the competition became more and more fierce and became uncivilized. The physical conflicts between the players on both sides have gradually increased, and they do not talk about any feelings and rules at all. In the end, Ivan found that the game was heading towards a chaotic trend dominated by the mascots of both sides. Whether it is Maewa or the little demon, they are magical animals with strong magic. In the fierce confrontation, their magic began to spread around, affecting the audience in the stands. The little dwarfs all rose into the air, forming a giant hand, making a very rude gesture towards the Maewa on the side of the field. When Moi looked at it, she lost control. Instead of dancing, they flew up through the arena and began throwing a handful of flame-like things toward the little demon. The entire playing field became a sea of flames, and the lawn below was burning. Now, the Evu are not at all beautiful. Instead, their faces stretched and turned into pointed, long-lasting birds. A pair of long, scale-covered wings are emerging from their shoulders. This is another look of Maewa, and it is also their true form. "Understood, children?" Mr. Weasley's voice overshadowed the crowd below. "Remember, you can never just pursue appearance." The sorcerer officials in the ministry flocked into the arena, trying to separate the singer and the little demon and extinguishing the fire, but the results were minimal. The little demon has a golden glow. As long as these lights hit, they will enter a short period of dizziness, and even coma. At this moment, the above-mentioned ongoing game is as chaotic as the following battle. The batters on both sides are merciless, only screaming and desperately, regardless of whether the stick in their hand hits the ball or the person. Other burly players, riding a flying broom in the sky. They tried to take advantage of their physical strength and knocked the other players down. In this regard, the Irish team clearly dominated, and they quickly scored a few goals. The stadium was filled with the screams of Maewa, the screams of the officials wand, and the angry screams of the Bulgarians, who could not hear the cheers of the Irish supporters. This is the most chaotic game that Ivan has seen, and there is no technical or ornamental at all. For a moment, the players on both sides are like the indecent Slytherin college Quidditch. In order to win, they have no choice but to pay attention to tactics and rules. The referee must have yelled angrily and wanted to stop both sides, but he was entangled in a charming baby. She threw a fire at him and lit his broom's tail. He had no energy to continue to maintain order. In this case, Crumb's nose seems to have been suddenly smashed, and blood flow is everywhere. In the audience, the fans of the Irish team and the fans of the Bulgarian team also began to fight, and the two sides slammed together. To be continued. V2 Chapter 480. Another big scene. It seems that it is planned, and the riots in the competition are centered on one point and become more and more chaotic. After the endless confrontation, the fans of both sides finally couldn't bear it, and they rushed forward to confront each other and have physical conflicts. They turned over the simple railings and rushed to each other's stands. Or more directly, simply take out the wand and use the spell from a distance. Under the impetus of the people, the conflict in the stands quickly turned into a large-scale duel and melee. The wizards took out their wands and waved in anger, using various curses to those you can see. Seeing this situation, the Ministry of Magic officials did not care about the Maewar and the little demon, and rushed straight to the scene of the accident. The following situation seems to be a bit wrong, Ivan said suspiciously. The riots seem to have come too suddenly, and the scope of the spread is too much. Don't worry, we will solve the problem. Mr. Weasley frowned. We are going to help the department to maintain order. Charlie, Bill, Percy, three of you come with me. Sirius. I also followed and went to see it. I will be back soon. Remember, before you come back, don't go where you stay here. Sirius said. Ivan, you look at Harry. He finished, followed Mr. Weasley and other Ministry of Magic officials to leave the box and go to the reinforcements below. Looking at their backs, there is a strong ominous premonition in the depths of Ivan's heart. It seems that something is going to happen. He blinked and hoped it was just an illusion. Everyone was shocked to see the melee that was gradually expanding in the stands below. Only Harry and Ron were not aware. The two of them were still in the fierce competition and found no other situation. What the is going on? Ron removed the telescope from his eyes and shouted. Don't you see it? Crumb is injured. Hurry up. He can't play in this way. Better match, Ludo Bagman said with surprise. He seems to have just returned to his eyes and turned his gaze back into the air, remembering that there is still a game. Oh, yes, Bagman said loudly. Crumb is bleeding, but he seems to have discovered the golden snitch. Lynchy also saw it. Harry shouted. In the air, two people started almost at the same time, but Crumb was a little farther away. On the audience stage, another green wave was picked up and screaming to cheer their players. Crumb is close behind him. He is now looking like this. How can he see the road ahead? And the blood is splashing in the air behind him. However, he has caught up with Lynchy, parallel with him, and the two men swooped down to the ground again. They are going to fall to the ground. Hermione screamed, moving her gaze back to the game. No, Ron shouted. Lynchy will. Harry shouted. He was right. Lynchy fell heavily on the ground for the second time, and a group of angry Maewar immediately swarmed around. He caught it. Crumb grabbed it. The game is over. Harry shouted excitedly. Crumb's bright red robe sparkled with spotted nosebleeds. He lifted up into the air lightly, raised his fist high, and revealed a golden light in his fingers. The scoreboard flashed the score: Bulgaria, 160, Ireland, 170, and the audience did not seem to realize what was going on. Then, slowly, like a giant jet is accelerating, the Irish supporters' voices are getting louder and louder, and finally there are countless joys of screams. Ireland won, Bagman shouted. It seemed to be a bit stunned by the sudden end of the game. Crumb caught the golden snitch, but the Irish team won. God, I don't think anyone expected it will be like this ending. Why did he want to catch the golden snitch at this time? Ron, despite his high hands, jumped up and down and cheered. still screaming inexplicably. He ended the game when the Irish team led by 160. Too stupid. He knows they can never catch up. Harry cheered. The Irish team's chasers are great. Crumb only wants to end the game according to his own situation. That's it. He is very brave, isn't he? Hermione asked softly to Ivan. Ivan did not answer her. He has no time to pay attention to the game. Pay attention to Crumb. In the stands just below, the chaotic battle is continuing and the scope is spreading. Although the Ministry of Magic officials are all concentrated there, it is useless. The battle is inevitable and is gradually escalating. The magic of various colors flew through the air, and the roar, screams and magical blasts mixed together and broke through the clouds. These sounds are too big, and even the thick clouds in the sky are scattered by hard earthquakes. The scene in front of you is absolutely shocking, and everyone is dumbfounded. Especially when you look down from the top, you can see it clearly. There are 100,000 wizards here, and this is definitely the biggest chaos in the history of magic. There is absolutely no use. God, what are they doing? Bagman said in surprise. The game is over and the Irish team has won. Ivan was surprised to see the situation that gradually lost control. He suddenly woke up and he smelled a hint of conspiracy. He remembered what Elaine had said to himself before coming to the tent lodge, and Voldemort and the vampires were ready to act tonight. He carefully thought about it, and it is very likely that Car Exister intended to let Elaine come over and ventilate himself. But Elaine did not make it clear, and he did not know what plot Voldemort was planning. Ivan originally thought that it would happen in the camp after the game like the Death Eaters caused confusion, then went to Crouch's tent to save the little Batty Crouch. He didn't even think that Voldemort would start directly in the middle of the game and make such a big battle. This guy is definitely a complete madman, the most evil black wizard in history. He didn't look at the little scenes at all, but was prepared to be more exciting. Ivan quickly rushed to the edge of the stands and carefully observed the situation below. These people are crazy, we should be celebrating, but they are completely beaten. Ludo Bagman widened his eyes and looked at the melee below, completely frightened. What about Batty Crouch? Fudge murmured. Who can tell me what is going on below? Speaking hard, a small range of melee has spread to the entire stand. Ivan saw a lot of people wearing dark red hoods and masks on their faces. They are creating chaos and the crowd is becoming more and more panicked. To be continued. V2 Chapter 481. All messed up. No one knows where Batty Crouch is, and no one knows what happened below. According to the plan, it should be the time for the award ceremony and celebration. Under a dazzling glare, the top box is magically illuminated. The two panting wizards even carried a large gold cup into the box, which was the Quidditch trophy. But at this moment, there was a silence in the small box. No one is concerned about the Quidditch trophy, and everyone is listening to the deafening shouts below. Unlike the sound of refueling before, these shouts have become even more fierce. Painful sorrow and cry for help. Several sorcerers with higher status and pampering are pale, and they have never encountered this before. Below, in the face of a sudden attack, the first reaction of most wizards is to pull out the wand to counterattack. But they can't find where the enemy is. There are so many people below, and 100,000 spectators are crowded into such a small place. This is a disaster. The spell that is sent out in a panic is only hurting more innocent people. The officials of the Ministry of Magic kept the order in vain, and no one listened to them. In front of so many people, they are now like a boat in the sea, pushed and pushed by the crowd, and it does not work. The wizards with deep red hoods are laughing out loud and raging with powerful magic. The battle is rapidly upgraded, and the scope of the spread is rapidly spreading. The magic power of the flying is getting stronger and stronger. On the field, the little dwarfs and the geeks all stopped and watched the battle in the stands in horror. If it was just a melee between the fans, the scene has now completely heated up and turned into a war. The red, blue, and white magical lights are constantly flashing, and they are also mixed with dark green-black magic light. Ivan can be sure that he saw the curse of cursing and the curse of the heart. But this is not all. and there are bursts of explosions from time to time in the stands. Most of the wizards who did not have much combat power screamed in despair, and they screamed at the headless flies. The children are crying, people are nervous, anxious shouts and painful mourning, echoing in the field. In the few minutes after the game ended, it changed from a place of joy to hell, and there were crazy pictures everywhere. The crowd tried to rush out of the arena and tried to escape. This area is protected by magic. You can't use magical spells and other spells. Only when you escape, you have hope. Hundreds of wizards with crimson hoods and icy scent were caught in the crowd, using black magic. They are creating chaos, causing people to escape slowly. There are also some other sorcerers who have become loyal and have begun to smash the scenes. Among them, a small group of people is particularly obvious. They also carried masks and hoods, and they quickly gathered from the stands to the main corridor. Ivan's view from the top is clear, and these black wizards seem to be ready to get together. Their goal is here, the topmost box. These guys are definitely vampires. And Evan even recognizes that the leader is Karasis. His magical power is extraordinarily powerful, and there is hardly anything to stop him. They wanted to rush to save the little Batty Crouch and even robbed Harry further. All messed up. Ivan did not think that Voldemort would be so crazy after getting help from the vampire. He actually made such a big battle, completely ignoring the lives of others. When everyone is the most slack and the weakest defense, he chooses to shoot, using the simplest and most violent method. Everything is too sudden, and after the end of the incident, the messy magic department may not find a clue. Then again, will Voldemort, who has recovered his strength and returned, fear the Ministry of Magic? What should we do now? Hermione said in a panic. Get out of your wand. Evan gasped and pulled out his wand. Sirius and Mr. Weasley are missing, and they have to prepare themselves for the battle. Everyone has come up with their own wand, only Harry is still looking for it. He looked for his wand in the pocket of his coat, but the wand disappeared and only the panoramic telescope was found. My wand is lost, Harry shouted. How is this possible? I just saw it. You are joking. Ron and Hermione hurriedly helped Harry find his wand, and everyone was nervous. Ivan knows where his wand is, and he looks at the position where the home elf shines. After entering this box, Harry was only there when he was talking to the Flash. However, there was no one there, and the sparkling and little Batty Crouch disappeared. Inside the box, someone shouted and fled, and the door was opened. Little Batty Crouch must have taken the opportunity to leave with Harry's wand, or Sparkle with his direct phantom to leave. The magic of the house elf and the wizard are not the same. In the game venue, the sorcerer is prohibited from using the apparition, but the house elf can. Ivan closed his eyes and felt it. He could feel that little Batty Crouch was still nearby. He is walking down the crowd with the escape, and the speed is very fast. Ivan didn't have the energy to pay attention to this guy anymore, and the other people in the box were also in a mess. The target of the black wizard with the red hood below is the box, and everyone becomes the ant on the hot pot. They simply did not intend to stick to it, but planned to rush to escape before the other party came up. Fudge, Ludo, Malfoy and the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic quickly left under the guards of several eras. They asked Ivan to keep up with them before they left, ready to flee with everyone. Alvin hesitated without action, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, Fred, and George did not move at sight. Karasis is not a fool. Their goal was originally Harry. It's just like sending a death to a large group of people. Ivan does not think that in the face of dangerous vampires, how useful is the fudge and the eras of the Ministry of Magic? But it is obviously not good to stay here. Without the help of others, Ivan can live with a few of them. Although Awen originally intended to rely on this place to delay the terrain, it is no longer possible. Others have left, and a few of them staying here are simply waiting to die. Ivan, what should we do? Hermione asked again. We all listen to you, Harry said directly. What do you do if you say what to do? Ron, Fred, and George glanced at the Ministry of Magic who left, and hesitated and nodded. Ivan's past experience and performance made everyone choose to believe in him. At this time, He is the backbone of this place. To be continued. V2 Chapter 482 Fly High. What the is the children? Why don't they keep up? Fudge frowned. In the crowd, he looked back at the Ivan who stayed in the same place. It may be scared, or arrogant, thinking that he can handle the current situation. Lucius replied in a sleek voice. Minister, let's just leave. It is dangerous. The child is very important. We must guarantee his safety. Fudge said annoyedly. Dumbledore had talked to me specifically about this a few days ago. I can't believe it. It would happen on the World Cup situation. Think about it. Tomorrow morning, the Daily Prophet can publish the riots with the biggest headlines, and people all over the world laugh at us. This is what your British people call security measures, said a heavy voice. It's really eye-opening. Since that man's collapse, it has not happened for many years. Fudge suddenly stopped and looked at the Bulgarian Ministry of Magic, who was beside him, and said with amazement, "Do you speak English?" The other party dismissed and nodded, speeding up and fleeing. "You actually speak English, and let me draw here every day," Fudge said angrily. "That is a very interesting thing." The Bulgarian minister shrugged his shoulders and said, "Damn, these guys treat us all as fools." "Come on, Minister," Lucius whispered. "The mobs below are likely to rush at any time. But the safety of you and these VIPs is now the most important, and Black and others will come over and take the kids away." At this time, they have come to the main staircase of the aisle. The explosions, screams and fighting sounds were very close to them, and Carisus advanced very fast. Although the era of the Ministry of Magic is doing its best to stop it, in this case, it is impossible to stop their footsteps. Fudge nodded palely and joined other people into the flustered crowd. At this point, there are a few of them in the box. Everyone is staring at Ivan, waiting for him to take his idea. "Ivan, are you ready to do a big job?" Fred said excitedly. "To have a duel with the real Black Wizard? This is what I have always dreamed of." George said. "You are crazy, there are more than a dozen masked people ready to rush. We have no chance of winning." Ron said in a panic. "I don't understand why we don't go with the ministers. They are professional heroes. The following are all Black Wizards. It is not safe to run out," Ivan said quickly. He didn't explain too much, but Harry couldn't just go out anyway. The goal of Carisus is Harry. He will not let them go. "Is it safe to stay here?" "I have a better idea. If it is successful, it can help us escape." Ivan waved his wand and the small door inside the box slammed shut tightly. As he moves, all the seats fly to the door and block it completely. "What idea?" Ron asked in confusion. Feeling closer and closer, everyone is nervous. Ivan blocked the exit, which means they have no retreat. They are now like the shackles, waiting for the Black Wizards to rush, only to fight. "We can ride on a broomstick, which is the safest," said Ivan. "Those Black Wizards can't fly to heaven." "But there is no flying broom here." Harry looked around in surprise. Under the glare mapping, there is no view in the small box. Except for the golden Quidditch trophy, there is nothing here. "We need a little help. I hope they will come down," said Ivan, pointing his wand at the sky. The end of his wand made a few rays of light, rushing into the sky like fireworks, attracting everyone's attention. The turmoil in the competition venue was stagnation, and everyone looked up at the box. "The voice is loud," Ivan shouted, learning Ludo as he pointed his wand at his throat. In the next second, what he said was like thunder, and it resounded throughout the stadium. "Come down, we need help," Ivan said loudly, looking at the Quidditch athletes hovering overhead. They haven't figured out what happened underneath, but they just flew in the sky. Hearing the shouts, both the Irish and Bulgarian Quidditch players are hesitating. They kept spinning in the sky and no one flew over. In the box, everyone's heart mentioned the eyes of the blind, and they understood Ivan's plan. "It's a wonderful idea to leave with a broomstick. But what if the guys above don't come down and see if they can't save?" Exclamation mark. At this time, under the stadium, Sirius is fighting with two vampires. Just playing, he knows the way these guys come, and knows that this is planned by Voldemort. He didn't know if Voldemort's goal was the magic stone of Avon, or Harry! Exclamation mark. He wants to go back, but the two guys opposite each other are tightly entangled in him, so that he can't get away. Damn, Sirius snarled, and the wand slammed out a few spells. He watched as he watched, and Carius led other vampires to quickly approach the box. A group of students in Booth Barton are rushing away from the stadium near the exit. Among them, the figures of the two girls suddenly stopped and looked up. "This is the voice of Ivan, I can hear it," Gabri said with delight. "He is in that small box." Avon Mason? Furong looked up and could see the boy's figure. "That location is not good. The destination of these troubled black wizards is obviously the small box. They will soon rush." "Can it be said that their purpose is Avon?" "Sister, Ivan is asking for help. We must help him in the past." Gabri said anxiously, "Where is Mrs. Maxim?" "You don't have to go to help. Those people have gone down." Furong comforted her and said, nervously looking at the top box. "In fact, in addition to her, there are many people looking at it. Everyone understands that that place is the core of the event tonight. The box is full of high-ranking wizards. Maybe these crazy black wizards want to hijack them and threaten what the Ministry of Magic is doing." In the sky, Crumb hesitated when he heard the voice of help from Ivan and others. He immediately made up his mind and made a gesture to his team members and quickly flew to the box. Under his leadership, the Bulgarian team and some of the Irish team players are also quickly approaching. "God, they are coming!" Hermione shouted in surprise. "Look, it's Grum. He flew over to us." Ron followed. After a few seconds, a group of people flew into the box from the stands. Everyone hurriedly thanked these Quidditch athletes in an incredible way. Ivan felt that while they were coming in, Carius also speeded up. Now, he is outside the box. To be continued. V2 Chapter 483 Avon vs Carius. "We are saved," Harry said with delight. "I can't believe it. It's Grum. He really came down to save us." Ron yelled excitedly. In the box, everyone was immersed in the shock and joy of the arrival of Crumb and other Quidditch athletes. Harry and Ron happily opened Crumb, as if they were not aware of the current crisis. Crumby was more gloomy than what he saw on his portrait. He was a very wolf-like look with blood on his face. The two dark circles are particularly eye-catching, and the golden snitch is still in his hand. He fell heavily on the ground and the movements looked less coordinated. His legs are a bit out of shape and his shoulders are clearly bent forward. "What the is going on? Why?" Crumb asked. When he hadn't finished, he was interrupted by Ivan. "Come on the broomstick and leave here. Hurry up." Ivan told everyone to hurry up. Now is not the time to chat. He could feel that Carius was already outside the box, and he could feel the mighty magic of the other side. The Quidditch players who have just fallen have not figured out the situation, but under the urging of Avon, they still give up space and prepare to let Harry, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, Fred and George climb on your own flying broom. Everyone is going to act, but Ivan has changed his face. "Damn, it's too late." He gasped and raised his wand. In the eyes of everyone, Ivan quickly turned and a white protective cover emerged from the end of the wand. The next second, a loud bang. The whole box is shaking. In the midst of a violent explosion, the chair that was blocked by Ivan at the door became a myriad of wreckage and debris along with the door. Along with the huge impact, these things are all spurred, like flying bullets. Ivan's protective cover lit up like a stone falling into a calm lake. All impacts and wreckage were blocked and landed on the ground. The smoke gradually dissipated, and the figure of Carius appeared in front of everyone. As before, he was covered in a black cloak, and even a trace of dust could not be seen. His face came with a simple white mask and gracefully came in. Acting, it looks like a nobleman who was invited to a fake evening party. "Good evening, everyone," Carius whispered, and made a noble aristocratic courtesy. His gaze swept through the crowd, staying in Ivan for a few seconds, and quickly removed. In the end, I fell to Harry and nodded with satisfaction. Harry stepped back and grabbed his forehead. He felt his scar hurt. "I am sorry to disturb your party. Please believe me, I am here tonight. I feel the same uncomfortable," Carius said slowly. "So, let us solve all the problems soon. I think a stun spell is a good choice. You go quickly, Don't stop doing anything," Ivan said loudly. "The light at the end of his wand is getting stronger and stronger, and powerful spells are ready to be sent. As long as Casis moves, Ivan will never hesitate." "Interesting. Do you seem to think that you can stop me?" Caresis looked at Evan with interest. "That way, it seems that a novelty toy was suddenly found." "Can you stop? You have to try to know," Ivan gasped. In the irritating nature of the opponent's powerful magic, his spirit is highly concentrated. In the next second, there was no sign, and a deep blue light ejected from Ivan's wand. His wand was naturally down, and he ordered the wreckage of the chair on the ground. These wrecks were quickly distorted and turned into dozens of shimmering daggers to fly to Carex. Caresis did not move, stayed in the same position, and looked at Ivan with interest. When everyone thought that Ivan's magic was successful, his figure disappeared in the same place. Like a small black hole, Caresis was swallowed up with the surrounding light and shadow, leaving only a black shadow. The spell of Ivan Blue passed through the place where Caresis originally stood and landed on the ground. In the creaking sound, the thick ground and the underlying tiles are quickly corroded. Soon, there was a hole in it and I was able to see the next layer. The power of this magic made all of them breathe a sigh of relief. "Not bad. Your magic is going very fast," said Caresis. His figure appeared out of the air behind Ivan, as if he was there. "But the skills have to be improved, so using magic can't be done." Evan gasped and turned quickly. It is obvious that the Phantom is not allowed. He does not know how the other party is doing it! Exclamation mark. But the Blood family obviously has a lot of strange magic, which is not the same as ordinary wizards. He saw that Caresis swept across his wand, screaming, a metal scream, a strange red chain that suddenly slammed out of the floor, and was rushing to climb the Harry on the broomstick. All are entangled. Several of them are shouting loudly, but the red chains are getting tighter and tighter. This is a vampire-specific bound spell, and Ivan has been used by Elaine. He knows that the chain is struggling, but the more it struggles, the tighter it is. With the strength of a few of them, Harry certainly can't break free, so it's not so good. Ivan quickly danced his wand, and all the wreckage in the box, including the trophy, floated. They lined up in a row, like a meteor, quickly rushing to Carex. "I just said that your move is useless to me," said Caresis, frowning. His figure once again disappeared from the place and escaped the attack of Ivan. You can't use phantom or other teleportation spells to make Ivan very disadvantaged. However, Ivan seems to have expected this for a long time. He gasped and rushed past the fastest, and came to the side of the stands. In front, Caresis' figure slowly appeared from the air. He just wanted to talk and stopped suddenly. He looked down and was surprised to find that the floor under his feet turned into a mud, and Ivan's tactics worked. Caresis was sinking fast and his speed slowed down. Call, call, call. A round of golden giant fireball appeared out of the head of Casis, with a hot temperature. With the support of all the magic of Avon, these fireballs can melt even steel. As long as you are accidentally caught, you will definitely impress Caresis. "How is this?" Ivan asked with a gasp. The next second, his wand slammed hard down. To be continued. V2 Chapter 484 World-Class Duel. With the action of Ivan, the fireball smashed to Casis without stopping. Boom. 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 The huge fireballs were in constant contact with the ground, and the entire stadium was violently shaken under the violent impact. Just like an earthquake, everyone's body is shaking, and it's barely balanced. Just when everyone thought that the end, the next second, the rolling heat wave hit the face. Everyone in the box was sweating for a moment, followed by a strong vertigo, suffocating dizziness. They seemed to be in the crater, not far from the magma lake that is hot. And this volcano is erupting and the temperature is getting higher and higher. Everyone only saw a strong white light flashing in front of them, so they could not see anything clearly. They subconsciously closed their eyes and squat, feeling that the world seems to be unreal. Evan raised his wand high and stood alone in the forefront. Under the powerful magic, His thin body gives a shock that is unattainable. There is a lot of heart-throbbing power between the gestures, and people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. Evan quickly chanted the spell, and a faint magical barrier emerged out of thin air, protecting him and everyone behind him. The next second, he raised a golden flame at the end of his wand and did not stop. It seems that the time that has never changed will never end. Ivan increased the magic output, and did not expect to solve Karisis with only one mud and several fireballs. He can feel that only the first one of those fireballs met each other. Karisis disappeared from his magical control when the fireball touched him. Ivan didn't know where he had teleported, only to expand the scope of the attack. The flame spins around him in the box and the whole world is dyed orange. In this world of flames, the body of a fire beast gradually takes shape. That is the fire dragon, the most terrifying magical animal. Its tail swayed loudly on the ground, swaying its wings and snoring to the surrounding fire. It raged, rolled, and swallowed everything that could be touched in a small box. Everything burns in the breath, and even the walls begin to melt. The dark rocks and steel gradually turned red, making a shocking sound. They fall in the collapse and melt, turning into something like crystal chips and liquids. Nothing can be spared, except for the scope of the Avon barrier protection. The magic of this barrier and the flames come from Avon, and all can be isolated from this heart-wrenching fire. Behind Ivan, everyone looked at him with horror, and the desperate horror picture outside the barrier. No one thought that Awin actually had such a powerful magic. No one can think that with the support of these magical powers, the ordinary flame will become so terrible. This is not just a matter of quantity, but a qualitative change. The ordinary flame has become a fire from at this time. In their view, Karisis must be finished. No one can survive in this flame. Not only these people in the box, but in fact everyone thinks so. Ivan made such a big move that the wizards in the entire stadium were watching this amazing battle. All eyes are concentrated here. The chaotic situation below has gradually stopped. Everyone seems to be frightened by the magic of Ivan. After Karisis entered the box, the chaotic vampire stopped using magic and concealed it. Their mission to cover Karisis has been completed and is now retreating. This is actually very simple. As long as the mask and cloak are taken off and mixed into the crowd fleeing the stadium. As for the remaining wizards who are preparing to rob the fire, they are quickly subdued. The eras of the Ministry of Magic regained control of the situation, and now everyone is watching the Evan and his magic in the box. Now everyone is waiting for the outcome of this battle. In the spotlight, everything that happened there was very clear. If today's Quidditch final is world class, then Ivan and Karisis' duel is also the same. The level of this duel is absolutely top-notch, and it will certainly be ranked in the battle in recent years. Since the Battle of Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the magic world has not seen a wonderful battle scene for a long time. In particular, the last flame spell used by Ivan is enough to imprint in the depths of the 100,000 spectators below. God, that boy is definitely a monster, someone exclaimed. What is this magic? Is it a fiery curse? I don't know, but the power is too strong. I have never seen such a powerful magic fire. What is that guy? Someone asked. If they have a Hogwarts student next to them, they will know that he is Avon Mason. Even the age of Ivan has repeatedly challenged everyone's tight and fragile nerves. No one can believe that he is only 13 years old this year, which is impossible. As for the story before Ivan, it was spread throughout the stadium almost in an instant. Although there are as many as 100,000 people here, the speed of the news is very fast, even faster than the speed of the panic spread just now. Everyone seems to be able to see that another powerful wizard like a genius has risen. This is the first time since Voldemort. This has happened for the first time in recent decades. Ivan did not expect that this battle would bring him countless admirers. His name will be spread throughout the world. In fact, he did not hear about the following arguments. He controlled the magic output, and there was a slight hunch in his heart. He can feel that his magic is disappearing quickly, as if he was swallowed by what? Enough. The next second, A low voice suddenly sounded. This seems to be a signal that a black hole-like vortex appears where Karisis disappears. The golden red flame was swallowed up quickly, and even the incomparable fire dragon did not escape. Ivan's magic didn't work for Karius, and he started to fight back. After a dozen seconds, all the flames disappeared, leaving only a place of ash and wreckage to prove that it had existed. The figure of Karisis reappeared and looked unusually embarrassing. The black cloak that had been draped over his body was burned out, and he took it straight to the side. He seems to be really angry, and he doesn't mind showing his true face. The face that was originally handsome and somewhat evil was smoked into black, and the deep red eyes locked Ivan tightly. Very interesting spells. You have great potential and are qualified to be my opponent, Karisis said seriously. Okay, we better not waste time. You know, that person is watching us below. V2 Chapter 485. I do not go. It's amazing. You started to sell for him so soon? Ivan said bluntly. In his impression, although the vampire is helping Voldemort, they still have their own bottom line. It was like the last time in the Maren's relics that they did not completely obey Voldemort's orders. It's not so hard to say, it's just an exchange of interests between allies. Karisis replied. The exchange of interests? Ivan shook his head. I see you are looking for a dead end, appearing here in the face of the world's wizards. This is not in line with your principle of doing things. You can't get to tomorrow. You and your family. People don't want to be wanted. For a more valuable goal, there are some costs that must be paid. My family and I have lived on the edge of the magic world. Karisis pointed his wand at Ivan, and his face was more serious than ever. If you want, let them go through the night. We have nothing to lose. But Ivan came to mention Elaine. But the other party screamed rudely, let's salute. Ivan, don't waste time. You know the duel etiquette. This is the first time I saw this vampire, and I saw him for the first time. At this moment, Ivan is not the same as Elaine in his eyes, but an opponent worthy of attention. For the dilemma facing his own race, there is the character mentioned in the ancient prophecy. Karisis has always speculated that even if the road ahead is bumpy, he never thought about failure. And he would never allow failure. Whether he is for himself or who always believes in his people, he must succeed. Karisis chose Voldemort, but did not give up on Avon. He sees Ivan as a backroad, acquiescing to Elaine and Ivan to do a good job and give the greatest care. Like what happened in the last remnant of the fallen horse, Karisis finally gave the magic stone to Avon. Voldemort is strong enough, and Karisis doesn't think he needs more power. He just needs to restore his strength. This is in the interest of Karax and his people, and he hopes that Ivan can quickly become stronger. But when Ivan was in front of him, he didn't mind to learn Ivan's meal, so that this little wizard knows how big the gap between the two sides is. The eras of the Ministry of Magic will not be able to get up for a while, and time is enough for Karisis. He wants to take Harry Potter and let Voldemort complete that magic to regain strength. As for the other team to solve the small batty crouch, it must have been successful. Just solve Avon and take Harry Potter, who is bundled there, to Voldemort. Karisis salutes Avon. This is the courtesy of duel, and only the opponents worthy of respect are worthy of doing so. In the next second, the light of a red triangle flew away to Ivan. Ivan evaded to the right and ran hard at his feet. His body moved quickly, and the wand in his hand slammed a few red lights. Karisis did not use teleportation. He chose to confront the front and Ivan. The end of his wand sparked, picking up Alan's magic and counter-attacking. Within a few tens of seconds, the two sides have already fought each other several times. If you just rely on spells and magic just now, then now is the skill competition. Karius's spells are endless, all of which are unfamiliar magic. This made him a bit overwhelmed and stressed. In fact, don't say these varied spells. The technical aspects have always been the lack of Ivan. He has a strong theory and strength, and has not yet fully integrated them. The theory can be quickly obtained from books, and the powerful magic is also based on the Slytherin locket and the Sorcerer's Stone. The power of Ivan is too fast, and there is no corresponding improvement in skills and experience. Under the unreserved attack of Keresis, he soon felt unprecedented pressure. After taking another spell, Ivan's heart was awful. So it's not going to work. Going on, I am afraid that it will not be long before it will be defeated by Keresis. The strength of Ivan is the powerful magic in the Sorcerer's Stone. He can't give up the advantage and compete with each other's weaknesses. In a flash, he thought of a bold plan. Alvin's wand was aimed at the huge stones that fell from the roof, and they quickly twisted into 5 monsters. The monsters roared, waving the giant sticks in their hands, and rushing toward Keresis. Keresis frowned, and in his opinion, these monsters did not make any sense. He just taps the wand and they become black smoke. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ivan took the magic stone in the chest of the chest and held it in his hand. The magic of the magic stone red is flashing, and the powerful magic is smashed around the body of Ivan, and the consumption has just been fully replenished. Sorcerer's Stone, Keresis said with amazement. Are you recovering the broken magic stone? Yes. Ivan nodded. The spell in the mouth did not stop, and the light blue magic fire emerged from the end of Ivan's wand. Unlike before, these flames don't have any temperature. They quickly circumnavigate around Garrux. A deep red light flashed, and a blue flame blew around. Ivan hurriedly waved his wand, and with the support of powerful magic, they quickly pressed back. The flame deformed quickly and became a chain of chains trapping Keresis. No matter how he resisted, Ivan insisted on conveying the magic power, and did not let Keresis break the bondage. He can feel that the magic in his body is being consumed quickly, and the power of the Sorcerer's Stone is quickly added. These forces are different from the magic that Ivan is familiar with, causing a certain degree of damage to his body. It is extremely unfavorable to continue to persist. It's 1,000 injured, and it's a loss of 800. It's hard to say that you can beat Keresis. Ivan has his own plans. He does not expect these chains, which are purely composed of magic, to trap Keresis. However, it is enough to give him time to win. He didn't pause, using all the restraint spells he currently knows beside Keresis. If the magic is not enough, he will take it from the Sorcerer's Stone. Ivan will use magic and crush magic. This is his advantage. He is the only place stronger than Keresis. Soon, the magical colors of countless magic will surround Garrux, and he looks like a huge insect. And Ivan has also insisted on the extreme. His spirit is extremely tired, and even the eyelids are almost impossible to open. Because of the influx of magic, he felt his body seemed to be collapsing. But now it is not the time to fall. Ivan has tried his best to turn around, and the wand in his hand is pushing hard. The chains tied to Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Quidditch players instantly broke. Come on, go on the broom, Ivan shouted. I can't hold on. Hearing his shouts, everyone climbed to the broomstick with the fastest speed. No one dared to stop. Only Hermione hesitated, looked at the unmoved Ivan, and slipped from Crumb's broom. What are you doing? Crumb said with a frown. He stretched out Hermione and couldn't understand why the girl was going down. Didn't she hear the boy say that the mighty black wizard is about to break free? Let's relax, Hermione shouted, and said firmly, I want to stay with Avon. In the battle just now, her nephew has been horse for Ivan, which sounds very uncomfortable. Her eyes are red, and tears are left uncontrollably. Hermione clenched her wand in her hand and wiped her eyes with a small face full of decisiveness. She didn't know where she came from, but it was the only thought she had at the moment. She is going to stay with Avon, even if she is waiting for them to die. To be continued. V2 Chapter 486. That's it. Let's relax, Hermione shouted again to Crumb. Looking at her, I saw the girl's tears sparkling with resolute light. Crumb snorted and unconsciously released his hand. He felt that the softest part of his heart seemed to be touched. An unprecedented feeling filled the whole body. At this moment, Hermione made him feel very excited. He told himself that this is the girl he was looking for. Crumb immediately returned to God, forced to arrest Hermione, made up his mind, and took her away no matter what. He saw the strength of the Black Wizard and stayed here, completely looking for a dead end. But no use. Just clung loosened for a moment, Hermione rushed to the side of Ivan, holding his body and crying. She is so hard, crying is so sad. At this moment, Ivan is using the power of the Sorcerer's Stone to confront Carisis. He felt the unprecedented exhaustion and endured the pain of the magic stone in the body. Carisis is also close to the limit. He is quickly cracking Ivan's magic, and will soon break free. Although there is still a huge magic in the Sorcerer's Stone, the speed of Ivan's body absorption has gradually disappeared. Hermione, you are going, Ivan said with last strength. He tried to push Hermione, but there was no push. No, Avon. Hermione cried, I want to stay with you, even if I die, I won't leave. Her tone was a bit reluctant and decisive, and Hermione in peacetime was not the same. Ivan has no strength, looking at Hermione's crying face, but she feels unprecedented happiness in her heart. He knew that Hermione would not leave anyway, and she was not saying anything. Ivan raised her hand and rubbed it on Hermione's face, wiping her tears. Girl's soft skin. Ivan is still the first time to touch Hermione. Don't cry, he said softly, trying to show a smile. Hermione sobbed and nodded hard. In midair, Harry and Crumb flew over on a flying broom. Avon, Hermione, come on, Harry shouted. He and Crumb reached out at the same time and wanted to pick them up. But almost at the same time, powerful magical shocks broke out from the enchanted Carisis. As the real reddish magical fluctuations centered on him, it spread quickly. Countless red and black magic particles spin rapidly in Carax, gradually forming a storm. Under a powerful impact, Harry and Crumb flew out uncontrollably. The next second, Carisis made a roar. He swung his wand hard, and the magical storm of rotation quickly went up to the sky. He changed his appearance to the whole person. His pale face could not see the slightest blood color, and the wizard's robes were uncomfortable. Carisis did not have the calmness of the previous aristocracy, but it was a bit more rude, showing the full strength of the most powerful vampire. With the movement of the wand in his hand, the blue magic fire chain that is tightly wrapped round Carax is breaking apart quickly. Carisis broke free of all shackles and defeated Avon's magic. With a strong oppressive momentum, his burgundy eyes fell on Ivan. You lost, he said indifferently, seeing that Avon had no strength to continue fighting. Although Hermione next to Ivan was pointing at him with her wand, Carisis was not in her eyes. He looked up and glanced at Harry, who was flying in midair, frowning slightly. If you can't say it, you must use Evan and the girl holding him to force Harry Potter down. To be honest, he doesn't like this practice and doesn't like it. But this is indeed the easiest and most effective method at present, and Carisis has no time and strength to delay. The annoying errors of the Ministry of Magic are rushing up and they will be here soon. The battle just now, especially the last magic, consumed him too much magic. Carisis could no longer continue fighting with the errors. Persevere and extremely unfavorable to him, he secretly made up his mind. Looking at Carisis staring at himself and Harry, Avon knows what he is thinking. Voldemort is going to be resurrected with Harry's blood. This can be the key to defeating him. However, all events must be in the hands of Ivan. He is not ready yet, and he can't let Carisis take Harry away. In particular, it is even more unforgivable to use himself and Hermione to threaten Harry to submit. Ivan is absolutely not allowed. Hermione is threatened. This is his bottom line, the bottom line that can't be broken. He has not lost. He wants to completely defeat this powerful vampire today. Hermione, are you ready? Ivan whispered, making up his mind. Looking at it with Ivan, Hermione nodded hard. Although she did not know what Evan was going to do, she did not have the choice to believe. She believes that Ivan is like believing in herself. Ivan smiled, holding Hermione's little hand tightly, and another holding the magic stone and wand. He tapped the ground gently with his wand, and the next second, the ground of the entire box began to collapse. The ground fell apart and the stone began to break and fall quickly, and it was covered with cracks. Taking the location of the Evan hitting as the core, The crack spread to the entire stadium main building. It was like a broken egg, and all the walls fell quickly and quickly collapsed on the ground. "You are crazy." Karisis looked at Irving incredulously. "Can't believe he actually did it." Ivan's surprise to him this evening is enough to shock him. At that moment, Karisis believed that Avon was the one mentioned in the clan prophecy. He knew that he had failed and lost to Avon. He could not have caught Harry Potter today. Karisis hesitated, reaching out to grab Evan and Hermione, to save them both to leave. But countless stones fell and blocked between the two sides, and Karisis had no chance at all. He sighed as he watched Avon and Hermione's figure disappearing into the ruins. In the next second, the black figure of Karisis disappeared from the place and disappeared. Bang, 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 countless boulder rolling down. The sound is like thunder. Below the stadium, the aurora of the Ministry of Magic is evacuating the crowd and leaving quickly. Everyone was so scared that they looked pale and couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Everyone was scared, and I did not expect it to be such a result. I did not expect that the battle between Avon and Karisis would be so fierce. Abyssed by these fallen large stones and ruins, Avon and Hermione could not survive. Today is destined to be the toughest day in the history of magic, and a newly raised genius wizard has fallen. To be continued. V2 Chapter 487 Monster Evan. Numerous giant stones and steel fell, and the crowd below was noisy, and everyone fled in horror. Focusing on the main building box, a crack in the main building of the stadium spreads, and panic is spreading. The wizards are horrified. The huge magnificent building that was built by the Ministry of Magic's more than 500 wizards in a whole year has been rapidly falling apart. The entire site is full of broken and rubbing stones. This is incredible, you know. Every place in this place has been cast countless protection spells. But what did everyone see? A 13-year-old boy tapped with a wand and the building was finished! The wizards felt that their heads were not enough, but the facts were clearly in front of them. The magic contained in the magic cast by Ivan is too horrible, and it is a powerful force that can destroy the earth. In the panic, the officials of the Ministry of Magic and the Heroes raised their wands and stabilized the rest of the stadium. However, no one dared to approach the main building where the collapse had completely collapsed. Slightly accidentally caught by the huge stones that have been added, not dead or hurt. Harry, Ron, Crumb, Fred, George and other Quidditch players flew around the fast collapsed building in the air, hoping to save Evan and Hermione, but there was no way to get close. They shouted the names of Ivan and Hermione and looked forward to the miracle of despair. In the stands, Sirius, who had just defeated 2 vampires, also looked up and looked at the main building that was collapsing not far away. There was a blank inside his head, and he did not expect it to happen. Sirius stood in the same place and couldn't believe it. In the next second, he rushed to the main building with the quickest. He has already refused to be caught by the fallen gravel, and he is not afraid of his own danger. He only wants to save Evan and Hermione. Sirius is afraid. He remembers the dark night 14 years ago. He was so rushing to the cabin of James and Lily, and his mind was full of bad thoughts. He had thought that he would never have such a desperate feeling, and he did not expect to reappear. If he can, he wants to die for himself, not the 2 children. He was originally a person who should die, and he is not qualified to live in this world. The lingering shadow shrouded the sky, and the thick clouds blocked the moonlight. After a brief panic and shock, sorrow gradually became the main theme. This night, the Quidditch World Cup final is destined to be written into the history of major historical events in the history of magic. And the name of Ivan will also be remembered forever. No one will forget the duel just now, and no one will forget the powerful magic of both sides of the duel. This has been the scope of ordinary wizarding ability, and it is a high-end battle in the true sense. Alvin has earned the respect of more than 100,000 wizards based on his outstanding performance. I don't know who started, and the name of Ivan was whispered. Soon, everyone on the entire stadium began to miss his name. Avon, Hermione. Sirius also shouted, He hid impulsively under the main building. In the thick dust, his wand does not stop to give a red light to the top, and the falling stones are hit. His body has been scratched and bruised by gravel, and blood has splashed out. Regardless of disregard, Sirius shouted, "He has not given up the last hope." The location of the box is very high, time is still too late, and Evan and Hermione have not yet fallen. He must find them both, even if they are just dead bodies. But in addition to countless wrecks, Sirius did not see anything. Just as his heart gradually cooled down and fell into despair, he suddenly saw a golden red highlight flashing in the air. The golden red light group is like the stars in the night sky, dull and silent, but exceptionally clear. Almost in an instant, Sirius recognizes that it is the radiance of the Sorcerer's Stone. Because of the tension, his heart almost stopped beating, and his eyes widened unbelievably looking at the glittering golden light. Ivan and Hermione are there. They are still not dead. Under the protection of the Sorcerer's Stone, Ivan cast a sturdy circular magical barrier to protect him and Hermione. The scorching magic is raging in the body. He insists on holding his teeth and holding Hermione hard. Two people clung to everything, and Ivan could feel the breath and temperature of the girl in her arms. He has never been so close to Hermione, and under the influence of the burning magic in the body, Ivan even feels that two people are going to melt together. Hermione also tried her best to hug Ivan. She didn't dare open her eyes. The petite body kept shaking. There is only one thought in her heart. If this is death, then she will die with Ivan. However, everything is not over yet, and the story of Ivan is not over. Although I have done my best, this is not the limit of Ivan. His battle with Voldemort and the evil spirits has just begun. And there is a more exciting world waiting for himself. He can't live up to Hermione's trust in herself, and even vows to protect the safety of this girl in her arms. In the next second, with the support of firm confidence and perseverance, the powerful magic gathers in the body with the magic stone. Ivan raised his wand in his hand and read the last spell. The dim light of the magic stone has become vivid, and it becomes extremely dazzling in an instant. The golden light turns into white, like the midday sun, which makes people unable to look directly. Everyone on the stadium showed this situation, and they looked up in surprise and looked there. The time seemed to be still, and the wreckage of the collapsed main building was all quietly parked in the air. Then, they converge upwards with the light group as the center. In the stadium, everyone can feel the powerful magic that is shocking. A giant made up of countless steel and stone is forming fast, and Eowyn is holding Hermione in the hands of the giant. Looking at this miraculous giant, the wizards all took a breath. There is only one thought in their minds. How is this possible? Is this still magic? Exclamation mark. Looking at this giant formed by a combination of powerful magic and hardships, everyone feels that they are going crazy. This is indeed a defamation spell, the simplest defamation, but no wizard dare to use it. No one will be crazy about the defamation of the main stadium that can accommodate 100,000 people. This kind of move may not even be possible with Dumbledore, the greatest wizard in the world. Only in the magic books in the library that describe the ancient warlocks can you see this record. What a genius wizard. Ivan, this guy is a monster. Under the influence of magic, the collapsed building was reformed and became a standing giant. It protects Ivan with a huge palm, and the fallen debris of the stone becomes part of its body. To be continued. 8v2 Chapter 488 Strength and shock. The sound of the scattered building wreckage and rock continually echoed across the sky. More than 100,000 wizards looked up and looked very shocked. They couldn't think of the sudden appearance of the giant, and the Evan sitting on it. And Hermione? Question mark. Shock! Exclamation mark. Extremely shocked! Exclamation mark. In addition, there are no other words that can describe the picture at hand. They simply can't believe that this is actually the power of a small wizard. Turning the wreckage of a building that is falling into a stone giant requires only simple defamation magic. In the first lesson of primary metamorphosis, all wizards have learned, which is the basis of the defamation. But no one can use it like Ivan, which is simply unimaginable. The huge magic involved in it has become more and more versatile. No one can do this except for Irving, who owns the Sorcerer's Stone. Although this giant image is not realistic, there is no beautiful and complicated decoration on the body, just a simple stone accumulation. This level of deformation will never get a high score in the classroom. But from this rude style, everyone can feel the power of direct heart. This extremely powerful force is the most direct manifestation of Ivan willpower. At this moment, Ivan is not just a 13-year-old wizard. In many people's minds, he is already a powerful wizard who can stand shoulder to shoulder with Dumbledore and Voldemort. Under the shock of the purest power, no one dares to violate his will. God, what did I see? An old wizard snarled in disbelief. His legs were shaking, and the next second was actually lying on the ground, and his mouth kept talking about something. A wizard like him is not in the minority. In front of a powerful force, surrender is the most sensible choice. Is this still the power that human beings should have? This is the same question everyone has. What is the little wizard called? Another person asked. Ivan Mason. He is from Hogwarts. Ivan didn't think that tomorrow morning, he would board the headlines of all the national magic newspapers. The Quidditch World Cup final, which should have been the protagonist, was squeezed into the inconspicuous corner. No one cares which team won the game, and no one cares who caught the golden snitch. A large amount of space was used to publish the Battle of Evan and Garax, and the powerful magic that he showed. The existence of the Sorcerer's Stone is top secret, and the analysis of this matter by the major media is simply varied. Whatever it is, all feasible theories and legends are found. As for the rest of the layout, it is the life story of Ivan, his performance in Hogwarts and so on. All in all, Ivan has made a splash. Because of his performance tonight, the magical world that has been calm for a long time is boiling. Overnight, Evan became a celebrity known to all wizards like Dumbledore, Sirius, and Harry. The major media hope to have an exclusive interview with him, and the owl letter is almost filled with the place where he lives. With the news reports, Ivan will have many admirers, all over the world. After more than 100,000 wizards left, his name was spread all over the world. Ivan is recognized by the magic world as the most promising wizard, the future star of the magic world. The Ministry of Magic's award is awarded as soon as possible. The Merlinges also awarded Ivan a first-class medal, and the International Anti-Black Magic Alliance invited him to become a full member. This is far from all, and the influence of the event will continue to leave, because Ivan's performance is reflected in the surge in Hogwarts enrollment next year. Many foreign parents send their children to Hogwarts, hoping they can study with Ivan. Of course, these are all words. At this moment, Ivan, who will usher in countless glory, is facing an unprecedented crisis. He and Hermione hugged tightly, more accurately, on Hermione. Ivan was held by her body, so she didn't fall down like this. The two men clung together, and the sweat of the beans continued to emerge from Ivan. He is enduring severe pain, and perhaps, fainting directly is the greatest kindness to him. Losing consciousness means not having to endure pain of the magic in the body, and the pain of the distance that is about to be smashed. How to describe Ivan now feels like a balloon being blown up. Once you have your own ability to expand, you will explode with a bang, and you will be broken. Ivan now has this feeling, and countless magical forces flow from his magic stone into his body without stopping. These magical powers have come out of the range of abilities he can accommodate, and he feels that he has the possibility of exploding at any time. Worst of all, the magic in the Sorcerer's Stone is different from the magic that is normally produced in the human body. They are even more violent, with hot temperatures, like magma deep in the core. While enduring the suffering of the body, it is also subject to the burning and destruction of the hot magic. To be honest, Ivan couldn't stand it, but the intense pain kept him awake. This feeling is the most horrible, watching his demise. He didn't know what to do. The magic had lost control, and he had no way. At this moment, Ivan could not even concentrate on the spirit, and could not think at all. You should know that the Sorcerer's Stone was originally an ancient warlock who studied the alchemy props used to provide magic when casting powerful magic. The magic contained in it is powerful and imagination. No one has ever used the body to absorb the power of the Sorcerer's Stone. There is no wizard who can rely on the power of to accommodate the magic contained in a magic stone. Even the most powerful god warlock can't do this. This pure crush is self-seeking, and there is no difference between suicide and suicide. After the initial short-term obstruction, as Avon increased his absorption, the magic in the Sorcerer's Stone continued to flow into his body. This process will not stop until it is fully bombed. Ivan now thinks about this feeling. He can feel that the magic coming in from the Sorcerer's Stone is far beyond the consumption of the magic he is using, and the influx of the magic is getting faster and faster. He wants to stop, but it doesn't work at all. Evan's body was shaking in pain, and Hermione was overwhelmed with him. She can feel the pain that Ivan is experiencing, but not what to do. She can only hug Ivan tightly, and use her own methods to keep praying for the boy in her arms. Perhaps her prayers worked, and when Ivan thought that everything was about to end, the magical power of the body suddenly found the exit of catharsis, and the power of savings poured out from there to be continued. 8. V2 Chapter 489 Dark Mark Slytherin's locket, which has been hung on the chest by Ivan, keeps flashing dark gold. Just like the last time in the underground remains of the Aragog lair, the magic of Ivan's body overflow is constantly being absorbed by this pendant. The dark gold streamer circulates over the ancient and complicated lines of the pendant box, and the emeralds in the center of the uppercase S letter are illuminated in turn. Now, the Slytherin Famous badge looks like a curved snake, very realistic. After the magic got the catharsis exit, Ivan gradually recovered consciousness, and the magic that could be felt into the magic stone was gradually stopped. Although the body is still very painful, the magical riot has passed. As long as you slowly cultivate, Ivan can recover, and the strength can even go further. He bowed his head and looked incredulously at the locket on his chest, shocked by its magic. After the last time, Ivan knew that the locket was not simple. It has powerful mysterious magic, but it is hidden deep. Even Voldemort has not noticed. He just thought that this was the ancestor Sarah Slytherin's personal belongings, which had a special commemorative significance. Therefore, he just made this pendant box into a Horcrux. But it is not the case. All the items left by Slytherin seem to be very meaningful. Deep in the underground ruins, Ivan saw it on the last mural. The four corners are the locket, the ring, their wand, and the huge scepter surrounded by two green giant pythons. This scepter appeared on the front page of the second part of Abraham's book, a key item left by the ancient warlocks. Ivan speculates that, like the Sorcerer's Stone in the first part of the homepage, they are the key to defeating the evil spirits. As one of the four items that can be juxtaposed with the token, the pendant is certainly not simple. Ivan defeated the eyeball monster by it and absorbed the magic of the Millennium Plankton in the depths of the earth. He still remembers the picture at the time, the feeling, like a brand new magic door opened in front of his eyes. This time, the locket box saved Ivan's life at a crucial moment. Like last time, the magic above it suddenly launched, absorbing the magic of the magic stone pouring into the body of Ivan. Ivan didn't know what was going on, and didn't figure out how the magic works on the pendant. He has been studying for a long time and has no clue. He originally thought that the complicated lines on the pendant box would be the same as the slate, only the snake cavity can be recognized. But after letting Harry see it, you can be sure. After learning the esoteric ancient magic, Ivan felt that these strange lines were like some kind of magic. Very, very old, with magical words. Although I don't know what the magic on the pendant box is, I don't know its specific use. But there is no doubt that this pendant has become one of the most precious magic items currently listed by Erwin. He could feel that the large amount of magic that was absorbed inside began to flow back slowly as before. The power of the Sorcerer's Stone has once again become calm and pure, repairing the damage inside Ivan's body. Although most of the magic will eventually dissipate, the remaining small part can become Ivan's own strength. The event tonight ended, and the conspiracy of Carius and Voldemort failed again. Ivan breathed a sigh of relief and felt unusually tired. Now he just wants to fall down and sleep. But before that, I still have to comfort Hermione, who was frightened in her arms. After this incident, Ivan clearly felt that he and Hermione's relationship was a step closer. Two people have experienced life and death, and there are many unspeakable things on the basis of unreserved trust. Evan gently stroked Hermione, and when he thought that everything was over, the accident happened again. The event tonight is not finished, and the fear is not over. It seems to be preparing to stimulate the fragile nerves of the wizards. A huge green glittering thing that rises from the ruins of the building and flies into the air. In the next second, a huge cockroach appeared beside Erwin and Hermione. This is made up of countless green stars, and a big python comes out of its mouth, like a tongue. Under the gaze of Ivan, the cockroach is getting higher and higher. In the green smog of smoke, dazzling light, like a new constellation against the dark night sky. Like a horrible neon sign, it illuminates most of the sky. Ivan, Hermione, the stone giants standing quietly under the two, and the ruins, and the gimmicks in the night sky. As if they were originally, they should appear in the same picture, because this horrible gimmick represents the power of destruction and represents the deepest fear of the wizards. In the stadium, the crowds that had been calmed down re-emerged with screams. They screamed loudly, once again rushing out of the field, fleeing, and panic back. This time, even more so than the turmoil caused by the vampires. "God, this is the dark mark," said Hermione, holding the arm of Ivan tightly, "the symbol of Voldemort." Of course, Voldemort is unlikely to appear here, and Ivan knows what this is all about. Almost at the same time that the dark mark was issued, he felt that Barty Crouch was in the ruins. Without the majority, Voldemort and the vampires failed to go to the Crouch tent to rescue him. No one would have thought that old Barty Crouch would have let a house elf take his son to the Quidditch match. Considering the character of Barty Crouch and the identity of the fugitive of Barty Crouch, this is incredible. When the vampires were preparing to storm the box, little Barty Crouch was swept away from the box by the house elf, but did not escape too far. The gleaming order was left in the box. She could not leave too far, and there was no apparition. The long-term imprisonment has made the body of little Barty Crouch exceptionally weak and has not recovered. However, he stole Harry's wand in the box. This crazy guy, thinking in his head, is not using this wand to escape. After seeing Ivan out of the limelight, he used it directly to promote the power of his master and challenged Ivan. He wants to let everyone know who is the most powerful and horrible wizard in the world. And his purpose was achieved, and the small Barty Crouch succeeded in causing panic, reminding everyone of the horror of Voldemort. All the Ministry of Magic officials and the Aurora quickly approached the ruin, and the red light of the stunned curse flashed everywhere. Ivan clearly saw that Barty Crouch, who had not seen this evening, was at the forefront. The Ministry of Magic has lost face tonight, and they urgently need to express themselves. Ivan didn't know. When Crouch saw that the enemy he was about to face was his own son, "I don't know what to think!" Exclamation mark. To be continued. V2 Chapter 490. Rufus Scrimgeour. Series of dazzling red flashes flashed over the ruins. The figure flickered, and hundreds of burning red light shot from the wizard's wand and staggered, hit the wreckage of the ruins and was bombarded into the darkness. "I saw it," he apparated. A wizard shouted. "Don't say silly. This area does not allow the use of apparition." But thinking of the sudden disappearance of Keresis, this sentence is particularly unconvincing this evening. "The man suddenly disappeared from my eyes. If it was not a phantom." The voice was amazed. Then, one person fell to the ground and was unconscious. "Oh, my God, is this? What did you find?" Mr. Crouch said in a cold, unfeeling voice. He squinted his face and his sharp eyes fell in the darkness. A few seconds later, under the watchful eyes of everyone, a wizard came out with a small soft body. There is a tea towel around her neck, which is a home elf. Mr. Crouch looked at the other party and placed his house elf under his feet. He did not move or speak. The other officials of the Ministry of Magic are staring at Mr. Crouch, and the atmosphere in the air is weird. For a few seconds, Crouch stood motionless as if it had solidified. On the pale face, the pair of fire-breathing eyes stared at the sparkling ground. Then he seems to have come back again. This is impossible, impossible, he said in a meal. Impossible. He quickly circumvented the wizard in front of him and strode toward the place where the sparkle was discovered. It's useless, Mr. Crouch. The wizard who found the sparkling shouted. There is no one else. But Mr. Crouch did not seem to care about his words. Everyone heard him walking around. He searched carefully in the dark ruins, and kept coming to the sound of gravel rolling. When Evan and Hermione came down, he did not come out of the ruins. Avon, Hermione, are you both okay? Evan saw that Sirius and Mr. Weasley ran towards them and looked very scared. In the sky, Harry, Ron, Ginny, Crumb, Fred, George and other Quidditch players all fell slowly beside them. Everyone gathered to ask about the situation of Ivan and Hermione, and wept so much. Everyone was shocked by the power of Avon, and did not expect this 13-year-old to be so powerful. Familiar people know that Evan is using the power of the Sorcerer's Stone. The powerful magic stone. The magic contained in it has exceeded the imagination of the world. In a short while, Fudge came over under the protection of a group of Riots. He seems to have not recovered from the huge shock, and asked Evan to fight who he is. Enough, these two children need rest. Sirius said impatiently, Ivan just hit a black wizard who suddenly broke into. This should have been the responsibility of the Ministry of Magic. Want to know the truth? You can ask who is caught by the black wizards and know who they are and where they come from. Right, Black. Fudge nodded. We do. At this moment, the Ministry of Magic officials on the edge of the ruins made another scream, and everyone hurriedly walked over. The Eras seem to be discussing whether the house elf casts the dark mark and the final focus is on the wand. To use this magic, you must have a wand, and the sparkling hand does hold one. The scenes were in a mess, and when everyone squeezed, the expressionless Crouch came out of the ruins. His face was still terrible, and his hands and toothbrush-like mustache were twitching. Batty, where have you been tonight? Fudge hurriedly asked, seemingly more panic than him. It's hard to imagine that this happened in the evening. The attack of the Black Wizard. Now even the dark marks are out. I have been very busy, said Mr. Crouch, still like that, and his lips barely moved. In the course of the game, someone sneaked into my tent and they seemed to be looking for something. Let me see. Those guys are absolutely crazy. What will people say tomorrow? Fudge complained. You don't have to think about it. They definitely think it's all wrong with the Ministry of Magic, but who can God this family? What happened to the elf? He seems to see that the house elf lying on the ground is shining. One person quickly walked from the crowd to Fudge and whispered a few words. The wizard looks like an old lion. His brown hair and thick eyebrows are mixed with grey. Behind the gold-rimmed glasses is a pair of sharp eyes, staring at Crouch with a bad eye. Although a bit embarrassing, but there is a stride of a big stride. It immediately made people feel that he is a keen, tough guy. He is Rufus Scrimge, director of the Aurora office of the Ministry of Magic, and is currently the strongest. Rufus, you mean? Fudge's gaze fell on the wand in the sparkling hands. Then, he seemed to suddenly discover what the truth was, and looked up and looked at Crouch unbelievably. So, Crouch's house elf casts the dark mark with this wand. Fudge's voice with a hint of horror, slowly said, the mysterious man's mark. How could she use this magic? Exclamation mark. Crouch did not speak, and his eyes fell on the wand in the sparkling hands. He didn't seem to hear the words of Fudge, nor did he understand what the other party meant. It can't be her. Someone whispered. Even if it weren't for her, this house elf couldn't escape. Scrimgeour said bluntly. She violated Article 3 of their wand usage guidelines. No non-human creatures can carry or use a wand. But I think we should listen to how this house elf defends itself and then make judgments. Scrimgeour continued. If you have no opinion, Mr. Crouch. He seemed to be asking Crouch, But he didn't wait for the other person to answer, and quickly raised his wand and pointed at the flash, restoring the sparkling and powerless movements. The brown bell-like brown eyes opened. She squinted her eyes and looked awkward. Under the gaze of the wizard's silence, she twitched and sat up. Then she slowly unsquinted and looked at the crowd. Then, I slowly turned my eyes to the night sky above. It can be clearly seen that the floating image of the dragonfly is reflected in her two big, sluggish eyes. She took a sip of air and looked at the people in the open space with confusion. She suddenly cried in fear. To be continued. V2 Chapter 491 Harry's Wand. The elf Scrimgeour asked sternly, "Do you know who I am?" "I am the director of the Aurora office of the Ministry of Magic." Sparkling began to shake back and forth on the ground. Her breath was interrupted by strong sobs from time to time. When she heard that Scrimgeour was an era, she almost fainted. Just now, someone changed the black magic mark here. Scrimgeour asked sharply, pointing with his wand firmly. After a moment, "You are now. We are under the mark." "You need to let us explain." I don't, sir," said the gasping. "I don't know how to change, sir." "When you are in the present, you have a wand in your hand," Scrimgeour said impatiently, taking the wand from the other person and waving. "Tell me, where did you get the wand from? Is not it?" Harry, standing in the crowd, suddenly said with amazement, "That is mine, sir." Everyone turned around and looked at Harry, who was overwhelmed. "What did you say?" Scrimgeour's face was full of shock and suspicion. "Is this your wand?" "That's my wand," said Harry, swallowing. "I lost it." "Hey, have you lost it? Are you confessing?" Scrimgeour snorted heavily, his eyes sharp, as if he wanted to swallow Harry. "After changing the mark, throw the wand lost?" "Skliner, pay attention to your words," Sirius roared. "Think about who you are talking to. Is Harry Potter going to be a black magic mark?" "Sirius Black," Scrimgeour said with a hint of exclamation. "This kid is Harry Potter?" His sharp eyes swept Sirius and Ivan, and then fell to Harry. "We all saw him riding a broom in the sky, and Hermione. They are fighting with the Black Wizard," Sirius said with a sigh of relief. "This was originally what you should do, but it depends on a few nights." "Child." "Now, actually, Harry has changed the dark mark." He also pulled out his wand and confronted Scrimge. "Don't be excited, Black," Fudge hurriedly said. "Harry certainly can't change that mark. We all know." Rufus is just asking Harry, "When did he lose his wand?" "After the start of the chaos. I thought it was in the box." When Harry heard the box, Scrimgeour's face was more unnatural, and it has now become ruined. The powerful magic of Ivan is still fresh in his memory. "Everything this evening is exceptionally unusual. There are so many people waiting outside for the results, and they must fight." Scrimgeour turned his gaze to the huddle of his feet, and his eyes became even more ruthless. "The elf, you are here with this wand, aren't you? You pick it up and think you can find it. Have fun, are you?" "I didn't use it to change the magic, sir," said the shrill, tears flowing down the sides of her squashed spherical nose like a stream. I just picked it up, sir." "I haven't changed the black magic mark, sir. Please believe me, I don't know how to change." "You won't use this magic." "Isn't that good to say?" Scrimgeour said with a hint of silence. "Since this wand is in your hands, this thing will definitely not be related to you. There is a simple way. You can now use the magic spell on the wand once. The elf, you know." Sparkling and shivering, shaking his head desperately, his ears swayed. Scrimgeour ignored her and seemed to have made up her mind to catch the murderer hiding behind the scenes. He looked up at Crouch, and raised his wand and docked it with Harry's wand. "Flashbacks," Scrimgeour said in a cold voice. The crowd took a breath of air, and they saw a very horrible, snoring from the two wands. "But this is just the green and shining shadow above their heads. It seems to be made up of thick grey smoke, a magical ghost." "Sleepless," Scrimgeour roared. The smog of smog turned into a light smoke and disappeared. "What do you say?" He showed a cruel and smug expression, looking at the sparkling feet. "The sparkling still trembles fiercely and looks very pitiful." "Not me," she screamed, her eyes turning in horror. "Not me, not me. I don't know how to get it. I am a good elf, I don't have a wand, I don't know how to get it. Enough, you are caught on the spot, holding this sinful wand in your hand. Scrimgeour shouted. This magical wizard, the Phoenix, tells us, where did you learn? Glittering, gasping, like a broken bellows. Scrimgeour, you may be saying. Crouch spoke, and every syllable was filled with cold anger. I regularly teach my servant to become a black mark. Scrimgeour stared at him, a very depressed silence, with a strange glow in his eyes. Hundreds of Ministry of Magic officials did not speak, and Barty Crouch's status and majesty in the Ministry of Magic was high, especially in his past experience. All the wizards were scared. Fudge, who should have been the master, seemed frightened and looked scared. He looked at Crouch and turned to look at Scrimgeour. Everything is possible. We need to investigate. Scrimgeour did not back down, and the tone was equally cold. Looking at him, it seems that it is certain that Crouch planned the attack this evening, and in the end, let his house elf become a black magic mark. I hope you don't forget that in my long career, there is a lot of evidence that I have always hated black magic, and all the people who play with these spells. Mr. Crouch shouted, his eyeballs protruding. Obviously, but this doesn't explain why your house elf would have this black magic. She may have learned it by chance from elsewhere. Fudge said uneasily. Okay. The elf, tell me, where did you get Harry's wand? Sparklingly twisted the edge of the tea towel on her body, her fingers were too strong, and the welt was screwed open. I was there, sir, she whispered. There, in the ruins. I was terrified. All the buildings were falling, and the stones kept falling. Well, let me see. This is already very clear, Fudge whispered. The black wizard who was fighting with Ivan had picked up Harry's wand in the box and finally got black there. Magic mark. Mr. Minister, I just saw someone phantom. The sorcerer who was shining at the beginning said in a hurry. The figure suddenly disappeared from my eyes and disappeared at once. To be continued. 8. V2 Chapter 492 Elf's Clothes. This place does not allow the use of apparition. Scrimgeour asked. I know, but he did disappear suddenly, from my eyes. Rufus, that's the way it is, Fudge said, seemingly relieved. The black wizards who turned out to mark the phantoms or disguised them after other things, and dropped Harry's wand. They did their work so smartly that they didn't need their wands to avoid revealing their identity. After a moment, the unfortunate elf saw the wand inadvertently and picked it up. Scrimgeour was silent for a while and seemed to be considering the possibility of this thing that Fudge said. The elf, did you see anyone at the time? He asked in a cold tone. The shimmering was more powerful than before. Her two big bulbs looked at Scrimgeour, looked at Fudge again, and finally turned to her own master, Mr. Crouch, and took a big breath. I didn't see anyone, sir, no one. You are lying. Scrimgeour did not believe. I have a way to let you know everything you know. Scrimgeour, Crouch said bluntly. I know exactly that. According to the general procedure, you have to bring the Glimmer to the Auror office for interrogation. However, before that, I hope to allow me to come first. Dispose of her. Scrimgeour did not answer. Crouch seemed to regard it as the default, and he walked quickly to the side of the gleaming Lord. Master gleamed up and looked at Mr. Crouch, with tears in his eyes, stuttering and saying, Master, beg you, don't. Crouch stared at her and his face became stiff. Every line above is very prominent, and there is no mercy in the eyes. Sparkling tonight's behavior made me very shocked, he said slowly. She did not obey my orders, and appeared at the scene of the accident, picking up the wand that the house elf should not touch. This means, clothes. No, screaming and screaming, fluttering at the foot of Mr. Crouch. No, master. Don't dress, don't wear clothes. Please. The only way to release a house elf is to give him a decent dress. This means that the house elf means liberation, but it also means destruction. Squeezing her tea towel tightly, crying on Mr. Crouch's feet. It was really pitiful. You can't do this. She was frightened at the time, Hermione said suddenly and indignantly. She glared at Crouch. Your house elf has a fear of heights. She can't stay in the box all the time, waiting to die. She is justifiable when she appears here. She is just escaping, and she happened to pick up Harry's wand. You can't blame her. Evan can feel it, because of anger. Hermione has been holding her little hand and shaking slightly. By this time, everyone knows that the spark can't be the one who turned out to be the Dark Mark. But Crouch doesn't care. He just needs a scapegoat. Ivan looked into the dark ruins. I don't know where the little Batty Crouch was hiding! Exclamation mark. The wizard said just now that he saw a figure suddenly disappearing from his eyes. It must be little Batty Crouch. He can't be Phantom, so he must be hiding under the invisibility cloak. Evan now does not feel the existence of little Batty Crouch, who seems to be protected by a magical force. Because of the battle just now, Ivan is very weak now. In his current situation, it is impossible to specifically detect the specific position of little Batty Crouch, and the magic has lost its effect. However, he did not intend to expose this matter. This is related to my next plan. As for the fate of Batty Crouch, he can only ask for more happiness. Voldemort, who has suffered successive failures, will definitely go into his home in person. Although he did not care about Crouch, this incident also warned Ivan. After having a powerful power above the ordinary wizard, the madman can do anything. Whether it is Voldemort or a vampire, these evil black wizards never put their lives in their eyes. Like this scene tonight, it can happen at any time in the future. Mr. Crouch did not seem to hear Hermione's words. He took a step back and got rid of the elf's entanglement. He looked down at the sparkling, and the look was like what she was dirty and rotten, smearing his shiny shoes. I don't need a house elf against the order. He turned to look at Hermione and said coldly, I don't need a servant who forgot to maintain the owner's reputation. Sparkling and crying is very sad. Her crying echoes in the ruins, and it is a very embarrassing silence. Mr. Crouch wants to open her, but clings tightly over his lap. If you can, please return Harry's wand to him. Sirius frowned. These children have experienced too much tonight. They have to go back to rest. We have no energy and obligation to stay here. Look at this. The farce goes on. Scrimgeour hesitated, and came over and handed the wand to Harry, and his eyes fell on Avon. Are you called Avon Mason? He asked. I hope to talk to you. Ivan originally wanted to agree, but Sirius was directly in front of him. I don't think Evan has anything to say to you. Everyone saw what happened this evening, he said bluntly. In my opinion, Ivan saved everyone. He is a hero. It's true, but this child has such a powerful magic, which is obviously not normal. Scrimge said stiffly. You have to know that some people are born to be geniuses. Sirius replied softly. Don't use your standards to measure other people. What's more, no matter how powerful Evan is, this matter has nothing to do with her. Scrimgeour was embarrassed to stand in the same place and stared at Sirius. Let's go, kids, Mr. Weasley whispered, whispering a small Sirius. Everyone knows that Scrimgeour is a resolute person. After he joined the work, he was an Auror who devoted most of his life to dealing with the Dark Wizard. The professional habits that have been developed for a long time, so that he will not let go of any doubts, and will not care who the other party is. Although there is no such high weight as Crouch, it is best not to provoke it easily. The reality of Ivan's watch tonight is too eye-catching. He needs a low profile now. What happened this evening, especially the appearance of the last Dark Mark, is obviously not right, or don't get involved. Everyone turned and left, only Hermione seemed to be reluctant to move, and her eyes still fell on the crying elf. Hermione, said Mr. Weasley. The tone was even more urgent. A few seconds later, Hermione turned and followed Evan and everyone to leave the ruins and walk outside the stadium. To be continued. V2 Chapter 493 Wanted Vampire. When they were separated from the Ministry of Magic, Ivan immediately said, the guy named Scrimgeour seems to be dangerous. He could feel that most of the wizards were shocked after they showed great magic. Only Rufus Scrimge thought of exploring his own source of magic, and Barty Crouch probably wanted to do the same. But now he is not worried about Ivan because he is ignorant of his son's affairs. These two guys seem to be exceptionally keen, and be careful when they come into contact with them later. Skolji has always been like that. He is a veteran Auror, Sirius said, after Alasto Moody retired. He was the only remaining one in the old Auror. Prestige. What about other Aurors? Harry asked. Either halfway out, or die or go crazy. Auror is a very dangerous profession, very few people can stick to the end. Sirius replied. Only the most powerful Auror can deal with the Dark Wizard. At the same time, protect yourself. You know, there are many times when danger does not necessarily come from the enemy. Aurora like Scrimgeour is very rare. The Aurors are always suspicious, and everyone is like a black wizard. Mr. Weasley agreed. Whoever works in that position for a long time will become like that. They have seen too many intrigues. Sirius paused for a while and continued, know who can believe, who can't believe it, and not a bad thing. It seems that he seems to think of the death of the little dwarf Peter and Harry's parents, and blame themselves for their stupidity. Yes, but everyone is still afraid of what relationship with Auror. Mr. Weasley followed. I want to say that Scrimgeour's selection of Crouch as an opponent this time is a big mistake. Crouch is not the kind of person who will be easily scared. Look at his attitude towards the house elf. As long as he has anything that affects his reputation, he can give up at any time. Sirius said disdainfully. Barty Crouch is more than Scrimlin, it is also dangerous. But I didn't make any mistakes. Hermione said immediately. What will she do? They have no evidence, and they will finally release her. Sirius said, but she will definitely be expelled by Barty Crouch, hoping that the stimulus will not kill her. That's unfair. Mr. Crouch can't treat her like that, said Hermione angrily. He knows that she didn't do it, but she has to fire her. He doesn't care how scared she is, how sad it is. He simply doesn't treat her as a man. Cough. She is not a human being, Ron interjected. Hearing this sentence, Hermione immediately turned to attack him. That doesn't mean she has no feelings, Ron. They are so disgusting. You are. Well, Hermione, now is not the time to discuss the elves' rights, and I don't agree with you. Mr. Weasley said quickly. You'd better go back to the tent. The rest is up to me. And Sirius is responsible for handling. After a few minutes, they encountered obstacles as they walked out of the stadium. Although the Ministry of Magic officials are trying to evacuate the flow of people, there are still many wizards gathered there to refuse to disperse. They looked at each other with fear. When they saw someone coming out from the inside, they pushed hard. Ivan hides behind Sirius. He does not want to be recognized by himself. But this kind of worry is superfluous, and these wizards did not recognize Ivan. They are just protesting and asking the Ministry of Magic to give a statement. What happened tonight is an extremely serious and vicious case. Many wizards gathered together and asked the Ministry of Magic to announce the truth of the incident and arrest the murderer as soon as possible. In addition, they also want to know who finally cast the dark mark! Exclamation mark. What is going on there? Who did the mark come out? Is that person? Is he planning the attack this evening? Is he back? Of course it can't be that person. Mr. Weasley couldn't help but say, we don't know who it is. The Black Wizard has run away. Okay, please let me go, beg you. I want to go back to sleep. They went back to the camp through the crowd, and the camp was quiet and terrible. Every tent has a black hole, and there is no pleasant atmosphere during the day. Everyone was hiding in their tent, and they dared not speak out. The officials outside the Ministry of Magic were patrolling around. Dad, what is going on? Charlie got out of the tent. Because of the Auror's blockade, he and Bill and Percy have not entered the core area. Nothing. We will investigate, said Mr. Weasley. Well, children, you all go in. I have to go and have a look. When such a big thing happened, there was a shortage of people in the ministry, and people were required to maintain order everywhere. I must help. After asking Sirius to take care of everyone, he turned and re-entered the darkness. Everyone was sitting around the small table, and it looked unsettled and the state was not very good. Bill licked his arm with a sheet of paper, and blood was constantly coming out from there. Charlie's shirt tore a big hole, Percy shows off the bleeding nose. These are traces of what they have just fought with the black wizards and vampires who have been robbed by the fire. Ivan found that Sirius was also hurt badly. His body was full of blood, but all of them were traumatic. He hurriedly took some white fresh from the cloth bag, which he configured himself. This potion has a good effect on the treatment of bruises and is suitable for use at this time. Thank you, said Sirius. This is exactly what I need. He took the white fresh and sprinkled it on the wound on his arm, where he was healing quickly. Who are the black wizards who launched the attack this evening? Charlie asked. Is it a supporter of mysterious people? They are vampires. I used to contact them with Sirius in the forests of Albania, said Davon. They are all very evil black wizards, real desperados. To some extent, even more than food. The dead are still terrible, and the existence of vampires is a taboo in itself. Except for Sirius, Harry, Ron, and Hermione, the rest of the people looked at Evan with surprise. No one thought that the black wizard who attacked this evening would be a vampire, which is simply unbelievable. No wonder the magic they use is very strange. I just had a hand with a masked guy, Bill said. They have some magic similar to the magic of ancient Egyptian wizards. We used to find them in the graves of several sacrifices. A similar record. All the ancient magic is based on blood as a basis for casting. Despite the haste and heavy losses, the Ministry of Magic still lived in a few vampires. After interrogating overnight, I believe that without tomorrow, Keresis and his people will become wanted objects. In the magic world, there are things that you don't insist on, and you won't be known as simple. As long as you are willing, a powerful wizard can get anything he wants to know from the soul of a person. To be continued. V2 Chapter 494 Unlucky Evan, how do you deal with the vampires caught in the ministry? Ginny asked. Her face was pale and she had not recovered from the stimuli she had received this evening. After the interrogation, I will probably be taken into Azkaban, Sirius said. The Dementors will look at them firmly, but if they don't drink fresh blood, then a few vampires. It is estimated that it will not last long. The power of vampires comes from the blood, and the more magic in the blood that is sucked, the greater the help for them. Like Carax and Elaine, they have been feeding on the magical dragon blood, so the strength is also fast. In addition, vampires also need blood as food to sustain life. It's hard to imagine that in the ghost place of Azkaban, the Dementors will specially prepare fresh blood for them as food. For a moment of silence, no one wants to continue talking on this topic. When you think of a vampire biting a person's neck and sucking blood, everyone is horrified. Ivan, what's the magic of your use? Ron asked suddenly. I saw you and Hermione fall, and I was scared. I didn't expect you to change the stone giant at the last moment. This is incredible. That magic. When I heard Ron's words, everyone looked at Ivan with interest and wanted to know the secret of his use of that magic. To be honest, they have never seen such a powerful magic, completely beyond imagination. Nothing, just defamation. Ivan simply said, as long as the magic is enough, anyone can do it. The things of the Sorcerer's Stone are not suitable for being known by too many people. It's not Evanksin but the Weasley family. But the magic stone is too important after all. It involves too many secrets and must be kept secret. As for the Ministry of Magic, I believe that Dumbledore and Sirius will help him cope with the past. As long as the magic is enough, Ron repeated it, wondering, is it only? Well, Ron, there is nothing to discuss about this, Hermione said suddenly, and gave Ron a look. As long as you take classes seriously and work hard to complete the assignments that the professors have arranged, you will soon be like Ivan, that uses this kind of magic. In a few seconds, Ron looked at her with surprise, and it seemed that there was no Hermione. So powerful magic, how can you rely on the class to listen carefully, work hard to complete the homework and be cast out? In Ron's view, the Sorcerer's Stone is the key, and it can only be used with the help of it. Ivan has just said that it requires a powerful magic, and the Sorcerer's Stone can provide these magic. He relied on the help of the Sorcerer's Stone to fight the vampire, cast powerful spells, and let the entire magic world remember his name. Of course, Ivan is really strong, and very hard to study magic. Ron admits this. But in his opinion, the Sorcerer's Stone is the most important. He has seen the power of the Sorcerer's Stone, and with it, anyone can release powerful magic like heaven. As for talent, hard work, and skill, it is far less effective than the help of the magic stone containing powerful magic. Ron thought so, until Harry couldn't help but sneak him under the table. He reacted, realizing that this is really not suitable for discussion here, but he also guessed the answer now. Ivan is really good. What happened to the last dark mark? This round of turn to Percy asked the question. Who cast it? What you found in the ruins? I saw Grams. Mr. Rouch is gone. This is not the first time that Irving, Harry, Ron, and Hermione have seen the dark mark. The last time they saw this mark in the Malay tribe Moon Temple, Ivan immediately suffered Voldemort curse. Everyone knows what it means and knows the fear of this mark. Now, only Fred, George and Ginny are still not clear, and Sirius whispers to them. Harry and Ron told the things that everyone had just seen in the ruins to Charlie, Bill, and Percy. Mr. Crouch is doing very well. He should drive away such a house elf. Hearing Crouch's last practice, he agreed. She actually picked up an unidentified wand and gave it to the owner. Smeared, I still embarrassed Mr. Crouch in front of so many Ministry of Magic officials. If she was taken to the Magic Animal Management Control Division for interrogation, I am a little. She didn't do anything, but she shouldn't have been there at that time. Hermione snapped back Percy. This surprised Percy. He looked at Hermione in surprise, not sure what he said was wrong. You know, Hermione's relationship with Percy has always been good, and actually better than everyone else. Hermione, the wizard in Mr. Crouch's position, if his house elf holds a wand everywhere, he can't afford this responsibility. Percy returned to normalcy and said conceitedly, she didn't do anything around. Hermione muttered, she just picked up the wand from the ground. Both of them are red-faced and seem to have the meaning of continuing to quarrel. Well, we shouldn't talk about this topic. Sirius immediately interrupted everyone. You must go to bed, especially Ivan, he needs a break. What can be said tomorrow morning? Harry seemed to want to continue discussing for a while, why the vampires had to change the dark mark. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't help them, but it does bring more panic. Come upstairs to sleep, now time is very late. We must hurry to sleep for a few hours, then get the door key early and leave here. Sirius said to Ivan, Harry and Hermione, I and Yi have talked, and the three of you will return to the residence until you start school. You should not go anywhere during this period. A few minutes later, Ivan dragged his tired body back to his hut. After completely relaxing, he felt that he was exhausted and fell heavily on the bed. But not long after, a subtle knock on the door surprised him, and Hermione came to his house. She seems to be frightened by the things tonight, and her face is full of worry, especially in the end. The decision to slide down from Crumfer's broom. At that time, she was completely determined to intend to die with Ivan. She already had that awareness and made a decision. This matter is not only explained by courage and friendship, but also contains other strong feelings. Unconsciously, the relationship between Ivan and Hermione and the kind of closest and closest. When the entire main building collapsed, Ivan didn't know what Hermione thought. He only remembers that she hugged herself tightly, as if she would never let go. After the experience of life and death, the relationship between the two people seems to have undergone qualitative changes. It's like a layer of window paper, you can smash it with light force. And Ivan's difference is just an opportunity. He expressed his confession to Hermione and let her accept herself. His luck in this area has always been bad, and he will be interrupted every time he is at a critical moment. But now the atmosphere in the cabin seems to be good. To be continued. V2 Chapter 495. Just so over. Hermione seemed to whisper something outside the door, and Ivan, who had been thinking about it, didn't hear it clearly. After confirming that Hermione was knocking on the door, he hurriedly walked over to open the door. In the cabin, The orange candle glows faintly and the light is shining. Although it is not romantic, it is not the best place to confess. But what happened at the stadium just made Evan and Hermione tightly connected. Both of them were very excited, filled with the joy of the rest of the robbery, and the desire to further the relationship. Evan even felt that Hermione would agree regardless of what he asked for at this time. As for the biggest obstacle, age problem, just ignore it. Evan put Hermione into the hut and prepared to take the courage to say what he thought. Hermione, I know, Avon. Hermione suddenly said, lie in bed, I will help you. Seeing her look, I seem to have made a lot of determination, and I dare not look at it. Lying in bed? Ivan blinked and asked, what? Why is she lying in bed? Exclamation mark. What are you going to do for yourself? Exclamation mark. It's convenient to take off your clothes, Hermione whispered. Looking at her shy look, Ivan felt his heart smashed, screaming, and his face was reddish. Anyway, he suddenly felt that his progress was too slow. I didn't expect Hermione to be so direct and go straight to the most critical step. But just lying in bed and undressing, will it be too fast? Exclamation mark. Also, is it just dragging your own clothes, or putting Hermione together too? Ivan is tangled and doesn't know what to do. He has no experience in this area. Imagine that the girl I liked sneaked into my room late at night. If you don't say anything, let you undress and lie on the bed. What kind of happiness is this? Exclamation mark. All in all, Hermione's request has kept Ivan, who has been thinking about it, unprepared. There is a voice inside, telling him to do what Hermione said. However, if you don't ask clearly, just ignore the clothes and lie down. Is it a bit too bad? Exclamation mark. Also, he has not yet decided, is it necessary to help Hermione? Exclamation mark. Come on, we hurry to sleep after we finish, Hermione urged. Sirius has just said that you need to rest now, and using a lot of magic will put a huge burden on your body and you must slowly cultivate to recover. There is no problem with this sentence. Sirius did say that. But listening together, how to make Ivan feel weird, is this the Hermione he knows? Exclamation mark. Hermione, what are we going to do? Ivan finally couldn't help but ask. Useless. I said it when I went upstairs. I came to help you with the medicine. Hermione looked at him strangely. When the stadium box collapsed, I saw that your back was smashed by gravel. Hurry and deal with it, if the infection is troublesome. It turned out that this was the case, and Ivan sighed with relief. His back was indeed scratched by the fallen wreckage, but the injury was not very heavy, so Ivan did not mind. Now when listening to Hermione, I thought that there was such a thing. Since Hermione is willing to deal with the wound for him, he will naturally refuse. Ivan took off his shirt at the fastest speed and squatted on the bed. White fresh in the cloth bag, take it yourself. He pointed to Hermione on the pocket on the table. There is a lot of space inside. In addition to the Book of Abraham, there are many magic books and various potions. These were developed by Ivan in 2 years, in case of emergency. Hermione opened Evan's bag and rummaged inside. You have already made so many potions, Hermione said in surprise. Hey, what is this? Listening to Hermione's voice, Evan just thought that she would stuff Elaine's underwear into her afternoon. He is clever in the whole body, if it was discovered by Hermione. At that time, how can Ewan explain to Hermione how he got a girl's underwear? Exclamation mark. This is simply, there is no way to explain the rhythm. Evan climbed up at the fastest speed and rushed to Hermione, who was looking for white in the bag. Hermione, or I am coming. There are too many potions inside. I will not find it for a while, said Ivan. The only thing he is fortunate about now is that the pockets that have been enlarged by the inexhaustible spells do not make it intuitive to know what is inside. Can only be confirmed a little bit according to the specific placement. Hermione hadn't found the underwear yet, and she just marveled at her as a rare potion. Ivan made up his mind that after Hermione left, she must dispose of the underwear as soon as possible. Hermione did not argue with Ivan. In fact, she is now strong and calm. In particular, Ivan's appearance is so close to her, which makes her feel a little embarrassed. Feeling the breath of Ivan, the little deer in Hermione's heart collided. Look at the boy's upper body. It seems that there is nothing to fuss about. But when she thought of helping him with the medicine, Hermione's face would not be arrogant. Before coming, she probably experienced a similar entanglement with Ivan, but in the end she made up her mind. For a few minutes, holding Ivan's potion in his hand, Hermione stared at Ivan's back. There are a lot of tiny wounds on the top, most of which have solidified, but there are still several areas that are still seeping out. At the moment of falling down, Ivan used her body to protect Hermione before she was harmed. Hermione scattered the white fresh on the larger wound, and the scar was healing quickly. This potion is really effective, and Madame Pomfrey has been using it to deal with the various injuries of the little wizards. As for the more subtle wounds, it is inconvenient to sprinkle the white fresh. When Hermione thought about it, she poured the white fresh on her hand and hand-painted it on the back of Avon. She blushes, concentrates, and tries not to think about the mess. Hermione did it very carefully and spread it evenly. Feeling the soft hand of the girl, the palm gently stroked on the back of her back, and Ivan's heart itched. Especially on such an occasion this evening, Ivan has just made up his mind to confess. He was there and began to think again. To be honest, Hermione touched each and every one of them, giving him a strange feeling. It's like a slight electric power. It's crisp, and it rotates from head to toe in the body. Ivan enjoys this atmosphere, but there is an impulse in my heart. Two people who did not speak. The inside of the hut, only the slight sound of the burning of the candle. The temperature seems to be rising, and the impulse in Avon is getting stronger and stronger. When Hermione's little hand touched his waist, Avon felt that she couldn't help it anymore. He bit his teeth, made up his mind, turned directly and turned Hermione down, pressed underneath to be continued. V2 Chapter 496 Active Irvine. Hermione shouted lowly, and she was concentrating on the medicine. She didn't think that Awin would do this. She only felt that Ivan turned over and hugged herself. After a while, she was forced to press underneath. Hermione stared at the above Evan with her eyes wide open, but she couldn't make any sound anyway. For a moment, she felt that she had no strength at all, and she could not stop Ivan. She felt that Ivan's strength had become so great that she couldn't move. Hermione's little hand symbolically lifted, pushed Avon, and then quickly put it down. Instantly, her little face was shy and red, and her heart beat and beat. Hermione seemed to realize that Avon's shirt was taken off and nothing was worn. She is now and Ivan, it is really in the true sense of everything. Although Avon's upper body is not strong, long-term exercise keeps his muscles evenly distributed and looks very comfortable. To put it simply, it is the kind of attractive to girls. The candlelight is beating, and the air is gradually filled with the atmosphere of Jenny. The night in August was very stuffy, not to mention the place where the tent was inside and there was no ventilation. The heat of the sun collected during the day seems to have all come out. The temperature inside the small one is getting higher and higher, the eyes of the two are blending, and the sweat on the body is also blended. No one speaks, because everything is in the air, and strange feelings spread in the body. To be honest, Hermione is somewhat looking forward to Ivan's next move, even though she is now shy, nervous, and scared. Under the impulse, Ivan did not think that he would be so bold and actively push down Hermione. Although I have imagined this scene countless times, I never thought it would be so direct. Feeling that the girl under her body was shaking slightly, the ruddy little face was rare with a hint of charm. Smell the sweet taste. Now Hermione is so attractive. The invisible gas field attracted Ivan. He couldn't help but slowly press down the body. The whole weight is on Hermione. Hermione, I like you, he whispered softly. Hermione didn't seem to hear it because she didn't respond. Or I have already heard it, but I don't know what to say. Her body moved a little, because it was too close to Ivan, and quickly stopped. Only the long eyelashes trembled on the beautiful and dynamic eyes. Like a kitten, curled up under Ivan, there is no room for resistance. Looking at Hermione like this, Ivan's brain stopped working, and all the mixed thoughts were converted into a blank. Thinking has stopped working, only the body is driven under the original. The distance between the two people, and even the breathing between them stopped. Like the last time, Avon is ready to kiss Hermione. Hermione has closed her eyes tightly, and the look that can be smothered makes people want to take a bite. The distance between the two is getting closer. The next second, Ivan feels that he has met in the sweet atmosphere of nervousness and suffocation. He kissed the girl's bleak, clear lips. Soft and sweet taste. That is only the feeling of Hermione. Time is only a second. But for both of them, it seems to be a century. Same as last Christmas at Diagonal Lane, with only a slight touch between the lips. Evan could feel the tension of Hermione. She bit the teeth and did not loosen. But this time, Hermione had no place to dodge and escape. She has been firmly pressed by Ivan, no matter how trembling, can only cause greater. Ivan has decided to go further and break the defense of the other side. He takes the initiative to stick out his tongue. Cough, cough. A coughing sound came from the side. Ivan and Hermione raised their heads subconsciously and saw that Sirius was at the door. His mouth was smirked with a self-evident smirk, as if everything understood. The two bowed their heads and looked at each other, feeling the breathing of the other person and the temperature on the body. In the next second, Ivan and Hermione quickly separated by the fastest speed, all embarrassed to see Sirius. The atmosphere in the air is so terrible that at least Evan feels this way. It's really bad luck, and it's rare to take the initiative to do it. He didn't think Sirius would come in at such a critical time. If there is a hole here, he will definitely get into it. As for Hermione, who is extremely shy, it goes without saying that the red face seems to be bleeding. She didn't dare to go to see Sirius, but she didn't dare to go to see Evan. I can only look down at my feet, and I don't have a normal look at all. Sorry, bother you both, Sirius said with a smile, blinking at Ivan, but I think you should close the door before doing this kind of thing in the future, so it is safer. Thank you for reminding me. Ivan stared at Sirius and explained, I was injured before, and Hermione just came over and gave me medicine. Of course it is, but I think you should take a break now. The time is already more than 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, he replied softly. But it is also crucial to take medicine. You should hurry and speed up. For this guy, Ivan already doesn't know what to say. To blame. I'm so excited when I saw Hermione, I forgot to close the door. Well, I still want to see Harry in the past. You two can continue. Sirius nodded. He held the handle and prepared to help Ivan close the door. But where Hermione dared to stay here, she glanced at Evan and fled the room with a red face. Now, there is only one person left in Ivan who can't afford to fall on the cock and stare at the candle on the table. Next to Ivan, Harry fell on his and fell asleep. His head creaked. He knew that he should feel exhausted. It is now 3 in the morning. However, he felt very awake, accurately speaking, awake, and worried. A few days ago, when he woke up, he felt the scar on his forehead was very unbearable. Tonight, Voldemort's mark appeared again, and he also had the help of powerful and evil vampires. He took away the statue of the evil spirit, which is an extremely dangerous black magic item. Harry turned and tried to think about what it all meant. Although Sirius and Avon can rely on help, Harry wants to do something with his own abilities, especially in the fight against Voldemort. He felt that he had a responsibility to refrain from resigning. There was a mixture of thoughts in his head, and Harry felt as if he was about to grasp something critical, and he was almost a little bit. If he can return to that dream, return to the dream that Voldemort appears. Maybe you can know that Harry has such a feeling. He must be able to know from the other side the conspiracy that is going on. Because he is Voldemort there. This idea is really bad, and Harry can't go back to that dream now. He sighed, and at this moment, he felt Sirius gently push open his door. He hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. After Sirius left, Harry opened his eyes and lay on his back, looking at the ceiling without aim. Tonight, it is destined to be a sleepless night. To be continued. V2 Chapter 497. Become a proud Sirius. Ivan felt that he had only slept for a few hours, and Mr. Weasley woke them up. Last night, he was on duty for a night, making him look tired. but his mental state is still good. He told everyone that no one died except the one injured, and the Ministry of Magic had properly placed the wounded. In the chaotic situation last night, it is a miracle to have such a result. Everyone helped Clay cut the tent and left the camp as soon as possible. They decided to use the door key to return to their homes, and only Percy was prepared to report directly to the Ministry of Magic. In his words, "Last night was a particularly difficult day. There have been such vicious major events in the magic world." He must stand firm and wait for Mr. Crouch's orders. Although in Fred and George's view, his job responsibilities are to pay attention to leaks. Finally, Mr. Weasley persuaded Percy to persuade him to go home and see his mother before going to work in the Ministry of Magic. There have been so many things happened last night, and Mrs. Weasley must be nervous now. In this way, the group walked in the silent camp and walked in the quiet camp. In just one night, it was a lot of desolate, and even a figure could not be seen. The tent was packed up and there was only a mess on the ground. The wizard who was able to use the apparition, fled overnight last night, and the rest went to the door key early. No one wants to stay here for a minute after the attack and the dark mark. Eowyn originally thought that she would feel embarrassed when she met Hermione in the morning. After all, that night did that. But in fact, there is no difference. It is natural between two people. From the surface, the light will not find any anomalies, and the two of them are still the same as before. Between the gestures, there is a special tacit understanding. However, this harmonious atmosphere changes significantly as soon as it is alone. Hermione was angry. She was angry that Ivan suddenly attacked and bullied herself last night, and she was a little shy. She kindly used to help him with the medicine to deal with the wound. Who knows that it will eventually become that situation, and is also seen by Sirius. As soon as she thought of lying on a little bed, Ivan pressed herself to her body, and her face turned pink. All in all, everything is Irving's fault. But apart from this, Hermione is quite normal in other aspects. How to say, give Ivan the feeling. Hermione is now familiar with him, not a shy kitten in her arms last night. While relaxing with a sigh of relief, Ivan secretly regrets. So good opportunity last night, actually missed it. Did not go to the end, everything went back to the origin. If you confess something, you don't even think about it, you can only find opportunities later. Hermione now, as long as Ivan dares to mention the matter of last night, or some embarrassing words, it seems likely that he will directly rush to bite him, although trying to keep the surface calm. But the heart is messed up. As for the culprit, Sirius, he left in the early Phantom. Before leaving, he married 3 people, including Irving, Harry, and Hermione, and stayed there. After Hermione left last night, Avon and Sirius talked about his preparation for accepting Fudge's invitation to become an Auror. The vampire attack and the dark marks reappeared, making Sirius feel a lot. He feels that it is necessary for him to do something against Voldemort. This is his responsibility. He had to avenge Harry's parents, and Voldemort killed them 13 years ago. For the decision that Sirius became Auror, Ivan still supported it. Sirius is an unstoppable person. If he is not worried about Harry, he may have already rushed to the front line against the Black Wizard. He is not afraid of danger, but enjoys the pleasure he brings and gets great satisfaction from it. Auror is the best career for Sirius and his best destination. It can also be seen from the conversation last night that he is more admired for the style of Rufus Scrimge, Alastair Moody Auror. I also want to be an Auror. This is his first dream. Let Sirius become an Auror, and help Avon, and help them master the news of the Ministry of Magic. After Voldemort's return to power, the Ministry's attitude is critical. Although Ivan does not have hope for Fudge, it is worthwhile to be able to pull some people to their camp. No matter which aspect, Sirius becomes an Owluo. Eowyn originally intended to let him go to Professor Lupin to help, but the operation of newspapers and shops is obviously not suitable for him. I can't believe it. Sirius is actually going to be an Auror. Harry still said it. When Sirius announced this incident this morning, everyone was shocked. Sirius has its own considerations, said Ivan. All we can do is support his choice. I know, but being an Auror is still too sudden. But that really suits him. isn't it?" said Hermione. "Yes, and it's cool," Ron replied. "I also want to be an Auror, to catch the black wizards and vampires. This is the coolest job in the world." "How can I become an Auror?" Harry continued. "Okay, children," said Mr. Weasley. "When you pass the ordinary wizarding test, Hogwarts will plan your career development, and a professional professor will guide you. Leo's conditions are very high. You must study hard and get as many ordinary wizards as possible. The next topic is transferred to the general wizard level exam. Harry, Ron, and Hermione will be in the 5th grade tomorrow to take this important exam. Ivan and Ginny are also prepared. Fred and George give them a lot of advice and exam skills. But most of them are useless because the results of both of them are very poor. When Avon approached the place where the keys were placed, they heard many people rushing and arguing. Almost all the wizards in this camp gathered here. They surrounded the door key manager Basil, and they were noisy to leave as soon as possible. Mr. Weasley and Basil discussed it in a few words, and everyone stood in the team. I finally got an old tire before the sun had risen, and I could rely on it to return to Bailu Mountain. It is a hillside near the hustle and bustle, behind the village of Autry St. Catchpole. After a few minutes, everyone arrived at the destination, and in the glimmer of dawn, they crossed the village of Otley St. Catchpole and walked along the wet path towards their hustle and bustle. Everyone rarely talks along the way, because they are so tired that they only want to eat breakfast quickly. Except for Ivan and Hermione. Everyone seems to have not slept well. Harry had a thick shadow on his eyes and told everyone clearly that he had not slept last night. They turned a corner, and the residents suddenly appeared, and the path was shouted, "To be continued." V2 Chapter 498 Rita Skit and Rumors. Oh, thank God. Thank God. Mrs. Weasley apparently waited for them in the front yard. She ran to them at this time, and she wore the slippers she wore in the bedroom. Her face was pale and her expression was tense, and she was holding a rolled-up Prophet Daily. "Arthur, I am so worried, too worried." She grabbed Mr. Weasley's neck and the Prophet Daily slipped from her powerless hands to the ground. Ivan looked down and saw the title, "The Horror Scene at the Quidditch World Cup." Below, there is also a black and white photo of the black magic marker hanging in the sky. The stone giant that Ivan changed out stood just below the black magic mark, echoing the giant snake that swallowed in the mouth of the skull. Not far behind them, it is the huge ruins of the stadium, telling the tragic and terror in silence. "You are all right." Mrs. Weasley was stunned, releasing Mr. Weasley, a pair of red-eyed eyes staring at them. Charlie, Bill, Percy, Ron, Ginny, Avon, Harry, Hermione, you are all alive. "Oh, son." To everyone's surprise, she grabbed Fred and George and slammed it. Her strength was too strong, and the twins' heads slammed together. "Hey, Mom, you have to strangle us." "I am coming to you before you leave," said Mrs. Weasley, and couldn't help but cry. Her face was full of tears. "I have been thinking about this. If the mysterious man catches you, and I am right, the last sentence you said is actually that your Owl's general wizard level test results are not satisfactory." "Oh, Fred, George." "Okay, Molly, we are all safe." Mr. Weasley comforted her. She took a pair of twins from her arms and led her to the house. "Ron." He lowered his voice and said, "Pick up the newspaper. I want to see what I said above." Behind the Weasleys, Avon, Harry, Ron, and Hermione joined together to read the contents of the newspaper. Unexpectedly, in addition to the photo on the front page, there are descriptions and photos of the battle between Ivan and Carisus. In the photo, he is controlling the huge fire dragon in the box. It is so cool. There is a heartwarming flame everywhere in the box, and the fire dragon inside is constantly screaming and roaring outside the picture. "This photo was taken very well," Hermione said softly. "Avon, take a quick look at what they say about you." Harry said, pointing to a series of guide titles. "Save a wizard who saved 100,000 people, the successor of the world's greatest wizard, the future of the magic world. Defeat the mysterious little wizard, the truth of the Sirius Black breakaway. The Merlin Jazz will award the first medal," and judging from these titles, This issue of the Prophet's Daily has become a special edition of Ivan. In fact, the same is true. Behind the home page, the Daily Prophet introduced the attack and the Dark Mark in 2 sections, as well as the ins and outs of the incident. Then, it was the night of Karisis and a lot of vampires, using photos of Ivan and Karisis fighting. Just changed one. The Ministry of Magic obviously carefully selected this. It seems that they have found the right target, but have not yet investigated the details of the group of vampires. In addition, all subsequent news content is about Irving. They even put Awen's previous photos in the common room and the monsters. That is the photo taken by Colin. The above Ivan is much younger than it is now, but it is more of a good and courage. Imagine that in addition to Ivan, there is another little wizard who dares to confront the snake monster. I am afraid that even the adult wizard does not have this guts. These people are crazy, Ron exclaimed, incredulously watching the whole version of Ivan's photo. Ivan is a celebrity now, even more famous than Harry. Fred said, yes, the most powerful and talented little wizard in the world. This name is very attractive when you think about it, said George. Several of them turned the newspaper over and over, excitedly watching the article above. Everyone feels that the Prophet's Daily is a bit exaggerated. Even if Ivan has a great deal of merit, he does not need such great efforts to publicize. But in the near future, when they saw the Hogwarts magic, they found that it was more direct. In addition to promoting the report of Ivan, there is no news in other aspects. Because everyone wants to see content related to Ivan, he is now the most watched wizard in the magic world. Except for the 3 things of last night's vampire attack, the Dark Mark, and Ivan, the rest of the news, everyone does not care. The news of the popular Quidditch World Cup was squeezed into a corner, not even a single photo. This is the case now, no matter what, as long as the newspapers related to Ivan are all sold out in the first time. In the next few days, even the singing and reversing sales increased, because it has been reported by Hoven in Hogwarts in the past 2 years. Hogwarts magic was a difficult time in the early days of its establishment. It was once cooperated with singing and reversing. Awen published an article written by Luna about the beast and the sputum, and her father helped AI. The article promoted the newspaper and published the articles he wrote, and this time also benefited. As for the Hogwarts magic itself, it is not necessary to say more. It didn't take long for them to set the highest sales after the serious jailbreak truth incident. In a few days, even once surpassed the Daily Prophet. It became the largest newspaper in the magic world. Because it is a newspaper created by Ivan, with an exclusive interview with Ivan, this is enough. After a few minutes, everyone took the newspaper and squeezed into the small kitchen. Hermione and Ginny made a very strong cup of tea for Mrs. Weasley, and Mr. Weasley insisted on pouring a little Ogden's Old Whiskey. Then, Ron handed him the first few articles of the newspaper. Mr. Weasley hurriedly browsed, his brow wrinkled tightly, and Percy crossed his shoulder. I knew it would be like this, he said heavily. The Ministry of Magic panicked. The criminals were not captured, the law and order was relaxed, and the Black Wizards were at large, bringing shame to the country. They always described the Ministry of Magic. Who is this? Written? Naturally, she, Rita Skeeter. The woman is special with the Ministry of Magic, Percy said angrily. She said that the Ministry of Magic was wasting all its energy and time on the thickness of the shackles, accusing us of nitpicking, rather than destroying vampires and black wizards. Okay, Percy. Bill yawned and interrupted him. Don't say it anymore. Hey, I mentioned it here. When Mr. Weasley read the end of the article on the front page of the Prophet's Daily, he suddenly enlarged the eyes behind the lens. Where? Mrs. Weasley took a sip of whiskey tea and coughed and asked, I just saw reports related to Ivan. If I saw this, I knew you were still alive. No name, said Mr. Weasley. Listen to this. 100,000 wizards who came to watch the Quidditch World Cup panicked and held a breath-waiting message outside the ruins of the stadium, hoping to get the comfort of the Ministry of Magic. Regrettably, they were disappointed. Shortly after the terrible vampire attack and the Dark Mark, a Ministry of Magic official appeared, claiming that no one was hurt, but refused to reveal more. Whether his words were enough to calm down the rumors of hundreds of bodies that were carried out from the ruins after an hour of cultivation have yet to be observed. "Oh, my God," Mr. Weasley said angrily, handing the newspaper to Percy. "No one really hurts. What should I say? Everyone was just scared. All the parts have been processed." The woman really dared to say that hundreds of corpses were lifted out of the ruins. Well, now that she wrote such words, it will definitely be rumored to be to be continued. V2 Chapter 499 Harry's Dreams and Guesses. "No, Molly." Mr. Weasley sighed and said, "I am going to the office. I need to clarify this. I have to go. I made things worse. But you last night." "I am going with you, Dad," Percy said proudly, interrupting everyone's words. "Mr. Crouch definitely needs everyone to be here, and I can hand over my report to him personally." Looking at the back of both of them, Mrs. Weasley looked very sad. "Arthur is always like this, working hard and putting his work first. It is reasonable to say that he is on vacation, and this matter has nothing to do with their office. Even if he does not go, they can handle it well." Weasley the lady said, and Percy. Several people did not know how to persuade Mrs. Weasley. She was particularly concerned about the safety of her family and feared that they had an accident. But the character of Mr. Weasley and Percy is like this, and they should go to the Ministry of Magic now. The ministry must be busy, and there is a shortage of people. Sirius is there. "Well, a few of you. Do you need to eat something?" Mrs. Weasley turned and asked, rubbing the tears in her eyes with her back. Everyone hurriedly shook their heads and said they had already had breakfast. "Then go upstairs and take a break. I will call you when I have lunch." A few of them dragged their feet and went back upstairs for a while. "To be honest, everyone is exhausted. I slept badly last night. Everyone has a heart, especially Irving, Harry, Ron, Hermione. They all lost sleep last night." When it was noon, everyone woke up again. Taking advantage of the gap before lunch, Harry called Avon, Ron, and Hermione alone to the hut upstairs. He had something to say. "I have to tell you about this," said Harry. "This morning, my scar hurts." The reaction of Evan, Ron, and Hermione was almost exactly the same as Harry had imagined in the bedroom of the New Road. Hermione took a breath and immediately began to make various suggestions. She cites a large number of reference titles, and lists a large number of names, from Dumbledore, Sirius, and Professor McGonagall to the doctor of the Hogwarts school, Madame Pomfrey. As for Ron, it's just a stunned look. "I don't know what to do." Ivan is the opposite of him, and he seems to have expected that this will happen, and it looks particularly reassuring. In fact, Ivan did guess that Harry's scars should have hurt recently. Harry hasn't made much progress in practicing cerebral occlusion, and he can't help much. Since it is impossible to prevent the invasion of the outside spirit, it means that under the influence of the soul fragments in the scar, the brain and soul of Harry and Voldemort can communicate with each other, which is why Harry will have a lot of Voldemort-specific the reason for the traits, such as the snake's cavity. As Voldemort's recent strength gradually recovers, this connection becomes stronger and stronger. When Voldemort's mood fluctuated drastically, Harry was able to enter Voldemort's mind directly. The failure of last night will definitely make him very angry. It was such a big move that not only did not catch Harry, but even Barty Crouch could not be rescued. In the end, instead of stunned the snake, he exposed his existence. In particular, the last appearance of the Dark Mark is to let people associate this with the long-lost Voldemort. This is extremely unfavorable for him who has not fully recovered his strength. For him, last night's action was a failure, or stupidity, and Voldemort's not being angry was a strange thing. Because of this, Harry can once again enter his mind. This is a very dangerous behavior, and once Voldemort discovers this, it will definitely be used in reverse. But don't worry too much, because this connection is also very harmful to Voldemort. In the words of Dumbledore, an evil soul like Voldemort cannot tolerate the entry of a pure soul like Harry. "Harry, what did you see last night?" Awin asked. "He is angry and thundering." Harry replied. "He has never been so angry. I can feel it. But he was not the last night, isn't it? Ron said quickly, panickingly. I mean, the mysterious person. We didn't see him yesterday. There are only those vampires. It's hard to say. Maybe he hid in the ruins and changed the mark, Hermione said suddenly. Remember, in the first grade, Harry's scars also hurt like this. He was at Hogwarts, so this is impossible. When I was in the Women's Road, the scars hurt like this. Harry shook his head in a hurry and said in confusion, I know that he is definitely not in the Women's Road. What is the matter? Harry shook his head and gently stroked the scar on his forehead with his right hand. I still remember the dream at the time. He was with the vampire who had fought with Avon last night. In front of them, there was an ugly tree root. It should be the statue of evil spirit that Ivan said. Harry continued said, other things, I can't remember. Just remember that they are plotting to kill a person. He hesitated a moment and almost said to kill me. But he couldn't bear to make Hermione's look more fearful, because Hermione was already shocked. Well, these are just dreams. Ron comforted Harry and said, a very bad nightmare. Yeah, even though it was a dream, said Harry, turning his face to Evan. It's weird, isn't it? My wand hurts. Soon after, the vampire in the dream appears. And the Voldemort symbol also appeared in the air. I said before, this is a kind of spiritual magic. Ivan said, try to pay attention to your own words. Maybe because Voldemort has reacted to the spell you used for 14 years, which is very rare. But as long as you keep practicing brain closure, you can cut off this mental invasion. He can't tell the truth, telling Harry everything directly. It needs to be kept secret. Only at the last and most critical moment can Harry know that he will die. Ivan knew that Harry didn't want to hear anything about his connection with Voldemort, so he deliberately chose the term spiritual invasion, although this sounds more like the tricks that the evil spirits are good at using. I have a feeling. Remember when you said Professor Trelawney's prophecy? Harry stared at Irving. Voldemort will personally select a person who will help him return successfully and be unimaginable. The power of... Oh, Harry, you never put what the old liar said in your heart. No one of her prophecies was fulfilled. No one was marked by Voldemort. To be continued. V2 Chapter 500 Leisure Time Before School. AI is the magic of the mysterious man. Just when he got the magic stone, Ron hesitated, and continued, but that is just a curse, not a mark, is it? He looked at AI suspected and hurriedly removed his gaze. It must be like this. There is something to be doubtful about this. Hermione glanced at him and seemed to be particularly angry. I have told you how many times. The old liar said that it is not allowed, and the three of you will stay in the divination class. It is a waste of time. She has a deep prejudice against Professor Trelawney and thinks she is a complete liar. Driven by this thought, she left the classroom directly and gave up the divination class last semester. This is something that Hogwarts has not happened in recent years. At that time, it caused a lot of sensation in the school. Many small wizards thought she was too daring. Hermione was very dissatisfied with AI's elective divination class this year. She has talked with AI many times about this matter, hoping to persuade him to transfer to count divination. But whether it is divination or counting divination, AI is not really interested, and does not want to study in depth. The main reason he chose to take the divination class was to get closer to Professor Trelawney, so that he could hear new prophecies at any time. AI knows that Professor Trelawney has the ability to make real prophecies. In the matter of evil spirits, he urgently needs the help of the other side. Looking at the arguments between Hermione and Ron, Harry did not speak. He had a terrible idea that he was the one mentioned in the prophecy that was chosen by Voldemort, and the scar on his forehead is proof. This also explains why he has been able to enter Voldemort's head recently and see the horrible pictures. However, Harry did not say these words, even AI did not tell. Okay, don't think about these things anymore, said Ron. We go on for dinner, and then we can have a Quidditch match in the orchard. AI, Bill, Charlie, Fred and George all coming. Ron. Hermione will say, Harry doesn't want to play Quidditch now. It's hard to say, he might want to try the Langsky fake, said Ron. the one that Crumb used. After Crumb and other Quidditch players rescued everyone from the box, Ron became an admirer of Crumb. Although they did not say a few words at the time, it did not affect Ron's worship of each other. I think we'd better go through the book and look for records related to the scars of the curse. Hermione didn't give up. Well, I am willing to play Quidditch, Harry said suddenly. Wait a minute, I want to take my fire arrow. I have no opinion. I can help you keep the door, which is very helpful to overcome my fear of heights. AI followed. Like Harry, he doesn't want to keep the topic on the scar. Continuing the discussion has no meaning other than making Harry more confused and uneasy. Hermione left the room and looked at something in her mouth, as if to say, this guy. In the next week, Mr. Weasley and Percy are rarely at home. Every morning, when others have not yet started, the two of them left home and returned long after dinner. As for Sirius, even the appearance has not appeared. He sent a few letters to AI and Harry, briefly introduced themselves and the current situation, so that they do not have to worry. The first thing he did after becoming an hero was to trace the traces left by the vampires. This kind of thing is just enough to think about it, but Sirius is not tired. I can see from the letter that although they have not found the whereabouts of Carisis and Voldemort, they have already mastered many clues. These days, the eras of the Ministry of Magic almost turned over the entire British magic world. In addition to the letter from Sirius, AI also received many unfamiliar letters. On the second day of his stay, hundreds of owls crowded into the hustle and the letter almost filled it up. These are sent by the wizards who heard about AI's deeds from all over the world. Among them, some are his admirers. Some want to know the truth of the incident. There are also some wizards who are exploring the secrets of AI's possession of such strength. In the end, AI is annoyed, and all these letters are handed over to the domestic elves. Since then, no strange owl has ever appeared. Lupin came to visit the house several times and bought a lot of gifts for everyone. He is also busy now. There are so many things waiting for him to do. After the sales and coverage of the Hogwarts Magic newspaper expanded, the review pressure and workload of the compilation were much stronger than before. Although he hired other people, AI and Hermione could help, but Lupin still took the initiative to take up most of the work. For example, the recent interview and follow-up report on AI is almost completed by him day and night. Another point, AI gave him a good salary, but he did not buy a new robe. He still wore his own patched, washed, whitish shabby robes, but his mental state and temperament were much better. As a werewolf, Lupin has been wandering for more than a decade since he graduated from Hogwarts, living in the shadow of the edge. In the past, a work like this that was stable and worthy of respect was simply unimaginable, so he cherished it. If you are grateful, you don't have to say much. It seems too pretentious. Anyway, I handed the Hogwarts Ministry of Magic and the store to Lupin, and AI is very reassured. In his opinion, Lupin, like Percy, was too tired and put almost all his time on the job. He is now eager to have a girlfriend and to form a happy family. It is the most urgent thing for him to do. In the next few days, a rare leisure time, AI, in addition to studying ancient devils, completing the summer homework learned from Ginny, is playing games with Harry, such as wizarding, Quidditch, or helping Weasley. The lady cleaned up the housework and studied new mischievous productions with Fred and George. AI has put forward some new ideas, so that they should not be confined to mischief, but open their eyes. In addition, AI also talked with Bill several times. From the other's description, he is more determined to take time to go to Egypt to see. In addition to the Quielu, the ancient ruins left by ancient Egyptian wizards, mysterious magic is also the main reason to attract him. Nickleem said that the Book of Abraham was obtained in Egypt more than 600 years ago. There is a place where everything starts. AI has a feeling that he may get secrets about evil spirits from there. In this way, the happy time is always very fast, and in the twinkling of an eye, it is the last day before the start of school. The only thing that displeased AI was that his relationship with Hermione did not make substantial progress during this period. Although the two men are now almost all day together, Hermione hurriedly moved the topic or avoided whenever AI wanted to say something or take the initiative to do something. The thing that night was so fresh that she was still fresh, and she did not give AI's chance at all. In particular, Hermione was a little scared. If AI came, she seemed to have no way to be continued.